In the meantime, I'm gonna attach on the chat. If you have any questions, let me know. I'm gonna attach the our links to our website and email. Uh, and, and I'm just gonna share my screen right now to show them. Just to show a little bit of our website and the resources that we have. Um, and not only all the tools that we have that we sell and that we like. Deborah will start talking about it. Um, there was one fun thing we find out that Mattel has now a blind Barbie. So that was very interesting, trying to get inclusion for everyone. Um, and then our website, it has like several tools that you can use to cook in the kitchen, right? Hold on a second. To get Deborah's having a little bit of problem connecting, but I'll keep showing you what we have on the website, right? So we have a library that will tell you and that will show you different ways to uh, or different things that you need to do at the kitchen or how it helps, right? So we have accessible reading, accessing and reading, recipes, cleaning tips, cooking tips, dining out, eating with dignity, entertaining in your home and in knife safety, stuff like that. Second. Yeah, Deborah's having a little issues with her computer, so I think she's gonna try to connect with us through her phone. So,
Good morning.
good morning. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome. My name is Susie Baxter. I have worked with Deborah on um, a session proposal. It did not get accepted, but I just wanted to drop in. I'm also exhibiting today. And
Oh,
so I just wanted to drop in and tell Deborah in the Blind Kitchen hello.
nice to meet you. Deborah's having a little bit of problem connecting um, um, with her computer, so he's joining us with her phone, right? It's technical, so we're just waiting, making a little bit of
Okay.
time, right? What organization are you with?
I'm with the Disabilities and Nutrition and Dietetics Member Interest Group,
Oh,
or
cool.
our short name is Disabilities MIG. So
Where are you at?
looks like I am located in Lexington, South Carolina,
Oh, interesting.
but my group is within a national organization, the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. Looks like you have some other people too with you, Lori and Nicole.
Yeah, I mean, like, maybe we can open it if they wanna. I was just talking to Lori a little bit, and I'm not familiar with Nicole, but if you guys, since we're waiting a little bit of time, you guys want to, oh, I think Deborah is joining
Yeah,
us.
I think she's joining on her iPhone now. Yeah.
Yeah, I see you got to unmute.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna sign off of this meeting. I just wanted to say hello.
Oh, okay. Well, very nice meeting you.
Okay. Thank you, Edgar. Bye.
Bye.
Edgar, I think I'm in. Can you
All
hear
right.
me?
I can hear you.
Oh, good.
You want to turn on your camera?
Oh, I don't know how to put my phone. Hold on. I can do that.
You just,
I'll put it on the desktop. You're going to have to help me center things.
yeah, lower down a little bit if you can. I think that's good. That's good.
You think that's good? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Are you all
hello,
right?
I'm so sorry. The internet's completely down. It never does that.
I was just talking to, Susie was just here for a little bit. I think she worked with you. She's presenting, but she left us. She just
Oh,
wanted to say
okay.
hi. Uh,
Okay.
so yeah, so we have a few people here. We're a little late, but that's okay. Um,
Okay.
you want to just start the presentation, what we do? I was just showing them the website, and stuff like that. But we have the Welcome to the Blank Kitchen video. Can you hear me, Phil?
I can hear you. Yeah, but I need to hear my computer too. So yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So yeah, why don't you start?
Okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you for coming. I really appreciate and sorry for the technical glitches. We appreciate that you chose the Blind Kitchen. And I'll just give you my elevator speech of what we are, because there's going to be more information coming soon. As I'm sure Edgar told you, he is running the meeting. He's also my videographer and photographer. So any of the videos that you've seen or anything are because of him. We're going to start this meeting with a short video, but I hope that we have some question and answers from you all to join us. So the Blind Kitchen is an online presence. It is a website where we offer adaptive culinary tools and tips and strategies for people with vision loss who want to cook. Everything about the Blind Kitchen is adaptive. I just don't sell Tupperware or anything like that. I sell tools that are especially lend themselves to people with vision loss. So Edgar, if you want to start the video, that'll give you a little bit more of an introduction to what the Blind Kitchen does.
Yeah, so before I do that, I'm just gonna let everybody know that, we have a newsletter and we have all the resources. So I'm gonna attach our website. I'm gonna put it in the chat, and our email as well. So feel free to drop your email, and then we'll reach out to you as well. I'm gonna share my screen, and let me know if you can. Hold on a second. Where is it? If you can hear it, I just want to make sure. Oh, let's see. Second. All right, here we go.
A cupcake with bright frosting appears against a white background. It hops forward and gasps as it discovers 3 muffin pans that exactly look like braille cells. 7 more brightly colored cupcakes appear. At the whistled command of the original cupcake, hop into the various muffin holes to form the braille letters TBK. The muffin tins are replaced by the Blind Kitchen logo, green braille letters TBK on a white background. Fade to black.
Hello, and welcome to the Blind Kitchen, where everyone has a seat at the table. I'm Deborah Erickson, the executive chef and founder of the Blind Kitchen. What the Blind Kitchen does is we get adaptive culinary tools and cooking solutions into the hands of people with vision loss who want to cook safely, confidently, and independently in their own kitchens. The very idea of returning to the kitchen after vision loss with all of its hot foods and hot surfaces and sharp tools can be very daunting. I know, I've been there. I have retinitis pigmentosa and have very little usable vision in one eye. I was also the only blind student in culinary school, and so I had to learn to solve a lot of problems. The Blind Kitchen is where I share the information I gathered on my culinary journey with other people who have vision loss that also want to cook. The Blind Kitchen has over 70 unique adaptive culinary tools that help individuals with vision loss who want to cook in their own homes, or agencies or organizations who teach people with vision loss how to cook. Each item comes in its own package that's labeled both in large, print, and braille. And on our very accessible website, there is an audio-described video tutorial that tells what the item is, why it's blind-friendly, and how to use and care for it. The Blind Kitchen would love to hear from you. If you have any problems or solutions that you'd like to share with us, we'd like to use our platform to spread that information to other people with vision loss who would like to cook. You may never know what the information that you share with us might inspire in someone else. And thank you for visiting the Blind Kitchen. We appreciate your time and curiosity. And until next time, happy cooking.
She smiles towards the camera. Fade to black. The Blind Kitchen logo appears. Fade to black. Neo Creative Productions logo appears. The logo fades to black.
All right, and that was the video.
Okay, thank you, Edgar. So does anyone have any questions about the Blind Kitchen, about what it does or anything like that? We could start there. Edgar, are you going, or should people raise their hands?
Yeah, I mean, if you have any questions, I mean, you can raise your hand or you can just unmute yourself. We have Lori right now. Go, Lori.
I'm just waiting to hear what you've got for your culinary tools, because as I said, I've got my Christmas list ready to write.
Thanks, Lori.
Mm-hmm. So I can, do you want to go for specific tools, Deborah, or I can share the website and show all the tools that we have? What do you think?
You know what? Let me start by putting our tool of the month out there for now.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can go to the website. So we send out a newsletter, and I encourage you to get on the newsletter subscription list because we offer discounts at different times during the year. And we're actually going to give you a promo code for attending the Blind Health Expo and for being here. So the tool of the month is a safe can opener. And what it is, it's like any other it appears like any other can opener. You know, the one that has two handles and you squeeze it to engage the top of the can, and then you turn the handle, and then you end up with a jagged thing that can cut yourself on the top of it. The safe can opener doesn't cut the top of the can. It doesn't work like that. It only has one handle, and it doesn't squeeze. It just is to put on the can, and you set it on top of the can. There's a little 3-wire guide so that you know you have it setting on the top of the can. And what it does, it cuts about 1/8 of an inch into the side of the can. It's not cutting the top at all. And so then you engage it, you turn the wheel, and what you end up with is kind of like a little cap on the can. You lift it up, and it's the whole lid is all together with about 1/8 of an inch of the side of the can. You can't see the blade. You can't feel the blade, even when it's cutting. I don't know how it works. I have never been able to find the blade, but it does work really well. And that also comes with a can strainer, which is a handy little tool. It's made of a stainless steel, and it's got a lot of holes in it. So if you're trying to drain beans or you want to drain a can of corn, you can just pop that little lid on, or the little can strainer on top, and then empty it out over your sink, and the food will remain in the can. So that's our current tool that we're excited about.
Hey, Deborah. So
Yeah.
as you explaining, I'm sharing the image of the can opener from our website so people know what's happening.
Oh, excellent.
Mhm.
So another really cool tool that we have is called the auto measure spout. And it is about 3 inches tall. It's made of plastic and stainless steel, and you put it on top of a bottle, and when you tip the bottle over, then it dispenses exactly 1 tablespoon of liquid. And then it stops, even if you're still holding it upside down. So that's a very cool tool as well.
And sorry, interrupt again, Deborah. And we're gonna have that video and how to use it a little bit later on.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yep. Okay.
So I think like I'm gonna share right now the coupon, the discount code with everyone. So I'll just put it on the chat. So with this discount code, this is for people that attend this Blind Expo, and you'll get 10% of orders over $25, and it includes free shipping and handling, and expires tomorrow at midnight. And the coupon code is Blind Health Expo, and I added it to the chat as well. And also want to mention that we have a lot of resources as well. If you want to follow us, and you're on Facebook, Instagram, subscribe to our YouTube channel. We have all the videos and all the information there. So I'm attaching that as well to the chat. So when you go ahead, Deborah, and let me see. Let me look at my. So we can, if you want to start, Deborah, it's breakfast time. So what better to have for breakfast than fried eggs?
So trying to cook eggs on a stovetop can be really difficult with vision loss, especially trying to get it on that darn spatula as it scoots across the pan. So he's going to show a short clip of the video, but I want to describe what the tool is because that information isn't in the portion that you're going to see. Whenever you're making liquid foods, such as pancakes or eggs in a pan, who knows where the food's going to go? It's just going to travel wherever it wants in the pan. But if you have the egg ring, it's about 3 inches around, about a half an inch tall, and it's made out of silicone. And it's just a ring. And then it's got a little handle hooked to it that you'll understand when you watch this video. So the whole idea is that when I put that liquid into the pan, such as pancake batter or a liquid egg, it's going to be contained in that very predictable circle so that you'll know exactly where it's at. Now, Edgar will play the video, and I'm actually cooking an egg in that video, and I'm talking through it when I do it. So just know when I talk about the ring and I talk about the handle, it is that silicone ring with a handle attached to it that's about 2 inches high. And it's an important part of getting that egg cooked. So Edgar, are you good to go?
Yeah, you want to just tell a little bit of it, of where we are. We're at the kitchen, what we have in front of us.
Oh, okay. I'll
We
see if
have,
I can remember.
yeah, so we're almost ready. We have already turned off the stove, and we have you know we're about to put the egg ring and the butter and that kind of thing, right? But this is so you have an idea of the context. We are at the in the Blind Kitchen. We're in the kitchen studio.
And
Okay.
yeah, go ahead. We can take questions if there's information that doesn't come through clearly.
Excellent. So we're gonna play this video. I'm just gonna share the screen right now. All right, here we go.
I'm going to put this egg ring in the pan. I'm going to be very careful to find the pan handle first, which is cool to the touch. And then I'm going to put the egg ring down right near it so that I know exactly where this egg will be located in this pan. Now, I have already buttered that egg ring, which it's important to do. And now I'm going to put a little bit of butter. So it's, if you use our butter slicer, it's about half of one of the butter pats that come out of it. Oh, and that sounds wonderful. That's exactly the sound I'm looking for. So I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna find my egg. Okay, it's right here. But the first thing I'm gonna do is to take the little handle and just move it around a little bit in a little circle, just to make sure that butter gets spread. But that is the perfect sound we were wanting to hear. Now I'm going to take my egg, and again, using that 2-inch handle for perspective, I can touch the top of the silicone egg ring without burning myself. And so I know exactly where the center of that egg ring is, and I'm going to be able to drop my egg in. So the egg is in there. Can you hear it cooking? I'm going to set a timer for 3.5 minutes. Hey Siri, set a timer for 3.5 minutes. So now I'm going to go ahead and I am going to toast this bread. I have my English muffin here. I've got butter in this little dish, and I'm going to make sure it's covered. I'm using my thumbprint spreader, which I just love. You can look more on the website to see that. And now I'm going to put this in the pan on the opposite side. I can tell that it's not hitting the egg ring. And spatula, it's very thin. If you can get the thinnest spatula you can get, you're going to get under that egg much easier. So my timer just went off. I'm going to turn off the heat, and I'm going to move the pan onto a burner over here that's much nearer my counter, where I'll be able to plate this. So the first thing I'm going to do is check the English muffin and pull it out of here. Oh, it's nice and toasty, almost too toasty, but perfect. So the next thing I'm going to do is get the egg out. And here's how I'm going to do it. First, I'm going to locate the handle of the pan, which I know is going to be very near that 2-inch handle of the egg ring. Then I'm going to slide my fingers down, and I can put my fingers on the top of the egg ring so that I know exactly where this egg is centered. I'm going to slide my spatula underneath it, and I know it's reached the other side. And again, I'm going to use that top of the egg ring. And by the way, this is the most difficult part, but you've got to practice and you'll get it. And then I'm going to check. I'm touching the spatula. I've got it lifted off the plate, and I'm touching the ring, and it is centered on the spatula. So now I'm going to take the ring off of it. I'm going to lift up, double check, make sure it's not overhanging. And now I'm going to come over to the English muffin and put it on to the top. I'm using my fingers, you bet I am. It is hot, but I'm just being careful to touch it. And I'm pulling that down. Now I'm going to bring the plate over for the final seasonings. This will only take a second.
And that's it.
Okay. So does anyone have any questions about the egg rings? Okay, well, if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand or unmute yourself. I mentioned 2 other tools in that video. One was the butter slicer, and what the butter slicer, first of all, what the butter slicer does is it slices butter into predictable amounts. Then, and it does it with one swipe. So it's shaped kind of like a rectangle, and it's very much like a hard-boiled egg slicer, you know, that they have where the wires cut it. That resembles it, but this one is a rectangle with I think it's 14 wires going back and forth across the top. You open the butter, you put the butter on a countertop or whatever, and then you push down, and with that one move, you slice the butter into the pieces. And the reason this is so blind friendly is if I have to go to my butter dish, and I'm going to have to probably touch the butter to know exactly where it is, if I've got a half a stick left or just a piece, and then I'm going to have to get a knife, and I'm going to do my best guess to cut it at a teaspoon. But with the butter slicer, I do a whole pound of butter at one time. I'll just get those little pats into a little container that is recognizable to me when I'm in my refrigerator. When I touch it, I know that contains the butter. And if I just need, the pats are almost 2 teaspoons. So if I only need 1 teaspoon, the butter is cold. It's in its little square pat form. I'll grab one, I'll crack it in half, put the other one back away for another use. And so that way, that's why it's so handy. We have predictable pre-cut food. That's always a good thing.
Hi, Deborah. We have a question for Lori. So go ahead,
Okay.
Lori.
Hi there, this is Lori. I also have RP, and first off, you answered or found a solution for my liquid measuring, which is the one thing that's I find most difficult, is measuring a teaspoon of vanilla. Also, your tip on cracking your egg into a dish before you go to put it in the pan, I just never even thought of that. But I switched to an induction cooktop because I left the gas stove running too many times for several hours. So I have an induction cooktop, and I'm struggling with getting the pan in the right location. And I'm wondering if you've found a technique, if you use induction, of how to do that without putting, like a lot of people use silicone mats the size of the burner, and it's between the pan and the stove, which I prefer not to do that. Anyway, that's my question.
Okay.
So Deborah, so we have a video that mentions that, so we can play it. You want to just go ahead and that? You want to answer?
Sure.
Yeah. So we do have a technique for it. That the one at the studio we have a gas burner, but this technique applies for both gas and induction burner. So we're just gonna play the video. It's only like a minute, and then Deborah will continue explaining how to do it. Here, let's see. A second. And...
Did you know you can touch the rim of a very hot pan with a fingertip, just tap, 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 and not get burned? That's because as soon as your hand loses contact with that steel, it is going to cool immediately. You can't hold it there for long, but just a tap. You can do it safely and easily, and you get a lot of information from that tap. You can't touch the hot water, even for a second. You can't touch hot grease or hot food, even for a second, because that food is going to continue to burn your finger after you pull it away. It won't cool immediately like just tapping the top of it will. So knowing that principle and that that is possible, what you can do then is you touch your pan, tap the top of it about every 2 inches. And I'm going to tell you why. If your pan is centered and completely covering the heat source, that lid or the top of rim is going to be equally hot all the way. But let's say I've stirred it or somehow moved it, and now I'm just checking, because I'm going to continually check my pot while I'm cooking. And all of a sudden, at 2 o'clock part of the pan is significantly hotter than, say, like the 7 o'clock position on the pan. I am going to know that the pan is no longer covering that heat source, because the 2 o'clock side is hotter because the heat is climbing up the side of it, and that's going to make it hotter. So I am going to very gently nudge the pan back a little bit at a time, and then I'm going to continue to check. Is it equally hot? Nope, it's still a little bit hot at 2 o'clock. Okay, I'm going to nudge it just a little bit more. And that way, once it's equally hot on all around the top of the pan, I'll know that the heat source is underneath it and not traveling up the side. So now I'm actually going to turn the stove on. I can tell it's the right burner. And I can tell pretty quickly whether or not I actually did center the pan or not. It doesn't take long. I don't have to wait for the water to boil to ascertain that information. I'm going to start right now. I'm just going to start tapping. I'm using my left hand to do the left side of the pan, because I don't want to be putting my right hand over where that steam is going to be coming up. Now I'm using my right hand to check the other side of it, and I'm touching. It is definitely hot, but it feels like it's equally hot in all places. So I think I probably did pretty good.
Okay, did that
that was-
answer your, yeah, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, good. So I want to say
before
that,
we go, Deborah.
go
Oh,
ahead.
and I was gonna mention as well that this is just a small part of the video, right? So we have more material. So I'm gonna put the link on the web on the chat if you want to see um, the full video and other things that we have on. Let me see. Yeah, let me see. Right here. Go ahead, Deborah.
Okay, so this video is, many of the videos that we have made are, we're not trying to sell you a product. That video is, you have all, if you have, you know, an index finger and you have a pan and a stove, then you can definitely you're already in good shape to know, and that works on induction, gas, and electric. It doesn't matter. Same principles apply. But this is a good example of an informational video we have out there. There's another, we make the videos on the questions I get the most. So I appreciate that question, Lori, very much. But there are other videos on like how to brown or how to cook ground meat. That can be very difficult for people with vision loss. And we have a whole video on that too. So, yeah, so we appreciate the questions because that guides us in the right direction to know what information people are interested in. Are there any other questions?
Deborah, this is the other Laurie. And I wondered, you had mentioned that when you were spreading, it sounded like you were using a thumb spreader or something. You said it was one of your favorite tools. And
Yeah.
I haven't heard of that.
Oh, I love this tool. So it's made out of silicone and plastic. It's about 7 inches long and about a half an inch wide. And what it does, on one end, it's stiff, just stiff plastic that you can use to slice or spread or whatever. But it's the other end that's so cool. It's about an inch and a half piece of silicone that you can squeeze. It's squeezable, but it has an indentation in it of only like an adult thumbprint. So when you're going to get stuff out of jars like mayonnaise or mustard or whatever, where you have to reach in and you're trying to do it with a spoon, but you don't know how much you're getting, you don't know how much comes up. This keeps that amount manageable because you just have that little bit and it fits easily into jars. I use it to scrape contents out of cans. It's a perfect height for that. And I've got about 3 of them on my countertop, and I usually use all 3 of them when I'm cooking a meal before it's all over. So
Beautiful. That's going on to the Christmas list.
Thanks, Lori.
And the can opener.
Yeah, the can opener is really a cool tool. It is. And then you'll have something to scrape it with too.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Oh, hi, Miss Deborah. This is Vanessa. How are you?
Good, Vanessa. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. So, can you explain? There was something about these metal spoons, and when you I guess put something in the spoon, you won't spill it. There's something about that.
Yes.
Yeah, so let me say, so we have a system, it's called the wet measuring spoon. So we have a video for that, Deborah, as well. You want to play it? You want to talk about it? Let's talk about it first.
Okay, so measuring wet ingredients is very difficult. And if you're measuring, especially in small amounts, because normally the way I used to do it is let's say I need a half a teaspoon of vanilla. I would find the half a teaspoon, and then I touch, pour a little vanilla in it and then touch it. You're going to spill it if you want it to be completely level. There's no other way around to do it. But what we did with ours is, first of all, we have wet measure cups and spoons, and we have a different style for dry measurement. And I want to talk about the wet one because that's where the most challenges are. So let's say, so first of all, on some spoons, there are dots on it, raised dots that are part of the handle. They're stainless steel. They're not going to fall off, and they're dishwasher safe. And it's not Braille. All you have to do is to be able to count. So if I count 4 dots on the handle of the spoon I'm holding, it's a teaspoon, a fourth of a teaspoon. If there's 2 dots, it's going to be a half of a teaspoon. If there's 3 dots, it's going to be a third of a cup. So that is, you just have to be able to count. Now, the difference between the wet and dry is significant. For the wet cups and spoons, the handle pokes up towards the ceiling. So it's more like a ladle shape, because that's how we transfer liquids in our society. If you're doing soup, you're not going to use a flat spoon. You're going to use a ladle because it can easily be transferred. So we took that same concept. Go ahead and show the video, and then I can answer any questions if there are any more.
Yeah, hold on a second. I'm just going to open it. Okay, I'm ready. I'm going to share it right now. So we're talking about the wet measuring system. And keep in mind, this is a short video, but we have a complete video on our website, and I'll add the link on the chat as well. And here we go.
The first thing I'm going to do is locate the teaspoon. And I know it's a teaspoon because it has one bump on it. I'm going to put the other ones over here to the right of my work tray to get them out of play. The next thing I'm going to do is locate the little spouted pitcher. And I'm going to put it near the target bowl. And I'm going to set the teaspoon with the upturned handle into that little pitcher. And the reason is for this. The spoon is now able to stand up on its own. And I'm, again, hands-free, with one hand to see for me and one hand to do the work for me. So the next thing I'm going to do is to grab the bottle of vanilla. I'm going to take the lid off and be very careful to know exactly where it is. I'm going to hold the vanilla bottle in my dominant hand, and with my non-dominant hand, I'm going to put my index finger into this little spouted pitcher and locate the top of that spoon. And the reason I'm going to do that is, in the past, we were very careful to pour a little and check and pour a little and check with your finger so that we didn't overflow the spoon and waste any of the expensive ingredients such as vanilla. But I am going to encourage you to completely submerge the cavity of that teaspoon in the cup. There won't be any waste. I'll explain how in a minute. So right now I'm locating the vanilla bottle near the pitcher and I'm pouring it in. I'm going to wait until my finger touches it. Oh, there we go. It's under liquid. And the first thing I'm going to do is put the lid back on the vanilla, because this is a recipe for disaster if I'm not real careful here. So I'm putting the lid back on. And now I've got the small spotted pitcher, and I'm going to get it as close to the target bowl as I can, because I don't want to have to travel very far. And now I'm going to lift the teaspoon straight up. I didn't hear anything fall, so I know it's level and it's exactly a teaspoon, and I'm going to dump it into the bowl. And you may say, vanilla's expensive. What are you doing? All that's going to go to waste, but it's not. That is where the funnel comes in. So I'm going to take the funnel and I'm going to put it inside the vanilla bottle. So now it's going to be very easy for me to direct the vanilla back into the vanilla bottle using the spouted pitcher in the funnel. There we go.
And that's it.
Are there any questions about the wet measure system? The cups are, so if you order the spoons, we're going to send that little spouted pitcher. It's only about 2 inches high and about an inch around. It's you probably don't have one like it in your kitchen. And the funnel, that's not a mini funnel like for oils. It's a good size to make, and the stem is long enough and small enough to fit into your vanilla bottle, but it goes really quickly. So the wet and measure cups are the same way. They have the dots on them, so you can count them to know what size it is. But we don't send a funnel or pitcher because most people have those in our kitchen. But funnels are your friends. I want to talk about that for a second. They're very inexpensive. They come in different sizes. But instead of us trying to direct liquid into a little small hole, like the little small hole of the vanilla bottle, the pitcher has a spout, so it's possible, but it's going to take me a long time, and it's hard to get it into that space. So now, instead of having like a 1/4 inch of a target to return the vanilla into, if I have the funnel in there, now I have about a 3-inch target, which makes it so much quicker and easier.
Yeah, I just want to check back with Vanessa. Vanessa, do you have any questions?
Oh, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Yes, thank you.
And I'm going to put the link as well to the video and then on the chat. And I just want to remind everyone that just join us. If you want, we have a newsletter, and if you want to send us your email, please put it in the chat. I'm going to put our email there. And we also offering today 10% discount just to people that attended this expo. So I'm going to put the link in there, and that's for 10% for orders over $25 and includes shipping and handling. So you're just going to put the discount code on the chat. And back to you, Deborah.
Okay. So one thing I want to mention where we were talking about measuring wet ingredients is another tool that we have is called the work tray. And it's just basically like a cafeteria tray that you see in schools or hospitals or jail, I guess. They're virtually indestructible. And I would never dream of measuring any ingredients unless I had a work tray on my counter underneath it. It helps me keep organized. It helps keep things in a predictable place. And let's say I accidentally do spill the vanilla, but I'm working over a work tray. Instead of it running across my counter, down the front of my cupboards, onto the floor, if I am working over a work tray, because the cafeteria trays have that little ledge, I could possibly rescue that vanilla that's spilled. Just direct it using the tray into a funnel. If you get those from the Blind Kitchen, we send you a dark one and a light colored one, so that if you do have some vision and contrast helps you, you can choose, like if you're cutting up a white onion, you might use the dark tray. That'll give you a little more visual cues. And if you're cutting a red onion, you might want to do that on the light colored work tray, because that'll be more cues for you. So work trays are a good thing. I also wanted to mention that if you go to the website, we don't just sell tools. There are so many resources there, because there's more than one answer to a problem. It depends on your comfort with technology often. It depends on your budget. It depends on your skill level. And so we have more than one answer for many of the commonly asked questions. And so and this is all free to everyone. You just go on theblindkitchen.com and you can watch the videos in any of these categories. We have tools and strategies related to how do you label things in your pantry and kitchen. Spices are a big challenge. Freezer items are a big challenge because they're frozen. You're not going to get much tactile information out of it. Yeah, I think we have like 12 different ways to label things, from pen friend to way around, which is product I really like. I think they're exhibiting too. That's worth going to see. But you can use something as simple as a rubber band. Like if I have a can of cream of mushroom soup and I have a can of, say, cream of chicken, when I know what they are, I'm going to label it. I want to know so that if I go back in 6 months, I will know which is which. And the way I do that is I take a rubber band and I'm going to put the rubber band on the cream of mushroom soup. And why I do that is because mushroom has an R and rubber band, and chicken does not. So that way, even if I go back in a year and I've got those two cans, I've assigned meaning to that rubber band. And that's a very inexpensive way to label things and no technology required. I use bump dots. I put one bump dot on my garlic powder. I use that a lot. And because garlic is only one ingredient. Oh, here's another tip for you. Never buy garlic salt or onion salt. The mixture. The thing is, salt is very, very cheap. So manufacturer, you're going to be mostly getting salt. Trust me on that. So garlic powder is more expensive, but it's pure garlic, and there's no guessing at how much salt is in there. So you're really getting more for your money, even though it doesn't feel like it. So because garlic powder is one ingredient, I put one bump dot on it. Onion powder, also one ingredient, has two bump dots. And you might ask me why. And the answer is because onions have two O's in it. So I just use different creative ways to assign meaning to these very inexpensive. So every time I go, I don't have to get a label reader or, or Be My Eyes or anything like that. I can just touch the tops of the lids and know exactly what ingredients in there if I've assigned meaning to it with a rubber band or a bump dot. Any questions about anything I've spoke of so far?
And if you have any questions, you raise your hands, I'll be able to see you. But yeah, let us know. And I want to, mention as well, we're on social media as well. If we're on Facebook, Instagram. Mhm. Okay, so we have someone with.
Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Deborah, this has been just the most amazing 20 minutes of my whole life. My brother is recently, you've really touched my heart. My brother is recently blind. He was a very good cook. It still is a very good cook, but is now telling me that he's no longer able to. And gosh, you're going to make me cry on a Friday. But I'm going to let him listen to what you've said, and everything that you have said is going to help him, and website and everything. And I've already sent
I was
Edgar
wondering if that was
both
you.
my
Yeah.
emails. I sent it immediately because this is just this is a thing that is yeah. Thank you so much for being on here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And thank you for the kind words. And have your brother contact me directly. And I could talk with them from one cook to another with vision loss.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then do you also grill?
Oh, yeah. We have a whole grilling collection, which contains 10 tools that are accessible for grilling.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Well, I just am going to be buying everything that you have so that I can get him back in the kitchen because, yeah, it's awesome. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Amy. That was very encouraging. And I was going to mention that Deborah is just a great cook, right? So we have a fun event. We did a cooking challenge. So Deborah, why don't you talk about that a little bit? It was basically we have Deborah cook a full meal for like first, it was live in a Zoom session, and then we blindfolded a chef, actually one of her teachers, and to replicate a person with sight, we just blindfolded and replicate the recipe, and it was a pretty interesting event.
It was. The Cooking Without Looking TV show has a YouTube channel, and they have a presence on Facebook as well. Renee is the one in charge of that. And so they listed that as a challenge. And so I did not know if my chef instructor from culinary school would want to do it, because it's very hard to lose your vision and be able to do things competently. He did a fabulous job. It was a really great experience. So if you go, well, it's on our YouTube channel as well. And I think it's called Blind versus Sighted Chef. And it was a very unique experience.
Yeah, and
Good. That sounds exciting. I love it.
yeah, it was pretty fun, and I'll put the link as well on the chat, so you guys can, it's a little long, so that's like an hour, because it was recorded on real time, right? So we have a person that she's want to ask a question. Her name is hard to TV. Sorry, go ahead.
Hello. My name is actually Anmol Bhatia. And I was wondering, do you guys know of any blind chefs? Like somebody that's working, like say a blind person that's working as a cook at a nice restaurant?
I really don't know of any blind chefs like in a restaurant. I can tell you one, and Edgar, if you hook the link to it, there is a man named Aaron Hale, and he was I heard that come through. I'll address that in a minute too. So he was in, it's a pretty long video, so I'll just give you the thing. He was blinded in, I think he was in Afghanistan or Iraq, and he was a chef when he went into the military. He cooked for it, but then he lost all of his eyesight and part of his hearing. So that's a really interesting video to watch. He was actually on the Rachel Ray show. Now, the other blind, that's a good point. Christine Ha won the 2003 season of MasterChef under Gordon Ramsay and all that. She was in the, chosen for the top 100, and she ended up winning it, and she is blind. And so that's another thing worth looking up. I've duplicated some of her recipes that she has. And if you go to the Blind Kitchen, the recipes section, I rewrite all videos to be very blind friendly and also to be very educational. So if I'm doing a step in a recipe, I may put a recipe tip that this is what you need to consider when you're choosing your peaches for your peach cobbler or whatever. If you're going to do canned or frozen, I put that information, which is not especially blind friendly, but a lot of people, when they're learning to cook or just curious, just love to understand what the steps are. But the other thing I put in there is the TBK tool, that the Blind Kitchen tool that I use to complete each of the steps. So the other thing I do is I take, like, if it says 3 eggs, a cup of butter, and a teaspoon of cinnamon, when I get down to the instructions, I'm not going to remember how many eggs I read in the ingredients. I'm going to make sure I have them all, and I'm going to gather them and put them on a work tray to make sure I have it before I start cooking, because there's nothing worse than finding out you don't have any eggs when you thought you did and you're in the middle of a project. But anyway, so Christine Ha, she owns several restaurants now, The Blind Goat and something else. So I enjoy following her very much. Oh, she has a cookbook out, and that's what I was saying. And I took some of her recipes because she doesn't cater to the blind community, and I'm not putting her down in any way. She's very good at what she does, but she has her own brand. So she'll say, like, cook the chicken till the juices run clear. And that is something that we can't see. And we certainly don't want to poison our family or friends with undercooked poultry. So in those, I advocate not cooking it till the dishes, they run clear, using a talking thermometer. A thermometer that you can insert into the poultry that you're cooking, and it will tell you in a loud, clear voice exactly what the temperature is inside it at the center of that meat. You guesstimate in the center, because once it disappears into the chicken, it's invisible to everyone. So that's the other thing to look at in the Blind Kitchen. The recipes I get really good feedback on those.
It's just the thermometer you're talking about. Is that was it Bluetooth thermometer?
So you struck a good. So it runs on batteries. No, there are a lot of things that run on there. Hold somebody said, okay. So what? So I so it runs on a battery. I'm not a big fan of apps because oftentimes they quit updating the apps, and then you're stuck with a tool you can't use because they discontinue support for the app. So I'm much more into standalone items, and these work beautifully. The brand that I really liked was Kaizen, but they quit making them. I don't know why. I can't get them anymore, and it breaks my heart. So we're actually sourcing new ones now. The ones I've ordered like 20 of them from what seem to be 20 different companies, but they're all the same thing, and you can't get the probe out of the handle. So if you go on the website right now, we're out of stock on the talking thermometer until I find one that can stand alone, because the ones that I'm getting from this company, same packaging, different prices, different manufacturers supposedly, but I think it's all the same because they're too much alike. But you need a knife or something to get the probe out, which is ridiculous. It's not a good design. So when you do come to the website, if you want a talking thermometer, you will know that I'm not going to sell something that's inferior. That's frustrating. So, but we think we found the one we want, so we're not very far away from getting that back on the store shelves.
What's the name of that one?
That one is a Kaizen, Kizen, and they don't make them anymore. That's the problem. So, and that one's the instant read probe, the one that's kind of like a Swiss Army knife where you pull the probe out of the handle. There is another brand called, coincidentally, Ryzen, and they have what I call a lollipop thermometer. And the lollipop thermometers just are a straight stick. They don't fold or anything like that. You've got your probe, and then it's got about a 2-inch, kind of like a circle on the top of it. And it's only got, I think, 3 buttons, and it works by beeping. It's a different, it's not my favorite kind. But that is another brand you could get on MaxiAids or somewhere like that. What's that?
RIZAN.
I think it's REIZEN. I think. Yep.
Okay,
but if you go on Amazon, you can find them.
It's on
yep.
And I'm going to
sorry, I was going to share it. So we have a talking thermometer, and I'm going to share on the screen. But if you go to the website, you are able to access to it, and we have a video and everything how to use it. I'm not sure you have site. I'm sharing it right now.
Oh, just 1 second here.
Mm-hmm. And
Deborah, but I can also find it on your website.
Yeah, it's on the website. This one, if you go directly to the Blind Kitchen and use go talking thermometer, and it will have how it has a video how to use it and all of that. So we'll have it.
So all of the video. Oh, sorry. So all of the videos on the Blind Kitchen website are audio described. You're not going to get those. It gets so frustrating to me if I'm trying to get a recipe for something on YouTube and it comes up with the perfect title and then it's all music. It's very frustrating to me. So the website is extremely friendly. No pop-up ads, nothing like that. It's just a good, clean design. I have a fabulous website designer. And so you'll be screen reader friendly and magnifier friendly. So it's quite easy to navigate.
Deborah, is the top of the hour, so we have a couple people asking what the Blind Kitchen does.
Oh, okay. So the Blind Kitchen is an online business that provides adaptive cooking tools and strategies to people with vision loss who like to cook or want to learn how to cook. It's all virtual. We have 90 tools, I think, now in the Blind Kitchen in the store, and each one is chosen because it's blind friendly in some way. I just don't sell pots and pans. If it's not blind friendly, then you just get your own pots and pans on Amazon. everything in our kitchen is blind friendly, and we have measuring tools and cleaning tools. And kitchen does is if you go on site, it will, sorry, my voiceover is talking to me. Okay.
You're good, Deborah.
Okay, turn the speech off. There we go. Okay, so everything is blind friendly. Everything's audio described, or if we haven't made a video for a particular tool yet, we do it with, we do detailed directions that tell what the tool is, what it does, why it's blind friendly, and how to use and care for it. So the other thing about the blind kitchen is every tool comes packed in its own package that's labeled in both large print and braille. So anyone that can read braille or large print can have access to that information. And then you can go to the website and then watch the video on it that tells, you know, why it's blind friendly. So
we have a person, Victoria, you have a question? You raise.
Hi there, I do have a question. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. So a couple of my clients were wondering if there are any specific tools to help like opening cans or even like bottle tops.
Okay, you just mentioned our tool of the month for November was something called a safe can opener. And normal can openers, the ones I've always had, they have like two handles. You squeeze them together and then they'll engage the blade as it pops through the top of the can. And then you turn the handle and you end up coming off with this very sharp edged, easy to get cut with lid. And also the blade comes in contact with the food. We just put one on the store shelves. It's called a safe can opener, and we give you a can strainer too. I'll talk about that in a second. They come as a set, but it only has one handle. And so that's the first big difference. The main reason it's such a great can opener is that when you put it on top of the can, and it has like a three-sided guide that lets you know that you're on the can, and then you just start to turn the handle and it engages. What makes this tool so cool is that it is not cutting the top of that can. It's cutting about into the side of the can, about 1/8 of an inch down. I cannot touch the blade when it's not in use or when it's in use. I have no idea how this works. It's one of those tools. I've got a few of them that are just magic, and that's one of them. But you rotate the handle, you go around, and so when you're done, it actually, you can lift the lid, and it's kind of like a cap. It's got like 1/8 of an inch brim on it, and it's relatively smooth. It is not jagged at all. You're not going to be wanting to run your finger around it because it's sharp, you know, it's metal, and it just was cut through. But you could run your finger lightly across it and not get hurt. Then the can strainer that comes with it is basically about 3 inches around and about 1 inch deep, and it's kind of like a little bowl, but it has a lot of perforated holes in it. So you take the can strainer, and you can, if you're, let's say you open a can of corn or a can of chickpeas and you want it to drain it, you just put it on top of the open can like a lid, and then you can just pour over your sink or wherever you're going to get rid of that liquid, and the food stays in the can because it's straining it for you. So did that answer your question?
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. And as long as we're talking about cutting, there's another tool, especially if you're teaching people who are new to vision loss, I mean, let's face it, there are 3 big fears of the kitchen if you're cooking with vision loss. One is fear of cutting yourself. One is the fear of burning yourself. And these fears are all well placed. There's a lot of sharp and hot objects in a kitchen, but it all can be managed if you have the right tool or the right information. So we have a thing called a cut glove. And what it is, it's a glove you put on the hand holding the food. It's relatively thin, a little bit stretchy. It's not real thick like a hot pad or something. It's pretty thin. And what it does is I have done demonstrations where I put on a cut glove, then I hold my hand, palm up towards the ceiling, and I run a sharp knife back and forth across my hand, and it doesn't cut through it. Do I feel pressure? Absolutely. I know that knife is there, but it can't cut me. And so what you do with that cut glove is you put it on the hand holding the food, because the hand holding the knife is relatively safe. You've got your 3 fingers tucked under the handle. You're pinching the spine of it with your thumb and your forefinger. It's the hand holding that food that's in trouble. So let's say I'm cutting up a carrot. So I'm chopping. My fingers are curled. I'm keeping it out of the way. But all of a sudden, I feel pressure on the finger holding the food, one of my knuckles. I'm just going to stop. It's not going to cut through it. But if I had not been wearing that glove, by the time my brain got that information that blade had come in contact with my skin, it'd be too late. I'd already I would already have cut myself. So those are an amazing tool. And the other place, pretty much everyone has used box graters before, and they're handy tools. They've got 4 sides and different blades, but I don't know of any cook with or without vision that hasn't left some of their knuckle skin in when they're grating cheese or grating potatoes or carrots. It's just they're angled weird, and there are a lot of those blades on many of the sides. So this glove, again, if I'm doing that cheese and I've gotten down farther than I realized, I'm going to feel the pressure on my fingers. It's going to snag a little bit, and again, I'm just going to stop. So no more biological contaminants in the food if you're using a cut glove.
Hi, Deborah. We have a couple of questions.
Okay.
So Amy is asking, do you have a cookbook out?
So no, I do not have a cookbook out. Thank you for asking. It is absolutely in the works. But one thing I'd encourage you to do is to go to the recipes section of the Blind Kitchen, because I write the recipes to be very blind friendly. Instead of having like just the amounts of food and the list of ingredients, like 3 eggs, a cup of flour, a tablespoon of butter. And then when I get down to the instructions, I'm not going to remember how many eggs to add. In the recipe steps, I reiterate the amounts. Mix the 3 eggs, the cup of flour, the tablespoon of butter, or whatever. I think we have about 30 recipes on there now. They take a long time to do. Oh, the other thing I do is I write them to be very blind friendly, like transferring the ingredients down. But for every step of the recipe, if I use a special tool to achieve that step, I put that, I say the TBK tools used. So if it's the auto measure spout or the butter slicer or the wet measure spoons, you're going to know what blind friendly tool can help you achieve that step. If I tell you you're making scalloped potatoes, I'm not just going to say use a mandolin, because mandolins can be very dangerous, but there are blind friendly ways of achieving those. Like our extra large box grater has one side that only has 1 blade going across. And so I use my cut glove. And I just slice the potato into thin slices. They're going to all be the same thickness, and it's going to be quick work because box graters are fast and low tech. And so there are about 12 right answers to do anything in the kitchen, and you've just got to find the one that works for you. So thank you for asking about the cookbook. I need to get a few more together, but then I really would like to pull the ones I'm putting on the website. They're pretty, I get really good feedback on them.
And she's also asking when you're going to do your memoir.
It's pretty unmemorable.
So we have another.
Thank
you, Amy. We have another comment for Tabarek, and basically he says, "Thank you so much. I'm an optometry student, and I'll be sure to provide this resource to patients. This is amazing." And I just want to go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I appreciate that. I wish my eye doctor, when I was losing my vision, I have retinitis pigmentosa. I wish that I had been guided to more resources, because if you have RP, it doesn't stand for retinitis pigmentosa. It stands for resistant people, because we're the last ones to get on the training, schedule, because we use our vision as much as we can. And so knowing about other resources that would at least lower the vision strain. Straining to see something is exhausting. Plus, it doesn't look real good if your nose is real close
Mhm.
to the keyboard or to the food. Then your mouth is near it, and your nose is near it, and your hair is near it. So a lot of these tools just allow you to do things and save that vision strain on your eyes. But each one can be used regardless of where you are on the vision spectrum. They are all blind friendly.
And I just want to remind people or tell people if we have a newsletter, so if you want to learn more and send us your email, and we'll be sure to contact you. And we have a couple more questions. Do you have a Bard talking books with NLS and the use of Fryer or Instapot?
Okay, so I do use Bard, definitely. I use it. So I don't sell electronic appliances and I don't pretend to be an expert at it. So you asked about the air fryer. I like air fryers very much. I have one it's connected to my smart speaker, and I tell her the speaker, and then the thing magically starts up. The one I'm using right now, and most people find it quite helpful, is called the Kosari, and it's a smart air fryer. But the reason I think it's more adaptive is because if you have just a regular air fryer and it's the basket style where you pull the handle out and now you've got four walls and the food's in the bottom of it, it's really hard to flip the food. Your hand just doesn't have that much room inside that pan. So with the Kosari, the dual blaze, it has a heating element on the bottom and on the top. There are videos out there that describe how to adapt it, how to hook it up with your smart speaker. There's a lot of people that are much more good with this stuff than I am. But I was talking about the cut glove earlier, that real thin glove. The other thing, when I was teaching at the Oregon Commission for the Blind, was I would have students wear that cut glove on their dominant hand. And when they were reaching into the basket of the model of air fryer that required flipping that we had at the commission, that glove is not meant to protect you from heat, but it does. It's better than your skin touching the side wall of a hot basket. And so that's another tool and tip that you can use that cut glove in more than one ways. The other place I use the cut glove in a non-cutting situation is like if I'm cooking a big turkey or a big chicken, and I want to make sure the probe gets into the thickest part of the meat and the closest part to the bone, because that's going to be the last part to cook. So I need to have some educated guess of where I'm going to put that probe. And if I put that heat glove on my hand, I can then touch the turkey for just a couple seconds. If I hold it on there long, I would get burnt, but it allows me to just tap the turkey and find out and give me a much more educated guess as to where that thermometer tip should be. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute. I'm like, where's my mute? Okay. Yes, that's perfect. I love that. Now, do you think the Instapot has the smart speaker capability?
Now, I don't have an Instapot, but
Okay.
but the only ones I do my research on this. In fact, we're adding a site. We at our team meeting, we were talking about adding another place on our website where I can link you to, so that if you ask that question, I can link you to someone that does know, is an expert on those.
Okay.
Yeah, but from what I understood, the Instapots that people were using are connected to an app on your phone, on your smartphone. So and so I have a little bit of a problem with that, because a lot of times they discontinue the support for the app as technology changes and they change models.
Yes.
And then you're stuck with something you can't. I'm much more a fan of standalone.
Okay.
Are you familiar with Be My Eyes and Ira?
Yes, and I'm so trying to get my brother connected to that. I'm still working on that. Last year when I did this seminar, that's what my big takeaway was, Be My Eyes. And I just
Yeah.
can't get him there yet. But I think after today, I'm going to have some really cool stuff to say. He's going to be like, okay, give it to me all. Give it to me all. Yeah. So,
Well,
Nice.
it's a nice thing. And the other thing is having worked with people with vision loss for years,
mhm.
we can only come to get when we're ready. You can't, now you're gonna make me cry.
He's told me that. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's told me that
Yeah.
it's taken about 2 years for him to mourn his eyesight.
Yeah. And it's vision loss. You lose something. So
Yeah.
mourning's part of it. Anger,
Yeah.
all that stuff.
So now I think he's in acceptance, and now he's just going to be rocked because, I'm going to
Cool.
tell him about y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So we have other products that you want to just share with people. So we have 10 items that are most popular at the Blind Kitchen. So we're gonna play the video. It's a little bit longer, so stay with us. It's like 7 minutes, and this one will just give you a little introduction to the products that you might be familiar with, but some of us might be new to you. So we're just gonna share that, and say it's a little long. It's 7 minutes, but stay with us. So we're just gonna share now.
But you're gonna learn a lot of tools. You're gonna learn a lot of tools in that 7 minutes.
A cupcake with bright frosting appears against a white background. It hops forward and gasps as it discovers 3 muffin pans that exactly look like braille cells. 7 more brightly colored cupcakes appear. At the whistled command of the original cupcake, hop into the various muffin holes to form the braille letters TBK. The muffin tins are replaced by the Blind Kitchen logo, green braille letters TBK on a white background. Fade to black.
Hello, and welcome to the Blind Kitchen. Have you ever wondered what a good gift for a blind person would be? Well, if you don't have vision loss yourself, how could you possibly know? Kudos to you for reaching out and researching it, and you have come to the right place. I am going to describe the top 10 best-selling culinary tools in the Blind Kitchen. You can be sure that they are quality and useful because the people that have made them bestsellers are people who have vision loss themselves, or they are agencies and organizations who work with people with vision loss. My description will be very brief, but for more details on what the tool is, what it does, how to use and care for it, and exactly why it's blind friendly, visit our website, theblindkitchen.com. I'm standing in front of a counter and the 10 tools are arranged in front of me. They're not in any particular order, but I'm going to describe what they are and give you a brief description of what they do. The first tool is our talking thermometer. It has a loud, clear voice and no vision is required because the temperature of the protein or the candy that you are making is actually going to be spoken to you by this tool. The next tool is an auto measure spout, and it automatically dispenses exactly 1 tablespoon of liquid into your pan or your bowl. So I have mine on bottles of liquid such as vinegar and olive oil. And so when I need 2 tablespoons of olive oil, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it, I'm going to turn it upside down over the pan, and it'll dispense 1 tablespoon and it'll magically stop, even if I still am holding it upside down. If I need that 2nd tablespoon, I turn the bottle upright again, and again, turn it upside down over the pan, and it will stop, even if I'm still holding it upside down. Very handy to have. The third tool is a butter slicer, and it is a stainless steel tool that you put down on top of a stick of butter, and then you push down on the butter, and it divides it into 14 even pieces. So that way, I then take it and I store them in my refrigerator, already pre-cut. That way, when I just need a pat or 2 of butter, I don't have to go get a knife, get the butter dish, cut it. I just reach into my refrigerator, grab 2 pats of butter, and I'm on my way. The next tool is a cut glove. And what the cut glove does is when I put it on my hand, it's made out of polyethylene threads, and I can run a sharp knife back and forth across my upturned palm, and it will not cut through these threads. I'll feel the pressure, but it won't cut through the threads. The next tool is really fun. It is a boil alert disc. And what it does is it alerts you to what is happening in your pan when you're boiling a liquid. So for example, if I'm boiling potatoes or pasta, I want the water to come to a boil, this tool, when the bubbles start coming up, will rattle. And if it's rattling really loud and really fast, then you know you've got a rapid boil going. But if you just want to simmer, you can do it and just go click, 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 and then you'll know that your pot is actually simmering, but it's not going at a violent boil. The next tool is a pair of heat gloves. They're made of cotton, but they offer excellent protection against heat because of the silicone designs found on them, both on the front and the back, so they're ambidextrous in nature. The silicone designs also allow for non-slip properties. The next tool is a stainless steel rolling pin. It is very adaptable because it has 4 choices of rings, so the cook can choose what height of dough they want, and the rings will guide it to make sure the dough is even all the way across. The next set is the wet measure spoons, and they not only have tactile dots that tell you exactly what measurement it is, they also are shaped like ladles, so you can efficiently transfer liquids. They also come with a funnel and a spouted pitcher so that there is no waste and the cook knows they get exactly the right amount. The next tool is a double spatula. It's made of stainless steel and actually has 2 rectangles, one smaller one at the top and the bigger one on the bottom. That way, when the blind cook slides the ladle underneath their black bean burger or their hamburger patty or pork chop, they can then press lightly down and the top piece will then help hold it in place so it can be turned and flipped with more confidence into the hot pan. And last but not least is a corn cob cleaner. This is a sturdy plastic tube, and what it does is it efficiently removes the corn kernels from a husked ear of corn. All of the action takes place inside this tube, often with only one motion. The blades are in the tube, and it's also cleaner because when you remove kernels from a cob of corn, it produces starchy, squirting fluids. All the corn, all the starchy liquid and the blades are contained within the tube, which make it safer and cleaner to use. So now you have 10 really tried and true tested gift ideas for the blind person in your life. Blind people are just like everyone else. We want to live independently and confidently, and providing tools such as this, you'll be helping your blind person do just that. Also, thank you for your curiosity and caring enough to research this subject. If you want to learn any more about any of these items or other items that exist in the Blind Kitchen, visit us at theblindkitchen.com. And until next time, happy cooking.
She smiles towards the camera. Fade to black. The Blind Kitchen logo appears. Fade to black.
So I just want to say, because every time I hear that cupcake sequence, Edgar is the one that designed that whole stop and start video of and he arranged for the music of them hopping around. And he actually won an award from the American Council of the Blind, their audio description project. He won an award for how he's been able to edit the audio description in and how he did that stop start motion video. So I want to give credit where credit is due because I just love that.
Thank you, Deborah. I hope everybody enjoyed the video. And if you have any questions, any of the tools that was mentioned, let us know. And actually want to share with you a discount code. Why don't you talk about it, Deborah?
Tell me what it is again. You were cutting out.
The discount code. Promo code.
Oh, so yeah. So to thank you for choosing to attend our session. We do appreciate it. You had a lot of excellent choices to go to today in the Blind Health Expo. We are we have a 10% discount on every site-wide until tomorrow at midnight. So the promotion code is, wait for it, Blind Health Expo. That's all you have to enter in, and it will calculate your 10% discount. The other thing I want to say about the Blind Kitchen is every item comes marked in large print and Braille, and there's no retail tax in the state of Oregon, and because that's where the company is located, there's no taxes, and there's also free shipping and handling on any orders over $25. So yeah, so the shipping, so it's what you see. If it says it's $8.99 on the website, that's exactly what you'll pay for it.
And we have a question as well. So any suggestions on a smart microwave?
A smart microwave. Again, I'm not an expert on it. They do have, so I have, I shouldn't talk about, my model has been discontinued, but I know they have others out there. There's a lot of good videos, but there's some that work with your smart speaker, and mine does, as does my air fryer. So it's hands-free. I just have to learn the commands, and then I tell it what to do. So make sure you get a smart device. There's others that work with, I think it's V-Sync, with an app on your phone. And the only problem with that is technology changes constantly. So, your iPhone is outdated the third day you buy it brand new at the store. There's a newer model on the market. And same thing with any electronics now. It's just amazing, the technology that's available to us. So if you want to write to me at info@theblindkitchen.com, I can send you links to some of the videos that or products that I have found or have been told are good, but I'm not an expert on that.
Excellent. So we have Chris, you say thank you, Deborah and Edgar. That's pretty nice. And we have Nicole that says, I would love to join the newsletter. Is there a link? So we don't have a link, but if you share your, I'll put the email on their website, and if you share your email, we'll contact you. And you want to talk about the newsletter, Deborah?
Miss Deborah.
I heard someone just say my name.
Yes, Miss Deborah, I have a question. Do y'all have any type of liquid identifiers for like pouring juices or sodas or something? Make sure you won't overflow the cup.
We do have something. So
let's do the video.
Oh, is that the video that's next?
We can, since you're talking about it, let's do the wet measuring. It's only like a minute and a half, and then we can.
I think Edgar. I think it's the liquid alert that would be helpful for it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
We have a video for that too.
we do. The video is short, so let me describe it real quick. It's basically a 9-volt battery on one side. It's a small thing. It's only about 2 inches tall. It's about as tall as the 9-volt battery, and then that battery gets snapped into a case, and that is going to be on the outside of your cup or glass. Then, like if you make a peace sign with your fingers, hold up the 2 fingers and then bend them over. Pretend those are 2 wires that allow you to hook that tool onto the cup. It's called the liquid alert. And so now the 2 wires are in your cup, but the battery's safely outside of it. You can't get the battery wet. But what happens is, as you fill that glass or cup, when the liquid contacts the 2 wires, the stiff wires, that completes the circuit, and it's going to buzz for you. It's going to get, and Edgar, why don't you go ahead and play the video so that you can hear what it sounds like. But that's what I've done, is I put the liquid alert on the cup. The 2 wires are suspended inside the empty cup, and I'm going to fill that cup up now as we see the video.
Edgar Garcia Chavez on the screen. Edgar Garcia Chavez has started screen share.
Ooh, that tea kettle is playing my song. Gonna turn it off. So I'm going to take the teapot off the stove and put it onto a trivet here so it's closer to where I'm going to be pouring. Making sure it's on here nice and stable. Ah, it's good. So now I'm going to take a tea bag that I have here and I'm going to put the tea bag in the cup. It's attached to a string that has a piece of paper, as many tea bags are, and I'm going to wrap that string around the handle of my mug a couple of times because I don't want that paper to go into the water, and also it'll make it easier for me to retrieve the tea bag and take it out when I'm done with it. Now the level alert is on the edge of the cup, so right now inside this cup there are only a dry tea bag that's attached to a string and the wires from the liquid alert. So now I'm going to hold the teapot with my right hand. Oh, first I better open it up so the water can come out. So I just flipped open the whistle lid so the water could come out, and I'm locating the cup with my left hand. So I'm going to bring the teapot closer to where the cup is, and then I'm going to move my left fingers out of the way. But before I do, I'm going to do a quick touch. I can touch this pot for just a second to find out where the nozzle is, make sure it's in contact with the cup so that I can be sure that when I pour the water out into the cup, the water will go actually into the cup and not onto the work tray. And I'm putting my left fingers on the handle of the mug just to help keep it more stable. And now I'm going to pour. There it goes. The good news is it does stop immediately when you take it out of the water. And now I'm going to let my tea steep, and I'm going to, let me add 1 cube of sugar. And do you know a sugar cube contains, on average, 0.97 tenths of a teaspoon. So here goes almost a teaspoon of sugar. I'm going to wait for it to steep, and then I'm going to enjoy my tea.
Okay, that's it.
So that's a handy little device. And I understand now they have some, I need to look for, somebody just told me about this recently, that they do have models out there that actually vibrate instead of making that beeping noise. So the first loud whistle you heard was my teapot whistling. It was that little short beep that towards the end of the video, that beep, beep, beep. That is the sound that it makes. But apparently, I guess there's supposed to be one on the market. If somebody knows of it, let me know, because that'd be good if you don't want to draw attention to yourself. Like, and I don't know why you'd be pouring your own stuff in a restaurant, but no, sometimes you do. They bring you a jar of water and then you refill your own. So yeah, so those are good. That's a good little tool to have. Did that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Sure.
Deborah, this is Lori. I have a couple questions. Could you review the new the flame tamer and also the pot, well, the new pan that you have that strains pasta? Since I lost more sight, I can't make pasta anymore because I'm afraid to walk through space with that hot pot.
Okay, Lori, yeah. I am the locking lid pan has become one of our best sellers. And what it is, it's a pan that's made out of copper and steel, and it's coated with ceramic, so it's non-stick. It has a thin ceramic layer that it's just a beautiful pan. But what it does, why it's adaptive for people with vision loss, is it has 2 round handles on the side, and then it has a lid that has a handle in the center of it. When you turn those handles, and when you get it in your hands, you'll understand what I mean. You turn it, each of the side handles 180 degrees while the lid is on it, and it actually locks the lid onto the pan. I can take a full pot of water with pasta and potatoes in it and grab the lid of or grab the handle on the lid and lift straight up, and it stays locked in place. But where this is really adaptive for us is, so if you're making pasta or potatoes and you've got to drain it, you put your colander in the sink, And unless you got a huge colander or strainer, it's just going to be an educated guess, because I can't carry a heavy hot of pasta or potatoes and water with one hand. So I can check with the other where that colander is, and is it actually still standing up straight? I have, that's a two-handed task to transfer that water to the sink. Now the lid is also specially made that it comes about an inch down into the pan. It doesn't just sit on the top of the pan. It actually has like walls about an inch deep, and that is where the holes are. The pan has a spout on either side. So when you have the lid in the right direction and you lock the lid on the pan and you come over, the water will run out through the holes, and the food, and it'll go out the spout so you can direct it. It's not just going to be a big steamy mess. It's a little bit slower, but it's much safer, and it traps the food inside the pan. And then if you're ready to get back to your stove or to your tabletop, you can mash your potatoes right in the pan, because that ceramic is absolutely wonderful. And we have those in two sizes. They are in the 5-quart size, and they are in the 8-quart size. So it depends if you're cooking for 2 to 3 people, the smaller one would be good enough. But if you're cooking for more, like, 4 to 8 people, you're probably going to want the bigger model. So it seemed like you asked about something else, Lori.
The flame
Oh,
tamer.
and the flame tamer?
Oh, the flame tamer. Okay, the flame tamer. A lot of my students are afraid to cook because they're afraid they're going to start a fire. And, I've blown out many a smoke detector in my time, believe me. But fear of flames is a real thing, especially if you're working with hot grease or something like that. You've got to be especially careful. But what this is, it's a 40 by 40 inch, kind of like a blanket, 40 inches by 40 inches, and it's made of fiberglass. And so if I suspect there is a flame involved in anywhere in the house, wherever I'm cooking, I can just take that blanket out of its package. It comes in a pouch, and throw it onto the flame, and it'll cut off the oxygen to it. Now, if it continues to burn, I'm just going to get out of the house and call 911. But for most small kitchen fires, or this flame tamer is reasonable. It's for a lot of people, they have come back to the kitchen because they're confident that they will put a fire out. So there's also like kitchen fire extinguishers, but that's a mess. First of all, you have to point at the fire, and in a time of panic, if you can't see it, that's going to be an educated guess. Or throwing baking soda on it. Again, it makes a mess. It's worth doing. If that's what you have, throw the box of baking soda on there. Baking soda, not baking powder, because that can also cut off the oxygen to the flame. So, but the flame tamer is that blanket that it's bigger than the average glass top stove or stovetop. It's bigger than the average one, so it's pretty easy to cover the whole top of the stove in an educated way, not just guessing.
And I just want to show that I'm sharing on the screen the image of Deborah using it. And you can see the fire is burning so hard.
So that's Edgar's magic there. He photoshopped a flame. I really didn't start the kitchen on fire, but
She did.
It's a good tool. I did not. I have it on tape.
Is that image
Thank
there? You
you.
prove it.
Oh yeah. Pictures don't lie. Good point.
Well, the reason I asked that is that I did have a kitchen fire. It was, it didn't get out of hand because I had my cookie sheet, but I ruined the cookie sheet, and I couldn't see where the flame really was. And a cookie sheet is flat, so it's not going to really encompass a flame when you don't know where the flame is to begin with, except that it's under the pot that was in question. That's pretty inarticulate, but believe me, I'm going to get one of those.
So one more point of interest about that is that they are not reusable. You can't fold it back up and put it back in if it has touched a flame. So just know, but they're pretty inexpensive. But you don't want to reuse it. That's what the manufacturer said.
All right, thank you. And also, I think it said on your website, that it goes up to how many, like 1,000 or something,
Yeah,
1,500?
900 and something. Yeah, real high, real high.
Yes. So thank you so much.
Sure. Thanks for the question.
Mhm. And I'm just going to put the link to the flame tamer so you can easily access this to the website. So it'll be on the chat. Any other questions? Don't be shy. Okay, let me see what we have on our. We'll go to the next.
Well,
we can do.
okay.
Let me see.
Well, you're
Go ahead.
okay. While you're queuing up, I want to tell people about another tool that is great, especially for the holidays when you're cooking large amounts of food for people, because it's really hard to cut cakes like 13 by 9 ones into even sized pieces. It's a long way to cut, and you really don't want to be touching other people's food, the frosting or whatever on the cake. But we have a pan, it's called the baking grid pan, and it has 3 pieces. I won't go into detail on it. You can go to the website, but basically it cuts and cooks at the same time. If you put your stuffing in there, you can put brownies in there, you can put cake batter in there, you can even do like a meatloaf in there, and anything you can bake in the oven, and the grid is in that, and it's separating the pieces out while it cooks. So the grid is immobile, it just sits in the batter or the food, and you get 18 beautiful equally shaped rectangles that are very easy to get out of the pan, and it's already cut for you. That's a game changer too. I love that one.
And we have a video for that, so let's play that video for that one.
Okay.
Let me just get a second.
Blind Kitchen logo appears. Fade to black.
This baking grid pan is so cool. I just made 12 perfectly shaped brownies, all the same size, because I used this baking grid. Check it out. I'm going to take my thumbprint spreader, use the stiff end of it. I'm going to reach in and pull out a brownie so you can see it. Yum! The secret ingredient is espresso powder.
She smiles towards the camera. Fade to black. The Blind Kitchen logo appears. Fade to black.
Okay.
So I want to do a bit of a disclaimer. We need to do another video for that, Edgar, because they quit making that 12-piece model, and we had to switch models, and this one cuts it into 18. So just so you know what we're actually selling.
So we're almost at the top of the hour. So why don't you? I'm going to play also the Welcome to the Blind Kitchen. Why don't you introduce what the Blind Kitchen does? Go ahead, Deborah.
Oh, so we're at the top of the hour?
Close.
Close. Okay. So the Blind Kitchen is an online source of adaptive cooking tools and strategies for people with vision loss who want to cook in their own homes. The tools are the bread and butter of the Blind Kitchen. That's how we pay our bills and survive. But there is so much more than just tools there. There is a library, and if you go to the library, it's got information in all different kinds of categories on how do you label things in your kitchen and pantry. And there are 12 right answers for that, depending on your budget, your comfort with technology. So you can find ways to label things, ways to identify things that are in closed containers when you can't know what it is. And I introduce people to things like Be My Eyes and Ira on those too. There's also tips on dining out, because when you lose your vision, you go to a restaurant where they have dim lighting. They're never set up the same. How do you know where your chair seat is? Yeah, and the other thing, there are tips for how to dine with dignity. It's hard to eat with vision loss. I recently treated my team to they can all see, to a blind dining experience where they had to wear blindfolds. And they all remarked on how difficult it is to eat, because it really is. But there are ways that you can eat with more confidence, with your face not down there near the plate where you're sitting and you have good posture. There are quite a few strategies on that, and nothing to buy, just strategies on it. There are also strategies on how do you read and access recipes if you can't see large print anymore. There's like 12 different ways that you can do that.
Let me interrupt you right there. So
cleaning tips and strategies are there,
Deborah?
too. Yeah.
Just one second. So I just want to say that was a really interesting event that we went, and the news came actually with the local news, and I'm just gonna share with you guys the video if you want to see it. It's on the chat. It was very interesting, just to eat without sight. Right, there were a lot of air bites. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead,
We
Deborah.
call that a diet where I come from.
And
yeah,
also
it's about a 2-minute video. It's a fun one to watch.
And I also want to say, when you mentioned the collections that we have.
Oh, so we have basically, I think now there are 11 collections, and the collections all have a theme. So when we first started this business, I thought I would be selling collections, but it turned out people didn't need everything in the cutting and chopping collection. So that's 15 different tools that have to do with cutting and chopping. There's a kitchen basics, which has to do with measuring foods, portioning, ways to keep your kitchen organized and clean. Then there's a stovetop collection, which contains items or tools for cooking methods that are commonly performed on top of the stove. And then there's also an oven collection, which is got tools that are blind friendly if you are cooking using your oven. There's a 12-item sampler collection, and that gives you 12 different tools related to cooking with vision loss. We have a grilling collection, which is 10 items, including a very adaptable grilling basket, grilling gloves, talking thermometer. It's got a whole lot of different 10 items in there. Oh, and the pie maker collection. That has, I think, 15 pie making items, including, and all of these things you can also buy separately, but it's less expensive if you need them all or want them all. You get a discount if you buy them all, but each of the items is also available for sale separately.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm going to share now the video that just have a welcoming and talks a little bit more of what we do.
A cupcake with bright frosting appears against a white background. It hops forward and gasps as it discovers 3 muffin pans that exactly look like braille cells. 7 more brightly colored cupcakes appear. At the whistled command of the original cupcake, hop into the various muffin holes to form the braille letters TBK. The muffin tins are replaced by the Blind Kitchen logo, green braille letters TBK on a white background. Fade to black.
Hello, and welcome to the Blind Kitchen, where everyone has a seat at the table. I'm Deborah Erickson, the executive chef and founder of the Blind Kitchen. What the Blind Kitchen does is we get adaptive culinary tools and cooking solutions into the hands of people with vision loss who want to cook safely, confidently, and independently in their own kitchens. The very idea of returning to the kitchen after vision loss with all of its hot foods and hot surfaces and sharp tools can be very daunting. I know, I've been there. I have retinitis pigmentosa and have very little usable vision in one eye. I was also the only blind student in culinary school, and so I had to learn to solve a lot of problems. The Blind Kitchen is where I share the information I gathered on my culinary journey with other people who have vision loss that also want to cook. The Blind Kitchen has over 70 unique adaptive culinary tools that help individuals with vision loss who want to cook in their own homes, or agencies or organizations who teach people with vision loss how to cook. Each item comes in its own package that's labeled both in large, print, and braille. And on our very accessible website, there is an audio-described video tutorial that tells what the item is, why it's blind-friendly, and how to use and care for it. The Blind Kitchen would love to hear from you. If you have any problems or solutions that you'd like to share with us, we'd like to use our platform to spread that information to other people with vision loss who would like to cook. You may never know what the information that you share with us might inspire in someone else. And thank you for visiting the Blind Kitchen. We appreciate your time and curiosity. And until next time, happy cooking.
She smiles towards the camera. Fade to black.
Edgar? Edgar?
Oh, sorry, I was mute.
Oh, good.
Sorry. I was like, yeah, what's up?
Unmute yourself. So I wanted to say that in that video, at that time, we had over 60 tools. We're now up to 90. Every time I have a meeting like this, people give me new ideas, and I love it when you give me a problem to solve. Like, I'll give you an example. Cutting. Okay, so avocado tools. It is one of the most common injuries in emergency rooms related to cooking, is people are cutting through that tough skin of that avocado, and all of a sudden they hit the flesh and it just flies right through. So I ordered like 15, and some of them looked like torture devices. I mean, they were downright dangerous to use, but I found one that was the most blind-friendly model, and it's triangular in shape, and it has one side that can get the stone out of it really easy. It's made of stainless steel, and it's shaped like a triangle, and it's got jagged edges on the end of the triangle that are not sharp enough to cut your fingers, but they are sharp enough to cut through the skin and to get underneath the stone. And it even has one side is serrated, but not sharp enough to cut your fingers, but it'll cut through the skin. And the third side of it is basically a very gentle scoop. So it's really easy to use that same tool to scoop the avocado out of it. Are there any questions about anything?
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello.
This is Alice Lanou. And by the way, thank you very much for trying to contact me the other day. I really appreciate it. But I knew I was coming to this, so I decided just to wait to ask my question and not bother you again.
Oh.
I have a question about the heat gloves. Do they come in different sizes? I have a very small hand.
So good question. They do come in different sizes, but you have to request that. So the ones we have are a cross between medium and large, and they work well for most people. But if you need an extra small, just write to me, and I'll arrange that an extra small be made available to you. Okay. But let me tell the people what the heat gloves are.
Okay.
So, and why the model I chose are blind friendly. So the heat gloves are basically, you may have heard of them before, they're called UV gloves. It's a knockoff model, but they're very, very effective. And so the old fashioned mitts and mittens were usually made of several layers of thick cotton, often quilted, and they provide excellent protection against heat, but very little tactile information. They're so thick, you can't really tell what's going on. So I found a better solution. Not that you should throw yours out if you're comfortable with that, but what these are gloves. They have 2 layers of cotton, which is not enough to protect you against most heat sources, like lifting a heavy pan out of the oven. That's not enough heat, not thick enough. But they're covered with silicone designs, and the silicone designs are heat resistant. So when you go to get that out of the oven, you can spread your fingers out to get a more comfortable grip on it, and it makes it a lot easier. The other thing they provide is non-skip properties, like you can't slide it unless your pan is oily on the outside or something. But if you're just touching glass, it doesn't slip. So that makes it safer as well. And as long as I'm on the oven, I'll give you a tip on using the oven. So when I could see, I would often get burns on my forearms because they'd hit the top of the oven when I was reaching in. I mean, everybody's done that before, but I don't get them anymore because what I do is and it takes a little longer, but I'm sure there are many fast blind cooks out there. I'm not one of them. Everything we have to think and do and plan. And when we put something down, we got to be thoughtful about it. You can't just, throw it off to the side because then it disappears. It's gone. So what I do is I open the oven door fully. And instead of reaching my arms into the oven, I'm going to grab the front of the rack and pull the rack halfway out towards me. There's a safety mechanism unless you tilt the thing, it'll force you to stop. But now the food has come out of the oven. There's no reason for my hands to be in that oven. And I can just take the food, lift it up, put it on top of the stovetop. And here's where the extra time is. Of course, now I've got to push that rack back in. I've got to close the door. But I've gotten that food safely out without putting my arms in the oven at all. So that's a good tip, especially if you're a teacher or if you find that you do burn your forearms. That's a good way to avoid it.
Those are good points. I also have a question about the grid pan. I actually have one. It's not the one that I wish I had the one on your website, but I have another one that I bought last year. I actually cooked shortbread in it last night, and it's the first time I've done it with that pan, because I could not I'm too blind to cut the pieces into even pieces. And, by the time I got to the last piece, it was very skinny. Usually.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And crumbs all over the place.
Yeah. So what I found was I wasn't sure if the grid would just come out when I let them sit for about 10 minutes in the pan, and I took the grid out and it came right out. It's a non-stick thing. I'm sure it's probably similar to the pan that you have. But what I didn't do, unfortunately, was run the spatula along the edges, so that when I went to take the shortbread out, after it had thoroughly cooled, I did break a few pieces of it because they had cooled so much. But I was afraid to use like a knife, which is what I would have done in the glass pan that I used to use. Do you have any kind of a tool that is safe to use on non-stick pans that won't, like scratch it when I run around the edge of the food? Do you know what I mean?
Know what you're talking about, because it can stick to the side of the pan. For that, I've got a couple of things. One is we call our bench scraper, and it's mostly used for scooping up, like if you're chopping up parsley or something like that, and you want to, it's like a dustpan basically, but it's flat and it's plastic, so it won't, and it doesn't have any sharp edges, but it does have a beveled edge, and you could slide that along the pan. The other thing I have is something called a thumbprint spreader, and that's what I would use for my pan here. It is about 7 inches long. One end of it is made out of silicone, and it's got an indentation in it about the size of an adult thumbprint. Great for spreading and controlling, like mayonnaise and stuff or sour cream, when you're reaching into something and you just want a little bit of it. You just get a little dollop because it's only a thumbprint size. But the other end of that tool, that thumbprint spreader, is a square, stiff piece of plastic, and that would not would not mess with your non-skid surfaces.
Hey, Deborah, do
Oh,
you want
that's a
to
good
show the baking grid pan? We can show the video.
Sure.
And can I just ask one more question? You had also,
Sure.
I used to use frosting, but there's no way I can pipe frosting anymore because I don't have 3 hands. And you said something about it was at the Bay State Council of the Blind program that you did a couple of weeks ago. You said something about a tool that could be used to pipe frosting.
Yeah, so we don't have it on the store shelves yet, but if you write to me again, I'll send you the link. So what it is, and like I've said before, if they were going to take away our vision, they should have given us another hand, because I never have enough hands to do things. And that's what a lot of the tools in the blind kitchen, that's one of the reason I would select them, because they'd free up my hands. So this tool that I have it's not a piping bag, because I haven't had any luck with like squeezing it under my arm, trying to get it out so I could see with one hand and hold the tip in place. But this has multiple tips. It's a tube, and you actually pull a trigger like a pump. You pull it once and a certain amount comes out, and then you pull the pump again. So with one hand, I am just squeezing that trigger, and it's coming out in a predictable amount, and I can use the other hand to see where I'm at.
Okay.
But I'll send you the link to that. We are going to get that on the store shelves.
I would like that too. That is cool.
Oh my God.
Isn't it? Yep, it is a very cool tool. So write to me at info@theblindkitchen.com, and I'll send you the link to it. The other thing is, if you subscribe to the newsletter, go on the website. It's free to do that. We send out a newsletter once a month. During the holidays, we sent it out twice, but most of the time you're not going to get bugged by us, just once a month. And it contains the new tools as they come out. So when that one, you'll know then when this one comes out. But in the meantime, I'll give you the link to it.
Okay. I love your products. Thank you so much for doing these. It makes me try to cook again.
Oh, I love to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a question from Jane. Go ahead, Jane.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm trying to.
You're good. We can hear you.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out. So I've got the auto spout measure, and I use my own oil. Like I got oil sprayer just to make my life easier. I use a funnel to fill that up with the 16 ounces of oil. But it looks like the measuring tool only fits one type of, like, how many is supposed to fit on the neck of the bottle, which I figured out, but how do I put the rest of the spout in so I could, you know what I mean? There's that little tip.
Yeah, let me we have a small, or you want to talk, when you respond, and we have a small video that will show you as well.
I'm blind. I don't think I could.
Oh, it's all audio described. Is this Jane of Blind United fame?
Yes.
Hi. Thanks for coming in. So what Jane is talking about is a product that is magical. It's called the Auto Measure Spout. And what it does is it dispenses 1 tablespoon of liquid and then it stops. But Jane, to answer your question, it fits. It doesn't fit in all bottles. It has to be a specific. I think it's a 3/4 of an inch. I'll have to look at the manufacturer's thing, but it has to fit snugly into the bottle. You can't overfill it. It won't work if your bottle's too full. So you might want to get a bigger bottle. So I'm going to tell you 2 things here. I'm going to give another tip here. So I use expensive. Olive oil is more expensive than, let's say, vegetable oil or canola oil. And so if I'm using oil and it's used like searing a steak, you're not going to taste olive oil is different from vegetable oil. I might as well use the cheaper one. So what I use are half wine bottles. So they're 375 milliliters. That's probably about 2 cups. And the spouts fit beautifully in there. And again, we'll see the video. I tip it over, it does a tablespoon of liquid. Now, both of those bottles look and feel exactly alike. They have no labels on them, nothing. But on the olive oil, I put a rubber band around the neck of it. I love rubber bands. And what that does is it tells me with just a touch of my fingers. So I think rich people wear rings, and olive oil costs more. So that's how I do it. And I can touch those bottles, and I can know in just a second which one is the olive oil and which one is avocado oil, is my oil of choice these days. So you do have to get the right size bottle, and the wine bottle is perfect.
Wait, any type of wine bottle, or does it have to be a specific liter amount? What am I looking for?
Yeah, good question. So most wine bottles are pretty standard in the mouth opening.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what you'll probably want to do, I love when I find a product that has a unique bottle, because I'm going to keep that bottle and refill it every time. But what you want to do is probably, if you're just trying out, fill the bottle you're hoping will work with water, and then put the lid on it, and then tip it over and see if it leaks around the top, then it's not the right size. But you have to push a little bit hard to get, like you push a cork into a wine bottle. You have to push it a little bit to get it to fit in there. It's the same thing with the spout. So you'll know if that's a good bottle or not without wasting any oil.
Okay, so there's two parts to this spout. There's the round part that fits on the on the neck of said bottle, and then there's the actual spout. So you put the neck of the bottle first, and then you put the spout in, you screw it on so it doesn't come off. And
no,
then...
so actually you don't screw it in. There's no, I forget what you just push straight down. And so let me describe it for people who haven't seen it. It's about this auto measure spout is about 3 inches high and about 1 inch around at its widest part. And the widest part is what you were talking about. It's got like a collar on it. So you're going to want the collar is shaped kind of like a lid, so you'll know which way is up, and the plastic spout's about 1.5 inches tall, and it'll be outside the bottle. And you're going to take that, push that collar down on top of the bottle, just push straight down, and you'll have to push a little bit because it needs a snug fit so the oil doesn't come out and go all over the place. But you just push straight down, and it'll stay in there. And again, it's kind of hard to remove, just like a cork would be. But yeah, it's a little bit, it takes a little muscle to get it out of there, but that's because it has to fit snugly to be an effective tool.
Let me share just a quick video so we kind of show you how to do it. So here we go.
When I pick up this olive oil bottle with the spout on it, it is going to pour 1 tablespoon of liquid into this bowl, but it's going to do it in a slow way. You're going to have to first tip it upside down, and you're going to wait a second while the cavity fills, and then it'll start to dispense. So you'll hear it delay a second. And then what I also want you to notice is that it stops automatically. I'm going to tip this upside down, I'm going to hold it upside down, and I'm not going to turn it back upwards. And you'll see it dispenses it and stops itself automatically. So here we go. I'm going to turn it upside down. And there, voila, it's magic. It stopped. I am still holding this bottle completely upside down, and the liquid is no longer dispensing. So let's say I want a second tablespoon in this bowl. I'm going to pull the bottle right side up again, and again, I'm going to tip it upside down, and I want you to listen again. You'll notice it takes a second or two for the liquid to start going into the bowl, but then I'm not going to squeeze it, I'm not going to shake it, I'm just going to leave it upside down, and it's going to magically stop after that 1 tablespoon is in there. So here we go again. I'm still holding it upside down. It stopped. Real game changer.
Okay, we have another question from SEO. SEO, you can unmute yourself.
Okay. Hello. I apologize for asking such a very basic question here. Is there a consensus view as to which microwave oven can best give spoken responses, and also you can then tell it what you would like it to do using your voice? Is there a consensus as to what to get? My current microwave oven is completely inaccessible to me. I tried putting tactile markings on it, but there's so many of them on there, I can't remember which does what. And so I've given up. And I just don't know, is there a consensus? And also I had a second question on another kitchen appliance, if that's okay.
Sure. So I am not an expert on kitchen appliances, but there are a lot of people out there that are, and with vision loss. And in fact, there's one Blind Abilities, Jonathan Price actually hooked up his air fryer with a smart speaker in real time. So he's really describing what he's touching and stuff like that, and the model he's using. So I do control my microwave with my voice. It's also a convection oven, and my air fryer as well. So
is that using Alexa or okay,
yes,
or it is? And
yeah.
Could you share the brand or anything like that?
So I you know what? So it was made by Amazon, and they quit making it, and they quit supporting it.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay,
that's they even had a Braille overlay that you could get for $1 that matched up with the buttons. But so you know what? Write to me at info@theblindkitchen.com, and I will do some research. I was telling someone we get these questions about electrical appliances. They get outdated so fast. I don't have the inventory or space, and I don't want to have 3 out-of-date microwaves, on the shelves.
Yeah.
So but what we're doing is we're adding a page to the website that will have links to like other people that are more knowledgeable than I, like what I told you about Jonathan Price, that you could listen to what they have to say and then, decide whether to do it or not. But if you write to me at info@theblindkitchen.com, I'll send you some of those links that I've gathered to podcasts where people know what they're talking about.
Great. The other thing is I have some lovely neighbors that give me this wonderful tea, but I don't feel comfortable heating water and then trying to pour it into a glass safely. I don't think I could do that safely. Is there a small countertop device that one could, either you put your mug there and you press a button and it dispenses a predetermined amount of hot water for you, or maybe the mug itself heats the water up to the necessary temperature and you put your tea bag in there? Do you have any recommendations about that?
Oh, that's a good question. So there's about 12 answers to this question. It's an excellent question.
Okay.
Yeah. So one thing you could do is get like a talking scale and put your cup on it. And let's say, it weighs 0.9 ounces or 9 ounces when your cup is full. You could just listen to it as you fill it up. It'll
no, I don't feel comfortable trying to pour boiling water or very hot water into a cup safely. I don't feel comfortable doing that.
Yeah. So
okay.
The liquid alert might be a helpful tool.
So the liquid alert is a tool that will beep as the liquid level rises. But if you aren't comfortable pouring, I do have.
I'm not comfortable pouring. That's the point. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So there are teapots out there, and they have, a teapot has a spout that goes over the edge. If you buy one where the spout is just very slightly angled, it's almost like going straight out of the side of it. It's not up on top where you have to tip the whole thing over to get the water to be able to come out. It's an elongated model, and if you write to me, I'll send you a link to it. But you can get that tip close to your cup. your hands will be pretty far away from the cup, but the tip will be touching it, and you only have to lift it like an inch, and it'll go right into the cup.
Well, again, then you need the response to know when it's achieved the right amount of liquid in there, though, because you can't see. If I can't see how, I
Right.
can't tell when the glass is half full or 3/4 full or whatever. There
That's-
isn't anything though that you can just tap a button and it in other words, you just position your cup right there. You put it there next to it, and it has like a spout. You tap the button, and it puts out 8 ounces, 10, whatever it is. Some predetermined amount of hot water for you, and that's all you need to do. You just tap the button.
I do not know
Can I
of
answer this
anything.
question?
Oh,
I
sure.
can
Sure.
too.
I know this is interesting, but so have you ever heard of the Keurig machines before with like the
I
predetermined
have heard of Keurig.
Yes.
I don't like the
cups?
waste that they
I
generate.
used
Well, you
to,
what you could do is take out the insert with the cup holder and just use it as a hot water thing. Some have buttons on it and some don't. Mine has I pour water in the reservoir and yeah, I just press a button and it dispenses the amount of water I put in. So if I wanted 8 ounces, I put 8 ounces. Or I have another model that has buttons. I just press power and press 8 ounce, the button for 8 ounces, and it dispenses that amount. I don't know if that might help.
May I make another suggestion?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
There is a product called a Hot Shot, and it's a single refill. So you just put the water that you would put in your cup, pour it into the reservoir on the Hot Shot, press a button, and it will heat the water and dispense it back into your cup.
that's kind of what the Keurig does.
Yeah,
too.
that's what the Keurig does.
But it's a lot simpler.
Oh, is a hot shot a lot less expensive if you don't need all the?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And who makes the hot shot, or where do you find it?
I don't know who makes it, but most, like your Walmart and
Walmart has a couple of those.
I bet Amazon would have it too.
Okay.
You should be able to find a model. Just if you do online searching, just search for the Hot Shot.
And it's pretty easy to figure out how to put that your cup, your mug there,
Yeah.
and don't have to worry about hot water going on your counter or something like that.
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
Thank you for those suggestions. I have one more idea, and that
Uh-huh.
would be to have put a pot of boiling water on the stove that's deeper than your cup, and then just hold the handle of your cup, and once that water comes to a boil, scoop your water out
Oh.
with
Okay.
using your coffee cup that you're going to drink out of it.
As long as I don't miss, I guess I'll be okay.
Well, there's that.
Well,
If you-
thanks for the tips there. Yeah.
Thank you for your question. If you got any more, make sure to put your contact information, your email in the chat, and we'll include you in the newsletter.
Okay,
And,
thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, I'd like to do that too.
Yeah, definitely. If you can give us your information, we'll contact you. And you have ours is info@theblindkitchen. And Debbie, I think you have a question.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
You mentioned something when I very first joined about detecting a flame on a stove. What was that?
So it's called the Flame Tamer, and it's on the website, and it's a 40-inch by 40-inch, basically a fiberglass blanket. It's larger than the top of most in-home stovetops, and if you suspect there's a flame and you can't see it, you can stand behind this blanket and just throw it over the entire top of the stove. It's better than using a fire extinguisher where if you don't know where the fire is, and that's not something you want to reach out and touch. Yeah, or plus it'll be a mess when it's over. And same thing with baking soda. So this thing will just cover it and cut off the oxygen to it, and it works for for small fires. If it continues to burn, you need to get out of your house and call 911. That's what you need to do. But that'll take care of most small kitchen fires that are caught early.
Okay, great.
So the other thing I want to say is, so we are holding a special for people that chose to attend our session. And if we're going to have 10% off site-wide for today and until midnight tomorrow. The promo code that you need, the coupon code that you need to type in is, you got it, Blind Health Expo. And it'll automatically deduct 10% of your total price for the next 2 days.
Okay, great.
For today and tomorrow.
And
Yeah.
I added that information as well in the chat, so you guys can have it too.
Excuse me. Hey, my name is Annie. I have a question.
Go
Hi,
ahead.
Annie.
Hi. So, I'm getting ready to do an independence training program. So I know I'm going to learn a lot, more about cooking and everything. But my dad and I've been, doing some stuff at home. He has an air fryer, and we tried to use it. It was really sensitive, like you barely could touch. A vision rehab specialist came and put the dots on some of the buttons, but it is so sensitive. You barely touch it and it beeps. And of course, I end up jumping every time it does that. But how would y'all suggest, can blind people use air fryers? And if so, how does that work? Because
Yeah, absolutely. Blind people can. You just have to get the right model. And there are a lot of different right answers out there. I can only speak from my own experience, but I have something called a Kasari dual blaze. I think it's 6.8 quarts. It's an air fryer with the basket, which I wish it had a door and not a basket, but most of them come with baskets.
Right.
And I use my smart speaker to run it. I tell her what to preheat it to and whatever. But the other thing, the reason I chose that model is, one, because it works with my smart speaker, but also it has a heating element at the top and at the bottom. So most air fryers, you have to flip the food halfway through, and
right,
putting your hand in a basket, it's
it's
gonna
scary
bump up.
for me.
Oh, it is. It hurts
Oh,
when
it's
you
okay.
get burned.
That's scary too.
But I have I have a product called a cut glove, and what it is, it's a cut resistant glove that you can't cut through it. So it's good for, like, if you're chopping
Right.
food or whatever.
Oh,
But
yeah, I have one of those.
the other reason the model where I taught at the commission for the blind was one that did not have it wasn't the same model, and you had to flip the food. So I would have my students or myself put on that cut glove because it's relatively thin. It's not meant to protect you from heat, but it does. It's better than your skin hitting the side of the pan. If you feel the pressure that you're touching the side of the pan with that glove on, you're just going to pull away really quickly. But you won't have gotten burnt because you had that extra layer of protection. So it's not meant to protect you from heat, but it helps that's a tip for helping to make that job easier for flipping the food. Because it's hard to tell if you flipped it or not. It's so
Right.
if
Because I would just be predisposed to put on oven mitts for that, because I am very terrified of the heat. But then, of course, with oven mitts, you can barely feel what you're doing.
That's exactly the problem. So if you really want to use an air fryer and they are healthier, you use less grease and stuff, you might want to write to me at info@theblindkitchen.com, and I can send you a link to this Kosari Pro, the dual blaze. So you don't have to flip the food, and you can control it with your voice once you get it hooked up with your smart speaker.
Does it work with the phone, with an iPhone, like with Siri or iPhone?
With an app,
Or
yes.
anything like that?
I honestly don't know. I haven't used it that way. Do you know, Jane?
If you download the VSync, hopefully it'll connect if it's set up that way.
Yeah.
There is also a group on the ACB community platform. If you send an email to community@acb.org, we have a group that all we do is talk about electric devices such as air fryers and other microwaves and instant pots and so on. Every couple of Mondays, I don't remember the schedule, but it's called Electric Plus.
Jane,
7:30 p.m. Eastern time. Anyways,
do you
I'm
have
gonna,
do you have a link to it that you can put in the chat so people can find it? You gotta find it first.
Find it.
That
And
sounds like a great resource,
yeah.
Jane. Thank you for telling
It
us about it.
does.
Mhm.
I need to attend. I need to attend so I can learn more. It's that's definitely my area of weakness is I do some technology pretty well, but the appliances and stuff, that's and you
Right.
have to stay up to date on those because they become obsolete so quickly, and there's a better model available, you know.
If you,
I think if we can remember, at least for me, I don't know, but if we go to acb.org, would there be a link to that support group on there somewhere, possibly?
Yes, I'm sure there is.
Yes. Or let me just put the email address in. You have to send them an email and ask to be included, but in their list. But or hang on a second. I have too many. I'm also finding accessible microwaves as we speak because I have one that is smart speaker enabled, but I put Braille on mine because I was tired of dots.
Wait, Braille is dots.
Vacation. Yeah,
I have Braille in my
bump
microwave,
dots.
and we put dots on the oven and the stove.
I was
Although
tired of bump
honestly, I
dots
would
moving
prefer
around.
a smartphone one because.
Oh yeah, sure. This one should work with a VSync has a lot of air fryer models, so I would have to see if it's
yeah, Annie, if you give us your email, we're sure we can contact you. And Jane, if you don't find it right now, I mean, you can send us that email. We'll make sure to share it with everyone.
Sure.
We have Debbie, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have one more question about that auto measure spout. Does that work with measuring medicine, like cough medicine?
Yeah, good question. So it only if you had if you had the right size bottleneck, it would dispense 1 tablespoon, which is more than most medicines call for. So it wouldn't like do a teaspoon. They come in like 42 different sizes. And I chose the tablespoon, and what they're for pouring liquor is what they're really meant for. And I guess nobody wants a teaspoon of liquor because they don't make them. So that's yeah. So a
you could
tablespoon
get a
is what
different size from somewhere else.
So you can look. I could not. There's like 42 different sizes. You can try and find the size you want, but I think a teaspoon is probably the most
common. Yeah.
Most common, yeah. So we have another thing though in another measuring tool. It's called the liquid dropper and bottle and funnel. And what it is, it's almost like I don't even want to say the word, but eye drops. You know, the kind you squeeze a little bulb.
Oh yeah.
So it measures out exactly 1/4 teaspoon. So you'd have to do it 4 times if you needed a teaspoon. But we give you the bottle, we give you a funnel so that you can effectively transfer the liquid to the bottle without wasting it. And then you screw this dropper on. And then I use it for like sauces that you're supposed to sprinkle and we can't see, like hot sauce. Yeah, you really want to know how much hot sauce you're adding to something. Yes. So Worcestershire sauce, fish sauce, oyster sauce, soy sauce. Yeah, anything I don't want to add, I want to have complete control and I only need a little bit. That's the tool I use.
This is awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for coming.
I'm going to go to your website and check you guys out.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We have we're gonna play.
Cool.
We have a small video of that vanilla. Well, we have vanilla at that time, the dropper. We're just gonna share it with you guys. It's very short. It's just like a minute. And here we go.
The Blind Kitchen logo appears. Fade to black.
Measuring wet ingredients when you have vision loss can be very difficult, wasteful, and expensive. But the Blind Kitchen has more than one solution, and this one is called the Liquid Dropper and Bottle Set. You put the liquid you want in here. In this case, it's vanilla. And then you take off the top. You squeeze the little rubber ball found at the top of the lid until all the air is out of it. And then you dip it back into the liquid, and the vacuum is created, and it pulls out exactly 1/4 teaspoon of the liquid. So I know I've got the exact amount of liquid. If I need a 1/2 teaspoon, I'm going to do that twice. So it doesn't get any easier or sweeter than that.
She smiles towards the camera. Fade to black.
Who gave me those corny lines?
Yourself. You did it to yourself.
That's right.
That's cool.
And I was just going to mention as well that Jane just shared her the email. If you guys, I think Annie was looking for it. It's on the chat. Go ahead, Debbie. You have a comment?
I just wanted to thank you guys. Thank you all so much. And have a great day.
Oh, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Let's see.
And for those of you that don't know why I am not in front of a camera, well, I guess I'm on my phone. My internet decided to go out this morning, like 2 minutes before this whole thing started. So I had to switch to my phone.
Does anyone else have a question? Suggestions?
I don't have a question, but I just want to say thank you for what you're doing. I spent way too much time on your website last night, and I will be ordering some things. And it's been great. I can see, but not very well, but I can see both of you, and it's great hearing your voices.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm glad it's going to help you. That means a lot to us.
And if you want to get more information, share your email. We'll contact you as well.
Do you have a newsletter?
We do.
We do. If you put your email in the comments.
Yeah, I think I signed up for it last night, but I didn't write it down if I did.
Okay, so if you can type it into the comments section, or you can also write to info@theblindkitchen.com and we'll add you to the list. You'd rather be added twice than not at all.
Thank you.
And I'm going to put the contact as well in there for everyone. And also we are on, on social media, on Facebook, Instagram. And if you want to, everything helps, all of your support helps. And I'm going to add those links as well. If you want to see all the videos, we have over almost close to 90 videos there on YouTube. And you have a lot of resources. Also the website. There's a lot of there's recipes. There's techniques how to go buy your food in the grocery store. Stuff like that as well. Okay, so we can let me see what we're looking back at the schedule we put together.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to also say thank you so much for everything. I'll definitely look at the website and I just might order some things. All these products sound very interesting and like they'd be extremely helpful. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for giving us that feedback. We try. Because I was the only blind student in culinary school, I had to solve a lot of problems, and that's what we put forward here is some of the solutions I found. So if anybody knows of any other things that you may have heard of or know about, please reach out and let me know, and we can use our platform to share those, because like we've talked about with the labeling and identifying, it depends on, there's like 12 right answers.
Right.
Your budget, your comfort with technology, your, a lot of different things goes into what would be the right solution for you.
But don't go anywhere. We have a really good one coming up.
Do you guys sell the liquid alert? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I didn't. What was that?
Do you guys sell the liquid alert things?
We do. You're talking about the things that tell you when you're pouring like hot liquid into a cup and it beeps when you. Yeah, it's called the liquid alert.
Nice.
Great name for it.
Yeah, because like I'm able to use the Keurig, for coffee and stuff, but there may be some situations where I, can't always do that,
Yeah, and
Right, exactly.
I'll add
Someone was
the
telling
link
us.
to the chat for the liquid alert.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll just put it in the
There
chat.
is a vibrating model. I have been trying to find a vibrating liquid alert. I don't know where I can find one, but there is one.
I've heard of it
somebody from the
too.
UK told me that they have
Yeah, that would be
one.
awesome rather than a beeping one.
A
Yeah.
beeping one, right? I
Oh,
like that, but I cannot find one.
I scare my socks off when I keep it in a cupboard, and sometimes I forget that it's right there, and I'll touch it, and that scares the heck out of me.
Yeah.
Because it's very sensitive. If you complete that circuit, it doesn't hurt you, but it makes a loud noise. And I agree, in public, if I was pouring my own liquid, I wouldn't want something beeping on the side of my cup.
Someone said that there is such a thing as a vibrating model that I've been trying to find somewhere. I don't know where.
Yeah,
Because
I can't find it either.
Mine sings "It's a Small World," but it
really.
That's funny.
Yes, but I don't know. But it's very loud and piercing in my ears.
They are definitely loud. But better than nothing if you don't want to burn your fingers. And the other thing, it allows you to, like, if I'm at my house and I'm pouring myself a glass of lemonade, you bet my finger is hanging over the edge of the top of the jar. I'm not going to go get my device, but I'll know when it reaches the top because it'll touch my fingertip.
Right, that's how I do it.
Yeah, but if I'm pouring you a glass, you may not want my fingers in your glass. So that's a nice thing to have around to be able to know that you've given somebody a nice portion without sticking your finger in it.
Excellent. So why do we want to talk about the boil alert disk? That's just another product we have.
Sure.
What is this?
It's called a boil alert disc. And what it is, it's a small ceramic disc. It's about 1 3/4 inches in a circle and about 1/3 of an inch high. So it's not very big. It's a little ceramic grade disc. It has a textured size and it has a smooth side. And like 90% of the tools in the blind kitchen were not meant for the blind or visually impaired, but they work for us. This particular tool works for us because it gives us an audible sound so that you can monitor what's going on in your pan if you're boiling a liquid. So blind people for years have done just fine without a boil alert disc to tell them what's going on. They can just hover near the pan. It'll probably vibrate a little. You can hover your hands above the pan and feel the steam coming up and hear the bubbles, and that's all good. But what this does, the advantage it is I have to be right next to the pan to know what's going on there. If I'm across the room, this thing will give me audible information so that I can know what's going on, even if I'm not near the pan. And what it does, you put it in the bottom of the pan, and it was meant, you know how if you cook pasta or potatoes, things with high starch content, and the bubbles start to climb all over each other when it starts boiling and go over these sides of the pan? This was meant to stop the normal formation of bubbles so that boil over wouldn't happen. But the side effect that was, as those bubbles go to form in the bottom of the pan, they can't come up. The center bottom is the hottest part of the pan because the external air can't influence that. The air touching the top of the liquid is cooling that liquid. But this is closest to the heat source and in the center of the pan. So that's where the bubbles are going to start. That's what science says. And when they start to form, they hit that disc and they like, I got to get out of here. I've got to do it. Science tells me to do. So as they go out from under the disc, because of that texture, they can lift it just a little bit. And now they can come out and disappear as steam. But that lifts that ceramic disc just a little bit, and then it comes back down. And then the next bubble tries to come out. So the more the bubbles are forming and the faster that they're forming, the more that's going to rattle back and forth. And you'll get to hear it, sound of it in a minute. So if I want a simmer, instead of it going click, 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 really, really fast, I may want it to just go click, click, click. Like if I'm poaching eggs or fish or something like that, I don't want a violent, but I do definitely want it to maintain that temperature. This tool helps me to know what's going on in that pan. So let's watch the video, and then Ed, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
All right, I'm going to share it right now. Here we go. And Deborah is in the kitchen. Is just about to put the boil alert inside the
In
pot.
front of me on the burner of the stove is a deep steel pan that's about half filled with water. I'm going to take the boil alert disc and I'm going to put it in the very center bottom of the pan. That's really important, and I'll explain why in a minute. I'm also going to make sure I put that disc textured side down in the bottom of the pan, the smooth side up. So now I'm going to turn the stove on high, and we're going to wait to hear it to boil, and you're going to find out what it sounds like. Oh, there it goes. So right now I have it on high heat, and you can hear the sound. It's getting louder, and it's going pretty fast. Now, if I feel like that is too violent of a boil and I want to lower it down to a simmer, all I have to do is lower the heat, and I'll listen to the speed and volume of the rattle, and then I'll know when it's where I want it. So I'm turning it down. And you can hear it, the tone is changing. And that's the way you control it.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, so I want to do a disclaimer here too. That was an edited video. It doesn't make the water boil hotter, and it doesn't bring it to a boil faster. That just has nothing to do with that. But it sounded like I put it in and it immediately started rattling. It doesn't. You've got to, just like with normal water, depends on how high your heat is, how much liquid you have in the pan. It doesn't come to a boil instantly. So that's a little misleading when you're listening to that video.
Before we continue, I just want to mention that if you go to the chat, Don Leaflang, he found a vibrating liquid level indicator, but Maxi 8, and he has the link on the chat. I think Annie was looking for it. But go ahead, Deborah.
Oh, no, that thank you for supplying that link. I've been looking for one as well. I just guess I haven't been to Maxi Aids lately.
And I was saying this boiler dish is basically if you want to make pasta, that's the original use.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll add the link on the chat as well.
Okay, so another tool that we have, and the two tools we have, three tools we have that I use quite often are, I have a locking lid pan that the handles lock the lid onto the pan and allow you to strain safely. Both your hands are in place. The food's going to stay in the pan and the liquid's going to come out. We also have egg poaching baskets, and they're little silicone baskets that you put in the bottom of a pan. And I use the locking lid pan with the boil alert disc in the bottom. And it's got a nice tightly fitting lid, and I can turn it so no steam will escape. And I have a nice environment of steam in there. So if I want my eggs runny, the yolks, I cook it for probably about 6 minutes. If I want them to be more jammy, not hard, but not runny, then I might cook it for 7.5 minutes. And if I like my eggs hard, I can cook it for like 8 or 9 minutes. And I don't have to lift that lid and let the steam escape, because that's going to change your timing on it. I can just listen to that liquid, the boil alert disc, and it'll tell me that there is still, because steam gets produced at 212 degrees. So if there are bubbles forming, if that water is no longer 212 degrees and it's lower, I know I'm going to have to go turn it up if I can't hear that thing. So that just helps me monitor without vision that what is happening in that pan is what I want to be happening in that pan. So that's a nice combination. I've tried to poach eggs in, and so when I say I'm poaching the eggs, actually I'm steaming them. That's literally because poaching means you cook it where the food is direct contact with the water. I've never had luck with that. I can never find the egg again. It's all stringy. It's messy. This egg poaching thing has changed it, because the other thing the egg poaching basket does is it's got a little divot in the center where the egg sets, so the eggs turn out beautiful every single time, because they're cooking into their shape while they're in that little divot. And then they have like a 4-inch handle on it that I leave sticking straight up. So when my timer goes off and I know to get my eggs, I can just reach into the pan, take off the lid, reach into the pan, grab that handle. It's nowhere near the hot food or the hot water, and pull it out really safely and easily. And I've got an attractive and predictable egg now, where that wasn't possible for me for a long time.
Anyone have any questions, suggestions? Okay, let me see what's our. Let me see.
Deborah, it's Lori
Yes.
again.
Hi, Lori.
What about the mini box? The mini box.
Oh, okay. We've talked about the cut glove and the big box grater, but there's another tool in the kitchen that I find to be very helpful in the blind kitchen. And it's a mini box grater. It's about the size a Barbie doll would use. By the way, have you guys heard about blind Barbie? Mattel put a blind Barbie out. She comes with a cane and a ridiculous tutu short skirt, but you can take care of that. Anyway, so it's only about 2 inches tall, and it's got the 4 sides like a regular grater. It's got a handle on top of it like its big brother. But the reason it's adaptive for us is if I have that big box grater and I'm, let's say, zesting lime or something, I've got a lot more real estate that is wet food, and so when it gets grated, it's going to stick to the inside of the grater. Or if I'm lucky enough to have enough that it falls, I've got a rectangle that's much bigger than the rectangle that's bottom of the mini box grater. So it's good for zesting things, because then I just have to swipe my finger inside the little one. Also, it can grate fresh nutmeg. You can grate fresh cinnamon with it. The side that has the slicer, like I talked about doing scalloped potatoes on the slicing the potatoes on the big box grater, is a beautiful way to produce consistent thin slices without getting a mandolin out or anything like that. But it can slice garlic really nicely on the side of that. So I love the mini box grater. First of all, people like miniature things, and this is a very functional miniature thing.
It's the cutest thing.
It is. Good stocking stuffer.
Just the cutest
Yeah.
little things. And would you also talk, Deborah, about, you had mentioned it just briefly, it was associated with scooping up like parsley once you've chopped parsley.
Oh, yeah. So
I'm not familiar with that.
Yep. So if I am cutting up parsley or some other fine herb, there's a lot of different ways to fabricate it into small pieces. But let's say we're doing the old fashioned way and using a knife. First of all, I'm going to cut that over a work tray. And a work tray is a cafeteria tray. I use them constantly. It's just like you get in a hospital or a school. It's got like slightly sloped edges so that things stay on it better if you're walking with it or whatever. I use work trays in my kitchen all the time for organizing. I use them for a cutting board. And so let's say I'm doing that parsley, I'm cutting it up, and it's kind of hard using your fingertips to get all those little tiny pieces up. So I have a bench scraper, and it's very inexpensive. It's made out of hard plastic, but it has the beveled edges. So that way, kind of like a dustpan does, you're not, it doesn't, that way the parsley doesn't have to jump a curb to get onto the flat surface. It's about 6 inches by 4 inches. So it's a bit of a platform that those parsley pieces can be put on, and then I can transfer them to my dish or the recipe or wherever I need to. So that's a bench scraper, and it's sharp enough to get underneath that stuff, but not sharp enough to cut your hands, not even close. So it's a nice tool. I have another tool similar, and that's called the bowl scraper, and it's almost a smaller version of the bench scraper, except this one has the beveled edge, but then its edges are curved. They're not rectangular like the bench scraper is. And why that bowl scraper is adaptive is because if I'm holding a spatula where it's got a long handle and the rubber end is in the bowl, that it's hard for me to know really what's going on in that dish, because that if I'm trying not to get my hands in the food, that it's pretty far away from me where the tip is. But if I'm using a bowl scraper, I'm going to be holding the bowl scraper. Again, my hands aren't going to be in the food, but I can use the edges to scoop it up. So my hands are now much closer to where the action is happening. And that's going to give me a lot more information about what's going on in that bowl without needing me to touch the food to find out what's going on. So that one also can be used to scrape up bits of parsley and stuff like that, but it's smaller. It's smaller than a postcard. So you're not going to have the landing space that you'll have with the bigger bench scraper.
Beautiful. Those are great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Deborah, we can share again the most popular tools that we had in the blind kitchen.
Okay. So Edgar is going to show you a video now, and it's going to describe in very little detail what each tool does, and you'll see some of the things that we've talked about. It's good gifts for a blind person, and the reason they made this video is because they are the ones we sell the most of, and that's the testimony of people, either people with vision loss themselves say this is a good tool, I like this one, or it's agencies that teach people with vision loss how to cook, that they buy these tools over and over again for their clients because they find them to be particularly helpful. And also know with each of these tools, if you go on theblindkitchen.com, there is going to be a video or a very detailed written description of what the product is, what it does, why it's blind friendly, and how to use and care for it. So you can access those videos if you want to say, oh, I don't know if I like the sound of her talking thermometer, or I don't know if I like the sound of her talking scale. The one thing you get on the Blind Kitchen is you get this detailed information, and you can also see in advance or hear what it's going to sound like to see if that's something you might have an interest in that you don't see on other websites. So do you want to go ahead and play that video, Edgar?
Yep, let's go.
Thank you.
Share. Hold on a second.
A cupcake with bright frosting appears against a white background. It hops forward and gasps as it discovers 3 muffin pans that exactly look like braille cells. 7 more brightly colored cupcakes appear. At the whistled command of the original cupcake, hop into the various muffin holes to form the braille letters TBK. The muffin tins are replaced by the Blind Kitchen logo, green braille letters TBK on a white background. Fade to black.
Hello, and welcome to the Blind Kitchen. Have you ever wondered what a good gift for a blind person would be? Well, if you don't have vision loss yourself, how could you possibly know? Kudos to you for reaching out and researching it, and you have come to the right place. I am going to describe the top 10 best-selling culinary tools in the Blind Kitchen. You can be sure that they are quality and useful because the people that have made them bestsellers are people who have vision loss themselves, or they are agencies and organizations who work with people with vision loss. My description will be very brief, But for more details on what the tool is, what it does, how to use and care for it, and exactly why it's blind friendly, visit our website, theblindkitchen.com. I'm standing in front of a counter and the 10 tools are arranged in front of me. They're not in any particular order, but I'm going to describe what they are and give you a brief description of what they do. The first tool is our talking thermometer. It has a loud, clear voice and no vision is required because the temperature of the protein or the candy that you are making is actually going to be spoken to you by this tool. The next tool is an auto measure spout, and it automatically dispenses exactly 1 tablespoon of liquid into your pan or your bowl. So I have mine on bottles of liquid such as vinegar and olive oil. And so when I need 2 tablespoons of olive oil, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it, I'm going to turn it upside down over the pan, and it'll dispense 1 tablespoon and it'll magically stop, even if I still am holding it upside down. If I need that 2nd tablespoon, I turn the bottle upright again, and again, turn it upside down over the pan, and it will stop, even if I'm still holding it upside down. Very handy to have. The third tool is a butter slicer, and it is a stainless steel tool that you put down on top of a stick of butter, and then you push down on the butter, and it divides it into 14 even pieces. So that way, I then take it and I store them in my refrigerator, already pre-cut. That way, when I just need a pat or 2 of butter, I don't have to go get a knife, get the butter dish, cut it. I just reach into my refrigerator, grab 2 pats of butter, and I'm on my way. The next tool is a cut glove. And what the cut glove does is when I put it on my hand, it's made out of polyethylene threads, and I can run a sharp knife back and forth across my upturned palm, and it will not cut through these threads. I'll feel the pressure, but it won't cut through the threads. The next tool is really fun. It is a boil alert disc. And what it does is it alerts you to what is happening in your pan when you're boiling a liquid. So for example, if I'm boiling potatoes or pasta, I want the water to come to a boil, this tool, when the bubbles start coming up, will rattle. And if it's rattling really loud and really fast, then you know you've got a rapid boil going. But if you just want to simmer, you can do it and just go click, 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 and then you'll know that your pot is actually simmering, but it's not going at a violent boil. The next tool is a pair of heat gloves. They're made of cotton, but they offer excellent protection against heat because of the silicone designs found on them, both on the front and the back, so they're ambidextrous in nature. The silicone designs also allow for non-slip properties. The next tool is a stainless steel rolling pin. It is very adaptable because it has 4 choices of rings, so the cook can choose what height of dough they want, and the rings will guide it to make sure the dough is even all the way across. The next set is the wet measure spoons, and they not only have tactile dots that tell you exactly what measurement it is, they also are shaped like ladles, so you can efficiently transfer liquids. They also come with a funnel and a spouted pitcher so that there is no waste and the cook knows they get exactly the right amount. The next tool is a double spatula. It's made of stainless steel and actually has 2 rectangles, one smaller one at the top and the bigger one on the bottom. That way, when the blind cook slides the ladle underneath their black bean burger or their hamburger patty or pork chop, they can then press lightly down and the top piece will then help hold it in place so it can be turned and flipped with more confidence into the hot pan. And last but not least is a corn cob cleaner. This is a sturdy plastic tube, and what it does is it efficiently removes the corn kernels from a husked ear of corn. All of the action takes place inside this tube, often with only one motion. The blades are in the tube, and what It's also cleaner because when you remove kernels from a cob of corn, it produces starchy squirting fluids. All the corn, all the starchy liquid and the blades are contained within the tube, which make it safer and cleaner to use. Such as this, you'll be helping your blind person do just that. Also, thank you for your curiosity and caring enough to research this subject. If you want to learn any more about any of these items or other items that exist in the Blind Kitchen, visit us at theblindkitchen.com. And until next time, happy cooking.
She smiles towards the camera, fade to black.
And we're back.
Okay. Any questions on any of those tools or any questions at all? It's nice to be able to help solve them in a group situation.
Comments, suggestions, anecdotes? Okay, so when we talk about a little bit of the website, we can talk about the library, we talk about recipe. What is the recipe of this month, Deborah?
The recipe was cranberry sauce, and I make it on a stovetop with several different spices and apple inside it. It's a really good sauce, and you can make it up to a week in advance. So it's one of those things, if you're entertaining, it's nice to be able to make as much as you can in advance, and that's a good recipe to do. So let me tell you a little about the newsletter. First of all, we give out promotion codes a couple times a year. So if you're getting the newsletter, and you can either submit your name to info@theblindkitchen.com or go online and subscribe to the newsletter yourself. It's pretty short. We only send it out once a month, and it talks about, it'll give a tip of the month, which is information only. It doesn't involve a tool. It tells about the newest tool that we've added, or the tool of the month. And then it also has a recipe. And if you look at the recipes on the Blind Kitchen website, they're very blind friendly. So that's another thing. And I also kind of let you know if there's special events like this. We definitely advertise. We're so grateful to Accessible Pharmacy, who put on this event every year. And we want to give them publicity as well. And also, it's such an incredible grouping of resources for all things with vision loss. So we're grateful to them. So we'd let you know when events like this come up.
Do you have any questions or comments? I'm gonna add the or email to the chat. If you guys want to join the newsletter, please feel free to share it as well.
I have a question. This is Dawn.
Go ahead.
Do you have any recommendations for like a set of measuring cups to measure quarter cup, half cup, etc., that like a talking device? Do you have experience using one of those, or any recommendations?
Yeah, I have only heard of one talking measuring, and it was awful. It was awful. But what you could do, so a lot of people that bake, and in fact, when I was in culinary school, I took a short course in baking and pastry, and they weigh everything. So a talking scale might be but if you asked your smart speaker, she would know how much 8 ounces of water weighs. And then you could do it that way. But I don't know of anything else that would that measures it. I know somebody tried it, and it just really wasn't accurate. It was an awful product.
I think I'm thinking of this, probably the same one you're thinking of. We haven't really found it useful, so I was wondering if there's something else that I don't know about. But a talking scale to measure wet ingredients probably works just as well as the dry ingredient. measuring food
Exactly.
Yeah.
You just have to find out how much they weigh.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, we have the wet measuring spoon system. Do you want to share that, Deborah?
Okay, so I'd like to share with you how our measuring cups and spoons, they're not going to weigh things out for you or automatically measure, but what it does is it allows you to, especially with wet ingredients, measure accurately and without waste. So that's their thing. So our wet measure spoons are shaped, they're just like regular stainless steel cups and spoons that you've probably seen before and you may have in your kitchen right now. But as for both the cups and the spoons, and the dry and the wet, they have stainless steel dots that are part of their handle. They can't come out. It's not bump dots or tactile paint. They are part of the manufacturing of the handle. And so in our culture, when we go to measure or to ladle out food, we use a ladle. You don't use a flat spoon to transfer, spoonfuls of chili to a bowl. A ladle's going to be much more efficient, where the handle's straight up towards the ceiling, so you can just lift straight up, and you're going to get the most for your money there. So our wet measure spoons and cups are also shaped like ladles. The handle goes up to the ceiling. So let's say I want a teaspoon of hot sauce. Let's just say that for now. What I'm going to do is if you or half a teaspoon is probably a better measurement. So if you get the wet measure spoons, first of all, I'm going to find the spoon that has 2 dots on it, because I know that's 1/2. So I'll take that. And it comes with a small spouted pitcher and a funnel. And the pitcher is about 2 inches tall, about 1 inch around. And then the funnel gives you about a 3-inch target. But it's nice because that funnel fits into jars. So here's how the system works. I find that half teaspoon. I'm going to put it in the cup. And now, because the cup is, or the choice. I want
Hello, Deborah, can you hear me? Hello, Don. Did that respond to your question? Okay, let me play a little bit. Go ahead.
Hi, it's Annie. I just wanted to let you know we can hear you.
Oh,
The
okay.
sound-
Thank you. I think
Yeah, the sound went out. Sound went out for a second, but it's back. Sounds like.
Oh, I see. Because Deborah, I think is she on mute though. Okay, thank you. I was just gonna share a little what Deborah was talking about, the wet measuring system. So it's a short video for that. And here we go.
The first thing I'm going to do is locate the teaspoon. And I know it's a teaspoon because it has 1 bump on it. I'm going to put the other ones over here to the right of my work tray to get them out of play. The next thing I'm going to do is locate the little spouted pitcher. And I'm going to put it near the target bowl. And I'm going to set the teaspoon with the upturned handle into that little pitcher. And the reason is for this. The spoon is now able to stand up on its own. And I'm again hands-free, with one hand to see for me and one hand to do the work for me. So the next thing I'm going to do is to grab the bottle of vanilla. I'm going to take the lid off and be very careful to know exactly where it is. I'm going to hold the vanilla bottle in my dominant hand, and with my non-dominant hand, I'm going to put my index finger into this little spouted pitcher and locate the top of that spoon. And the reason I'm going to do that is, in the past, we were very careful to pour a little and check and pour a little and check with your finger so that we didn't overflow the spoon and waste any of the expensive ingredients such as vanilla. But I am going to encourage you to completely submerge the cavity of that teaspoon in the cup. There won't be any waste. I'll explain how in a minute. So right now I'm locating the vanilla bottle near the pitcher and I'm pouring it in. I'm going to wait until my finger touches it. Oh, there we go. It's under liquid. And the first thing I'm going to do is put the lid back on the vanilla because this is a recipe for disaster if I'm not real careful here. So I'm putting the lid back on. And now I've got the small spotted pitcher and I'm going to get it as close to the target bowl as I can because I don't want to have to travel very far. And now I'm going to lift the teaspoon straight up. I didn't hear anything fall, so I know it's level and it's exactly a teaspoon. And I'm going to dump it into the bowl. And you may say, vanilla is expensive. What are you doing? All that's going to go to waste. But it's not. That is where the funnel comes in. So I'm going to take the funnel and I'm going to put it inside the vanilla bottle. So now it's going to be very easy for me to direct the vanilla back into the vanilla bottle using the spouted pitcher in the funnel. There we go.
And that's how to do it with the wet measure spoon system. Do you guys have any questions? Suggestions? And Deborah have a little like technical difficulties. I think she's going to join us in a second. In the meantime, I was going to show you that I don't know if this was a fun thing we did. So they have the toy Barbie. It's called the blind Barbie, and we did a little bit of photos at the studio that I thought was interesting. So we're trying to be more inclusive, right? And this is from our Instagram feed, and you can tell because the white cane and all that. So if you want to, learn more about it or anything, please follow us on our social media, and I'll add that information on the chat as well.
How do I get signed up for your newsletter?
You can just do it through email. If you can send an email to us, or if you put your email on the chat, we make sure you get it. And I'll put the email there. It's info at the blind. See. Info at theblindkitchen.com, and I'm just gonna post it there. So in the newsletter, you'll get like usually we'd pick one of the tools that is being more used at that time of the year, and usually have a recipe, and you'll get like basically once a month. And when Deborah participates in any podcast or anything like that, any event of that will have that information there as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I got your email there.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much for everything you do. I don't want to go ahead and head off of here, but I will definitely be looking at your website, especially once I've done my independence training, and I think I'll be ordering from you guys.
Oh, thank you very much. Everything helps.
Absolutely.
And if you have any other questions or anything, Deborah is really knowledgeable, and she always finds a solution. Or if you can, at least she tries really hard.
Awesome. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Does anyone else have another question? Okay, let's see. So I'm gonna share with you guys a small video that Deborah did on the how to create a cook and fry an egg, usually for breakfast and stuff like that. And it's a very short video. It's like 3 minutes, and she's using a tool that we had at Blind Kitchen. It's called the egg rings, which are like silicone rings that you put on your pan, and then use like it can be used for pancakes and stuff like that as well. So I'm just gonna share that. Oh, let's see. And here we go.
I'm going to put this egg ring in the pan. I'm going to be very careful to find the pan handle first, which is cool to the touch. And then I'm going to put the egg ring down right near it so that I know exactly where this egg will be located in this pan. Now, I have already buttered that egg ring, which it's important to do. And now I'm going to put a little bit of butter. So if you use our butter slicer, it's about half of one of the butter pats that come out of it. Oh, and that sounds wonderful. That's exactly the sound I'm looking for. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to find my egg. Okay, it's right here. But the first thing I'm going to do is to take the little handle and just move it around a little bit in a little circle, just to make sure that butter gets spread. But that is the perfect sound we were wanting to hear. Now I'm going to take my egg, and again, using that 2-inch handle for perspective, I can touch the top of the silicone egg ring without burning myself. And so I know exactly where the center of that egg ring is, and I'm going to be able to drop my egg in. So the egg is in there. Can you hear it cooking? I'm going to set a timer for 3.5 minutes. Hey Siri, set a timer for 3.5 minutes. So now I'm going to go ahead and I am going to toast this bread. I have my English muffin here. I've got butter in this little dish, and I'm going to make sure it's covered. I'm using my thumbprint spreader, which I just love. You can look more on the website to see that. And now I'm going to put this in the pan on the opposite side. I can tell that it's not hitting the egg ring. And that sounds like it's working very well too. So to my right here, I have the plate that I'm going to put it onto, and I have a spatula. It's very thin. If you can get the thinnest spatula you can get, you're going to get under that egg much easier. So my timer just went off. I'm going to turn off the heat, and I'm going to move the pan onto a burner over here that's much nearer my counter where I'll be able to plate this. So the first thing I'm going to do is check the English muffin and pull it out of here. Oh, it's nice and toasty, almost too toasty, but perfect. So the next thing I'm going to do is get the egg out. And here's how I'm going to do it. First, I'm going to locate the handle of the pan, which I know is going to be very near that 2-inch handle of the egg ring. Then I'm going to slide my fingers down, and I can put my fingers on the top of the egg ring so that I know exactly where this egg is centered. I'm going to slide my spatula underneath, and I know it's reached the other side. And again, I'm going to use that top of the egg ring. And by the way, this is the most difficult part, but you've got to practice and you'll get it. And then I'm going to check. I'm touching the spatula. I've got it lifted off the plate, and I'm touching the ring, and it is centered on the spatula. So now I'm going to take the ring off of it. I'm going to lift up, double check, make sure it's not overhanging. And now I'm going to come over to the English muffin and put it on to the top. I'm using my fingers, you bet I am. It is hot, but I'm just being careful to touch it. And I'm pulling that down. Now I'm going to bring the plate over for the final seasonings. This will only take a second.
And that was the how to do an egg. Sorry, how to fry an egg, and I think we had Deborah back. Deborah, you want to turn on your
I'm
camera?
back here. Oh, I forgot. Hold on. It says it started.
Yes, good. You're good.
Okay.
Don't do anything. Don't do it. Did you go to the bathroom?
I still don't have any internet. It's so weird. I don't know.
Oh.
Then my phone went offline.
So we have one question from, let me see where is it. Where can I get a spice rack for blind people?
Ooh, everybody has a different way of storing spices. So the rack isn't really your problem. It's labeling them and knowing what's in each one. And there are quite a few ways to do that. I keep mine in a drawer and I use a pen friend. So I have a sticker on top and I got to turn off my, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. I just turned off my voiceover because it was distracting me. So your problem is in how to label it, and there are a lot of different ways to label things. One is a pen friend, and I can send you it. We don't sell those, but that's like a thick pen that when you touch the tip to a set of pre-recorded labels, the pen will tell you what that label says. There's another really good system, and I encourage you to go to it. I'm sure they're presenting here. It's called Way Around. And that is another that accessible labeling system where you actually use an app on your smartphone. You can use bump dots on the ones you use the most or whatever. So some people, there's also routines you can set up with your smart speaker where if you do have, let's say like a wall mounted spice jar that has, let's say like 4 rows with 6 jars each on each row, that you can teach Alexa a skill to say like, where is the cinnamon? And she'll say, shelf number 3, position 5. And people have actually programmed their way to do that. I don't know how to do that, but I think it's an awesome idea. Did that answer your question at all?
Oh, the person left. So that's good information.
Thank you.
Dawn Lifeline, she say, thank you. I need to leave, but this has been informative. Bon appetit.
Oh, nice.
Does any other people have questions, suggestions? Any? I was just showing the egg ring. We're not going to talk about it.
Sure. Anytime you are going to cook liquid foods.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. So we have
going to find its way around your
Deborah,
pan.
We have a question. So let's have Kirsta.
Yeah.
When you unmute yourself.
Hi, you were talking about the Way Around and the Pen Friend. I haven't heard of either of those things. The Way Around links up, you said, to the smartphone. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So Way Around is a company. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Is that something that works with the Apple devices, or is that Android, or both, or what?
It works on both, and it is basically you go to their website, wayaround.com. It's one word, Way Around. And they have like 7 different kinds of tags, and it uses radio frequency ID that when your phone, if you have the app open, gets close to one of the tags that you've pre-recorded, and I'll explain that in a minute, it will, your phone, your voiceover or talkback will tell you what is on that label. They can go in the freezer. I have about 30 chef coats as part of, the business here. And they actually have buttons that go through the washer and the dryer. So I just have to get close to my chef coats and it'll tell me what color it is. I don't have to ask my husband for help.
I see. I see.
Yeah, it's really good. They work in the freezer. So I do read Braille. I'm very, very slow at it. And because I'm so slow, my fingers are numb. But by the time I figure out what the word is in the freezer, but they work where I just have to bring my cell phone and I just get it next to it. And so that meat that I can't smell, that I can't feel, that it all feels the same. It'll tell me what's in the package. But I have to label it first using the app. They're very blind friendly in terms of their videos and tutorials and stuff. And I think they're presenting at this event.
Okay.
Now the
And
pen friend
I just
so
added the,
that's a
sorry,
higher.
Deborah. Oh, I just added the link in the
No, go
chat.
ahead.
Kirsta,
Yes.
I just added the link in the chat so you can go
Okay.
directly. So there's we have a
thank you.
video that shows how to work.
Okay, thank you. I hadn't heard of that. I hadn't heard of either of those.
Why don't you show her the video so she can hear it? Why don't you show her the video so she can hear it?
Okay, we can play it. This one just plays directly from the internet, so it might be a little glitchy, but let's try it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's try it. Let's see. Here we go.
All right.
8 bright cupcakes hop against a white background. They discover 3 cupcake pans that resemble Braille.
And, sorry. There we go.
Kitchen logo. Fade to black.
Welcome to the Blind Kitchen, where you can fall in love with cooking again. I'm your host, Deborah Erickson, and in this episode, we're going to talk about the way around system.
Deborah is wearing bags of potato chips earrings. She is wearing an olive green short sleeve chef coat and a white apron with the Blind Kitchen logo.
Now, you received a way around sticker in your collection. You'll find that it's pinched between a potato chip clip because I wanted it to be easy for you to locate. This is small, but it is a powerful tool in your collection. What this does is help you to label things in your kitchen and pantry that you don't know what's inside it, but once you label it, you can use your phone to read back to you what you've put on those labels. Let's say I have 3 cans of soup in front of me: cream of mushroom, cream of potato, cream of chicken. I can't tell which is which by shaking it or feeling it. I certainly can't smell it or taste it because they're in the cans. However, if I put a way around label on each of them, I can then use the app on my phone to program that label. And that way, when I come back through, all I have to do is take my phone, hold it to the label, and it will read to me.
So I think
Whatever
it's a little, give a little time because it's buffering.
information I've programmed on it. I have a bottle in my hand, and I have already programmed a way around sticker onto the bottle. Now I'm going to use the app on my phone to
Deborah, so what? I think it's going to be a little bit hard to hear it because it's.
Okay. Well,
you know.
So then,
but you can go on the website
I
and
do
see
get
it.
the idea, though.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, I understand, and that really does help. You know, I had heard about things like that, but I've never seen or had such a good explanation. So that really does help. Thank you.
Okay, let me explain to you the pen friend, because that's not as high tech as the way around. So if you're comfortable with technology, way around is great. But if you're a little less, the pen friend, I don't sell that either, but I use it. That's how I organize my spices. It's a pen that comes with stickers that all have a unique code on the sticker, and you program in your own voice. You're actually recording onto that sticker. So you hit a button on the pen friend and you might say nutmeg, and then you touch the tip of the pen to that sticker, and it then somehow makes it go, it doesn't literally go on the sticker, but the code on the sticker gets stored in the pen. So every time then I go and I just turn the pen on and I touch that pen to that sticker, it's going to say cinnamon back to me in my own voice. Or rosemary or whatever. So I have mine in drawers and I just touch the tip of it. So you may have also heard in that video that the I have earrings that's part of the Blind Kitchen too, that I wear earrings that have something to do with the theme of the video.
Yeah.
And so I have like 80 pairs of earrings. So I have them in separate containers with a sticker each in the bottom of the container. And all I have to do is touch the pen friend to the sticker. And I know exactly if it's a blueberry pie earrings or cherry pie earrings or pumpkin pie earrings. I'll know exactly what they are. So it's a great, and the other place it's really good for is for like filing papers and stuff like that. You could put your birth certificate into a file and know where you've placed the sticker. And every time you touch the pen to it, it'll tell you what is in that folder.
I
So
see.
they're really good.
Speaking of containers for things, do you have a specific type of container? For instance, I have a lot of eye drop bottles and things like that. And I don't like to have a huge container for them. Do you have like things that you prefer places? I know there's a Container Store and I've certainly gone to that. Do you have things that you like?
In terms of organizing and stuff?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Oh yeah. So one thing I really like are the small Lazy Susans.
Okay.
Because when you reach into a cupboard and you have to get something from the back, because the thing you want is always going to be in the back, you're going to knock over 6 things.
Yeah.
Right. To reach it, and then 6 more when you go to pull it out. With a Lazy Susan, are you familiar with the concept of the rotating platform?
Like a Lazy Susan? Yeah.
Exactly. So if you think about it, if you have that in your cabinet or your refrigerator, I also have my refrigerator, instead of reaching over to get that can that's in the back, you can just rotate it and bring it to the front.
Okay. All right.
So that's a good way to work. And I use bins all the time. Even in my refrigerator, they have, even on Amazon, they have really good like acrylic bins and stuff like that. And I put light things in places. So I don't really have anything that's especially adaptive except the theory of organizing things by type in a predictable place.
I see.
And I was going to share as well. I'll share on the chat. We have an article that Deborah wrote about it. It's called 3 Strategies and How to Organize Your Fridge.
I saw that something popped up there.
Yeah, I'll put it on the chat as well if you're
great.
You can read a little bit of her techniques.
Okay, super. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. And if you want to share your email, we'll be sure to contact you as well.
Okay, where do I put that in the
chat? Yeah.
In the chat. Okay.
Yeah. And I'll put our email as well. It's info@theblindkitchen.
Okay, I'll find it up there. I'm sure I can find it. I'll just search around.
Isn't it fun?
Yeah. I just put it in the chat.
Mr. Chavez, all right. I'm going to the chat. Oh, there it says your email.
Yeah, that's the info.
Chat.
Yeah.
I'll put it in the chat then, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you put it in the chat, we'll record in the session. We'll have everybody, and then we'll follow up with you and have. We'll send you to the newsletter and all the good things that Deborah is doing.
Great, thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you. Trust me, I don't do this all by myself. I have a wonderful team. Edgar's part of it.
Oh,
well,
thank
I
you.
love to cook, and it's been something that I've struggled with a bit now. So I've learned a few things, but I'm always looking for some other way to do things. So that's terrific.
Yeah, and if you ever discover something, so another thing we do is a liquid dropper and bottle. You were talking about your eye drops.
Yes.
Not to give you more eye drop bottles, but we can measure out. We sell one that's it measures out exactly 1/4 teaspoon. So like if you're doing something you don't want to be sprinkling hot sauce into your family's dinner when you can't see how much is coming out. So we send a funnel with a small bottle and you fill it up with hot sauce or soy sauce or vanilla, anything you want, just a little bit, and you want it to be predictable, just like your eye medicine is. Yeah. So those are a nice little addition to have.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah. I started making bread early on. We didn't know the extent of my limitations. And early on in my life with my children, I liked to make bread. And so because I didn't see well, bread is forgiving. You feel it. You don't have to measure it, So I would make yeast bread a lot by feel. So a lot of things I do with just my hands and touch. And I didn't notice that I was supposed to be measuring. So cookies were a disaster, but bread worked. So I do appreciate learning these things about measuring. Maybe my cookies will improve. That's good.
So let me give you a couple of tips for baking. So we have a big tray. I think it's like 3 feet by 2 feet or something like that. And it's a dough. It's just like a cafeteria tray, but bigger. So when you're doing things like sprinkling flour for baking and stuff like that, it keeps it contained, because even when I could see, flour is very light and you're having hand movements. It's going to go all over
everywhere.
the place.
Yes.
Yeah, but that helps contain it. It's a really good tool.
Excellent.
And the other thing, when you're making cookies, it's important, because you're putting probably 12 cookies in to bake at the same time.
Yeah.
They're about the same size, because otherwise some will be underdone, some will be overdone. So use like a portion scoop, like an ice cream scoop. They sell them in all different kinds of sizes.
I do have that. Yeah. That's a good idea.
You do have those. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Those make a big difference.
And do you want to talk about, Deborah, about the baking collection?
The what?
Oh, we have a collection of 15 items. It's called the Pie Maker Collection. And it's got things like an adjustable rolling pin, which has 4 wheels on each side. Each wheel represents a different size. So when you're rolling the rolling pin back and forth across the dough, it keeps it at a consistent, predictable level, depending on which one you choose. There's a pie dough bag, which is basically 2 plastic circles that are connected by a zipper. So you put your ball of dough in there, and then you zip the zipper up all the way around, and then you roll it out. And the dough can't go past those zippers.
Right.
So you can really manipulate it. Oh, you've seen those?
No, but I understand what you're saying, because that's something that, with a plastic bag, we kind of do that with some things, just that's a way that you refrigerate it or freeze it. It's just, it controls everything. But I understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah,
we had to sort of figure that out.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
You want to talk about the adjustable rolling pin, Deborah?
Yeah, she said
I just did.
Oh, you say that? Okay, so what else?
Yeah,
we have the bake under the pie server.
Oh, this one is really cool. Do you know what? So when you're cutting a pie, that first piece is really hard to get out.
Yeah.
So what this is, it is aluminum. It looks like a pie wedge, exactly like a piece of pie, and you put it in your pie plate, and then you put the pastry over it, and you bury that. Bake under the pie server, because you're going to bake it in the oven with the pie under your pan. This is one of those tools that you're getting it. I love it. So this is one of those tools that is not meant for blind people, but it's helpful for everybody, because once you put pie filling down, nobody can see the bottom of the pie. No, even people with sight can't see through a pie. Yeah, and then you just use the tip of your knife to trace it, because you can do that. That's how it's meant to be used. And then it's got it doesn't have a long handle on it, but it's a little bit bigger than the side of your pan. So you'll be able to find exactly where you need to cut and what you need to do. And you just pull straight up and the piece of pie comes out.
How very intelligent.
It's brilliant. I wish I could claim credit, because I think it's brilliant.
It is.
We have you want to talk about the cross crimper?
Oh, so I don't know how you used to do your crust, but my mom always used a fork and would press to the
Yeah.
edges of the pie.
Yeah.
Well, this is it's only about 3 inches long. It's slightly curved. And when you put it on the edge of your pie pan, it's kind of like if you're working with Play-Doh or something, you just press down, it's got designs on it, and it makes it beautiful. It looks so professional.
Oh,
And
how
it's
about that?
easy to touch and to know how which part you've done and which part you haven't. You don't need to be
Oh,
able
okay.
to see. It has a distinct feeling as it compresses.
How pretty. Yeah. That
Yeah.
sounds lovely.
We have the pie maker, marker, and divider.
Okay, so we have another tool that basically looks kind of like a bicycle wheel with handles on either side. It's got 6 wedges in it. And what you do with this is you center it on top of your pie.
Oh,
And
okay.
it's not going to cut your pie for you, but it will give you guides.
I
So
see.
that everybody's getting the, so you can get attractive pieces out.
The same size.
Yep. So the other thing you can use that for are for like round pizzas. Pizzas are pretty hard
Oh, yeah.
to cut into wedges. So on the website, we have something called a pizza slicing guide, but it's exactly the same thing as a pie marker and divider. It can do both jobs, but
Yeah.
people
Good.
that are looking for ways to cut pizza generally aren't going to look under pie.
No.
So
I
we
use
put
scissors. Isn't that awful?
no, I use scissors all the time. All the time.
I have a
Hey.
question about cooking things. I stopped using a what do you call it? One of those pots that you plug in. I stopped that. And I was so interested in using an electric fryer, but I'm afraid I won't do it right. Is there something sort of similar, like I was thinking, well, get another toaster oven or something like that. Is there a simple way to kind of simplify? I don't want to use the big oven. It's mostly just me.
Oh,
Simple, like easy to learn, oven thing because I'm not cooking as much as I used to. What do you suggest?
okay. So toaster ovens, I'm not a big fan of because they get so hot on the outside.
Yeah, they do.
I don't know why they don't insulate them, but that's not my favorite tool to use. Are you familiar with air fryers?
Well, I want to be, but I haven't had anyone to show me how to use one. What do you recommend that's a pretty easy one to learn on?
So do you use a smart speaker at your house?
I don't have an Alexa or anything yet. I need somebody to help me set it up.
Oh, okay. So if you make sure we get your email address, I'll send you a link
Yeah.
to an air fryer. It doesn't get any easier than being able to tell your machine what to do.
Right.
But you're right. There's a learning curve for that to get it hooked up to your smart speaker and stuff like that. And I don't know how to make that easy. But although I could send you links to different podcasts, there's one called Blind Abilities, and they did a step-by-step setting up of the air fryer, like in real time,
All right,
and with great descriptions.
Okay, that's super.
Mm-hmm.
Be super. Okay, yeah, you could send me that, and then the air fryer that you recommend. So it's just it's not like I'm cooking for a family anymore. So it would just be me. But I'd really like to do something like that, so I'm not always on the stove.
Right. Are you familiar with Ira and Be My Eyes?
I am, and I have to get better at it. I'm into Department of Rehabilitative Services, but they're stretched thin and they have a hard time getting to me because I am pretty self-sufficient. So I'm like the last one on the list to get services. So
I understand. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. There should be more support for that. But I appreciate that you're in this room today trying to solve your own problems. There is a community of us out there that like to cook and like to do things. Someone was telling us today, the American Council of the Blind has different discussion groups, and one of them is called It's Electric Plus. It's a call that you call in. The ACB is very helpful. So if you call, somebody can help you to make sure you can do it. And all they talk about are smart appliances, like kitchen appliances. And it's all about, of course, the American Council of the Blind. It's all about with vision loss.
Okay, it's Electric Plus. Is that what you said?
That's the name of that chat group. Yep.
Okay, I'll look for that one.
And we can send you the
And
link
it's
once you get we have your email. We'll send you a link
Okay.
of that.
All right.
I don't find it right now. Oh, I find it right here. I'll put it in the chat. So if you
All right.
if you go to the chat, it will say that there's a.
Are they in here today, or is that just in general ACB?
That's just in general, the organization. It's acb.org, and they have the most wonderful, they have like a trivia night where people get together, like a movie
I'm a
night.
member of that. I'm a member of ACB. So
Good.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, if you go to community@acb.org and ask for Jenny Johnson, it's Electric Plus. And I think because you need to have they have to let you in. It's not like a public. And I think it's at 7:30 Eastern time on Mondays.
Okay.
Yeah, so I it's on the chat, the link.
Right. I'll ask for her. All right. That's good. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, you're
Okay, thank
welcome.
you.
That's super. Well, it's very nice meeting you. Thank you so much. And
You
I'll look
too.
on-
Thank you for dropping by.
I appreciate it. That's been great. I've learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have
Oh,
a good
good.
one. All right. Bye.
Bye.
I'm going to get on your chat or your chat thing to get my things before I sign off.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good plan.
And if you miss anything, just send us an email. We'll send you the information. Does anyone else have a question or comment?
Hi,
Go
can
ahead.
you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay, good. Yes, I was just interested in finding out what you were about. I know you it's obvious, Blind Kitchen, so and but I wanted to see what type of suggestions you have for cooking or slicing. I heard you with the previous person concerning pies and things of that nature, but I'm not one to be baking pies. But I do like to buy cakes. So what is a good way to cut when it comes down to cakes, especially cakes with icing? And also, I heard you mentioning about I think it was an electric skillet or something. What do you suggest for us as blind people so we won't, like they say, burn ourselves, you know?
Yeah. You know,
Mhm.
people are shocked. At the Blind Kitchen, some people say, "How can a blind person cook?" That's
Right.
impossible. But
Right.
it's not true. There are different tools. So I'll tell you how I've resolved the cutting of a cake, especially like a 13 by 9.
Okay.
That's hard to do.
Mhm.
It's too big. You can't
Right.
stay in a straight line. So we have something called a baking grid pan, and it's nonstick. Basically, what it does is it cooks and cuts the cake at the same time.
Oh.
So you put the batter in the pan, and then you drop this grid into the pan. It fits into there perfectly. And while it's baking in the oven, each piece is being baked separately. The grid is made out of metal, so it's still getting cooked in the middle. But when you take it out of the oven then and you remove the grid, you've got 18 equal pieces already there. So it's not literally cutting, it's how it bakes it. Yeah. I've used it. Yep.
Mhm.
I've used it for stuffing. I've used it for like meatloaf. If you want people to have individual meatloafs, that you want an attractive presentation, make sure each of your guests gets the same amount. It's a really good solution.
Do you have a store or you on the website?
Yeah, good question. So yeah, we have a website. It's called theblindkitchen.com, and that's where we're located. We're not like a restaurant, and we're not like a physical store. We're a website presence. And if you go on there is so much information. Not all of it is for sales. A lot of it's just information.
Mhm.
So you'd go to theblindkitchen.com, and if you were interested in the baking grid pan, there's all kinds of detailed information about what it is, why it's blind friendly. I think you can already see that,
Yeah,
why it would
Deborah,
be.
Hey, Deborah,
Yeah.
what do you like the an overall view what the Blind Kitchen is? So for I just add in the baking grid pan link in the chat, and I also added our website and our email in the chat if you want to join us. But yeah, why don't you start with an overall idea so people know what the Blind Kitchen is and what it does?
Sure. So the Blind Kitchen is an online resource for people with vision loss who want to cook. The three biggest fears, you've already hit two of them. One is cutting. They're going to cut themselves, they're going to burn themselves, or they're going to embarrass themselves. Like the food's not going to look good, I'm going to be too messy. But there are tools and strategies to help with that. So if you go to theblindkitchen.com, you can go, we have a library on there that has categories of information. So you can go on there to shop. There's a shopping page. But if you, there's also information on labeling things. There's like 12 different ways to do that. How to identify things that are in closed containers, how to measure things, how to not burn yourself. Like if you have a glass top stove, how do you know if your pan is centered? We have a video to teach whether it's gas, electric, or glass top. That it explains how to know if your pan is in the right place. We have tips for eating and dining out and entertaining in your home, shopping, accessing and reading recipes, because cooking doesn't start or end in the kitchen. You've got to be able to get your supplies and your equipment and yeah, and also dining out is an important part of the whole food process. So there's all kinds of information on there. Some of it is very simple, like the example I give is like if you have a can of mushroom soup and you have a can of cream of mushroom and a can of like cream of celery. You can't tell if you can't read the label that you can't smell it, you can't taste it. So what I do is I take a rubber band and put it on the cream of mushroom, and I'll tell you my logic in that. I'm assigning meaning to that rubber band, and because mushroom has an R in it, and the word rubber band begins with an R. And you're getting it, yeah. So it can be as simple as that. Very inexpensive, very low tech. You just have to assign meaning. And we have things like bump dots. They're available a lot of different places. And those are useful too. We put one bump dot on our onion or on our garlic powder because it's one ingredient. And I put two bump dots on my onion powder, which is also one ingredient, but onion has two O's. So that's how I know what the two dots mean. So there's a whole bunch of different ways. So if you hear of something or you're looking and what the heck is an auto measure spout? I've never heard of such a thing. Then you can go on the website and it'll either have a audio described video. Everything is described so that anyone, no matter what your level of vision is, you're going to get the same information as the person next to you that can see. It's all described, and it tells you what the tools are, why they're blind friendly, and then how to use and care for them.
And what's the name of that website?
Theblindkitchen.com. Yeah, everything that's all on the Blind Kitchen. But as you navigate it, there's recipes that tell what tools to use for each step of it. If there's a step that you're not sure you're going to be able to do, it'll tell you if there is a tool or a strategy available. It will be at that step of the recipe so that you can learn as you go. So yeah,
and I added the link to the chat if you can see it, So the Blind Kitchen is right there in the email.
I didn't see it, but I heard it with my voiceover. Had told me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're talking about this discussion about the grid pan. So we have a small video that I'm gonna play. It's like a minute, so you know how it works.
Okay. I use the dots though. I use the dots a lot because I put
they are helpful
all over my microwave, but I put it like 1, 2, and 3, and on the start in the it's another button. stop.
Like add 30 seconds or something?
Right, right.
Yeah.
So that I want to do the seconds on it. And I have it like that on the dots for my microwave. I find that to be real helpful.
I agree.
Yes. So I thank you very much. I really enjoyed listening. And thank you once again.
Oh, thank you. We appreciate your participation very much.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you for joining.
Happy holidays to both.
To you as
Happy
well.
holidays. Do you like corn, Deborah?
Do I like corn?
Yeah, it's time for corn.
It's time for corn. Okay.
So why don't you talk about the corn cob cleaner, or one of the best sellers?
Yeah. So we have 2 tools in the blind kitchen that help people with vision loss to be able to enjoy fresh corn. So the first one I'm just going to talk about, it's called the corn silk brush, and it's a round circle about 3 inches around. And in the center of the circle, all the way around, are 2 levels of brushes, 2 lengths of brushes. So once you've husked your corn, and they have those little silky hairs that are really hard to feel and very difficult to see, even if you have good vision. And this brush, because of its multi-layered brushes, really helps you to get those stubborn corn silk hairs out. But for a myriad of reasons, a lot of people can't eat corn off the cob, or they're making a corn salsa. They want fresh corn, but they don't want it to be on the cob. So we have a tool that's a tube, and it actually takes the corn kernels off. The blades are in the tube. So and then when it's stripping the corn kernels and the stuff squirts, the starchy liquids, that gets contained in the tool. So it's both safer and cleaner than trying to use a knife to get, which can be quite dangerous. You know, if you're pressing hard and downward on a knife and holding a slippery cob of corn, it can really be a daunting task. But with this corn cob cleaner, it's got a stainless steel tube. So it's got a plastic tube on the outside where you're going to put the corn into it, standing straight up. And then it's got a stainless steel tube that's about 11 inches high, and it's got jagged little teeth on the bottom. They're sharp enough to get the corn off the cob in a clean sweep, but it's not sharp enough to cut your fingers. It's too thick, and it just won't do it. So then you put the corn cob in with the point upwards, and there's little projections that help hold it in place and upright. And
So
then
Deborah, so we have a
Yes.
video for that. So we'll
Oh, do the video. I'm sorry. Thank you, Edgar.
So that was explained. So you can take you're gonna go to the bathroom. You can take 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Now I'm removing the lid from the unit, and I've got the cylinder in my hand. I'm going to look at the corn on the cob, and I'm going to identify which end is the pointed top end of it and which end is the thicker, wider part of it. I'm going to put the thicker, wider part of it into the cylinder first, and I'm going to push it down so that I know it's gotten caught on the blades. You'll be able to tell. The blades are very small, but it still will hold it in place. Also, remember there are 4 finger-like projections that are helping to hold this corn upright. Now I'm going to take the lid, and again, with the 4 finger-like projections down, I'm going to further center this in the tube, making sure that those fingers are around the top of the corn. Then I'm going to push it down. I'm also going to check with my index finger and make sure that the corn is centered through the hole in the lid, and I can tell that it is definitely standing upright. Now I'm going to take the plunger out of the metal tube, the hollow plastic tube, and I'm just going to put that down for now. Now I'm holding the metal tube, and there are jagged edges. which are the teeth that are going to actually strip the corn off the cob. I'm going to put the jagged edge side in first and check to make sure that it's centering on the corn, because I want that corn cob to come up into the center of this tube. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm putting my palm on top of that metal tube. It has a plastic platform for me, and I'm just going to push firmly straight down. And if I feel like it's getting stuck, I'm also going to twist it just slightly, rotate it as it goes down the cob of corn. And I can feel it's going down, and I want to make sure it goes all the way to the bottom. Checking with my fingers up on top to make sure it's flush with the lid. Okay, so now I can tell it's all the way to the bottom. I'm going to remove the metal tube, and like a miracle, the corn cob came up with it. So now I'm going to take the plunger and I'm going to put it into the non-sharp end of the metal tube, and I'm just going to turn and push that corn cob out. And that's how it is. And you can look and see that the corn is safely down in the bottom of this tube, and there's no mess.
And we're back.
Okay. Any questions about the corn tools?
If you have any questions, go ahead.
Yeah. So we want to just thank you for coming into the Blind Kitchen. We solve problems for people with vision loss who like to cook. We have adaptive tools, and some are just strategies. We also wanted to note that we have a 10% discount code for the people who attended this conference and came to our room. And if you put Blind Health Expo into the coupon code section, you'll get 10% off any of the tools that you might like to try.
And I'm gonna add that code into the chat. You also get free shipping and handling, and this lasts until tomorrow at midnight. And so when you play, I'm gonna play just the welcome video, Deborah, to the Blind Kitchen. So
that's a good one. Yeah. Thank you, Edgar.
All right, so we're just gonna, here we go.
A cupcake with bright frosting appears against a white background. It hops forward and gasps as it discovers 3 muffin pans that exactly look like braille cells. 7 more brightly colored cupcakes appear. At the whistled command of the original cupcake, hop into the various muffin holes to form the braille letters TBK. The muffin tins are replaced by the Blind Kitchen logo, green braille letters TBK on a white background. Fade to black.
Hello, and welcome to the Blind Kitchen, where everyone has a seat at the table. I'm Deborah Erickson, the executive chef and founder of the Blind Kitchen. What the Blind Kitchen does is we get adaptive culinary tools and cooking solutions into the hands of people with vision loss who want to cook safely, competently, and independently in their own kitchens. The very idea of returning to the kitchen after vision loss with all of its hot foods and hot surfaces and sharp tools can be very daunting. I know, I've been there. I have retinitis pigmentosa and have very little usable vision in one eye. I was also the only blind student in culinary school, and so I had to learn to solve a lot of problems. The Blind Kitchen is where I share the information I gathered on my culinary journey with other people who have vision loss that also want to cook. The Blind Kitchen has over 70 unique adaptive culinary tools that help individuals with vision loss who want to cook in their own homes, or agencies or organizations who teach people with vision loss how to cook. Each item comes in its own package that's labeled both in large, print, and braille. And on our very accessible website, There is an audio described video tutorial that tells what the item is, why it's blind friendly, and how to use and care for it. The Blind Kitchen would love to hear from you. If you have any problems or solutions that you'd like to share with us, we'd like to use our platform to spread that information to other people with vision loss who would like to cook. You may never know what the information that you share with us might inspire in someone else. And thank you for visiting the Blind Kitchen. We appreciate your time and curiosity. And until next time, happy cooking.
She smiles towards the camera. Fade to black. The Blind Kitchen logo appears. Fade to black.
And we're back.
Okay. So as you can see, as you could hear, the Blind Kitchen has an online presence only. We aren't a restaurant or a physical store. You just go to the website, theblindkitchen.com, and we don't only have tools for sale. We also have so much free information on there. All the videos are free for people to watch so they can get ideas on how to do things. But also there are just some informational videos, strategies and tips for cooking with vision loss. We have them in a lot of different categories. We have like, how do you access and read recipes once you lose vision if you can't read large print recipes anymore? And there are about 12 right answers to that question. It depends on your budget, your comfort with technology. It can be, there are ways to do this. You just have to be exposed to them and learn them. We have tips for organizing your kitchen and pantry, tips for shopping. You can't start cooking if you don't have your groceries. So how do you shop after you have vision loss and you can't read labels and see what it is? There's about 12 right ways to do it. It depends on what works for you. There are tips on how to label things, and also tips on how do you know what's in a closed container if you can't see it or smell it or taste it. There are several different apps and things available to help. Does anyone have any questions or any curiosity they'd like to share? So I can tell you about some of the tools that we have. We have something called an auto measure spout, which is a plastic spout. It's about 3 inches tall, and it magically, and I say magic because I don't know how it works, dispenses exactly 1 tablespoon of liquid, and you only need one hand to do it. Edgar's going to pull up a video, I'm pretty sure. But what it does is you put this spout, it's about 3 inches tall, made of plastic and a little bit of stainless steel, and you make sure it fits snugly in a bottle. You have to have the right bottle, but it fits in a lot of bottles that you get just off the store shelves. And you put it in, and then when you tip it over, it'll dispense a tablespoon of liquid, and then it'll stop, even if you're still holding it upside down. Is the video ready to go so that you can hear how it works?
Yeah, let's, I'm just gonna share the video.
When I pick up this olive oil bottle with the spout on it, it is going to pour 1 tablespoon of liquid into this bowl, but it's going to do it in a slow way. You're going to have to first tip it upside down, and you're going to wait a second while the cavity fills, and then it'll start to dispense. So you'll hear it delay a second. And then what I also want you to notice is that it stops automatically. I'm going to tip this upside down, I'm going to hold it upside down, and I'm not going to turn it back upwards. And you'll see it dispenses it and stops itself automatically. So here we go. I'm going to turn it upside down. And there, voila, it's magic. It stopped. I am still holding this bottle completely upside down, and the liquid is no longer dispensing. So let's say I want a second tablespoon in this bowl. I'm going to pull the bottle right side up again, and again, I'm going to tip it upside down, and I want you to listen again. You'll notice it takes a second or two for the liquid to start going into the bowl, but then I'm not going to squeeze it, I'm not going to shake it, I'm just going to leave it upside down, and it's going to magically stop after that 1 tablespoon is in there. So here we go again. I'm still holding it upside down. It stopped. Real game changer.
And we're back.
Any questions on the auto measure spout?
So we have a question from Evelyn. It says, do you have a YouTube with tips for labeling containers?
We do have a YouTube channel, and if you go on, there's so many ways to label containers, not just Braille. One that we have, one real good system. I don't sell these in my store, but I do have a video demonstrating me use it, our way around. And I believe they're exhibiting at this event today. And basically, it's an app that you download to your phone, and then you go to their website and you purchase their labels. And they have like 7 different styles, but they all work the same way. You use your phone to program what you want that label to say the next time you go back to it with your phone. So let's say you wanted to say nutmeg. So you'll hold your phone, you'll program your phone to say nutmeg, and then you'll hold your phone close to where that tag is, and you'll feel your phone vibrate a little bit, a little haptic feedback. And then every time from then on, you open that Way Around app and you get near that tag with your phone while the app is open, it'll read to you in a robotic voice, but it still works, nutmeg. And you can do that like for all of your spices. They also have buttons for your clothing. But to tell you the truth, where I use this labeling system the most is in my freezer. Because if you have, let's say, ground turkey, ground chicken, and ground beef, once those are frozen, especially if they don't have very distinct packaging or shapes, you're not going to be able to tell the difference. You can't squeeze it, you can't smell it, you can't taste it. But these tags work even in the freezer. You just attach them with I use a silicone band, and it's really a game changer for my freezer. There's another labeling system. Again, I don't sell it, but it's called the Pen Friend, and it is a
Before we move,
battery-run.
hold on, Deborah. I just want to say of
Sure.
the Way Around. I
Oh,
just
sorry.
added.
Thank you, Edgar.
I just
That's
added the
right.
link to the chat, Evelyn, so you can see it right there. Go ahead, Deborah.
Okay. So the Pen Friend is, if you write to me at info@theblindkitchen.com, I can send a link to you. But it is a standalone device that runs on a battery. And what it does, basically, once you learn how to use it, it's quite easy to learn how to use. And it comes with its own special labels too. That's the secret of these devices. They have unique labels to their device. So what I would do is, let's say I've got cinnamon in one bottle, nutmeg in another. I'd put a Pen Friend sticker on the lid of each one, and then I'm going to record onto that sticker. You're really recording into the pen, but touch that sticker with the pen, and I'll say cinnamon. And then every time I come back, I just turn the button on my phone on, or my Pen Friend, and when I touch that sticker, it's going to tell me what it is. That's helpful for labeling any kind of containers. You can label documents that way too. Put it in, marriage certificate, birth certificate, and you can have those in files with a Pen Friend label where you know it is, like in the top left corner. And every time you touch that pen to it, it will tell you what's in that file folder. So that's another way. Another way of labeling is that you can have bump dots there, which are little half dots made out of rubber, and they you can put those onto bottles so that when you touch it, let's say you've got like one bottle of onion powder. I can memorize it and say, oh, I'm going to put 2 dots on the onion powder because onion has 2 O's. So that's my way of assigning meaning. So that way, when I go to that jar, if I'm touching the lids of the jars and I find one with 2 bump dots on it, I'll know immediately it's onion powder. If I have garlic powder, I'll only put 1 bump dot on it, and because it's 1 ingredient, whatever way you find to do it. You can wrap rubber bands on, falling apart here. Did that answer your question?
She say thanks.
Okay. Yeah, so go on the website and check it out. There is a section, a category called labeling, and it'll tell you a lot of these different ways that how I do it.
What do you like? Does anyone have any questions?
Hi.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I hear someone. You have
Yeah,
to.
I heard someone too.
Can you unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yes.
Hi, my name's Shelley, and I'm a vision rehab therapist. And I travel throughout 16 counties in Pennsylvania and work with people, especially with cooking and food prep. And I was wondering if you had any tips on cutting, or what products would you recommend for cutting? I have ones that I already use, but I'm always anxious or always investigating if there's anything new out there that would help someone cut. That's one of the techniques that a lot of people are afraid to do, especially if they were born blind and they're young and their parents maybe have always cooked for them. So I use the cutting gloves and I use the rocker knife once in a while. I'll introduce that. But I was wondering if you had any new pieces of adaptive equipment for food prep or cooking. I know
Yeah.
there's thousands of things, but what do you find that is ordered a lot from your company? Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Keep up your good work. So I have found the cut glove for sure. That is a must, especially if you're grading. But a box grater can do a lot of your work for you in terms of slicing or shredding or grading. I advise your student to wear a glove on that hand. But so I've got a whole collection of cutting and chopping. There's 15 items. There are things called a finger guard, which is about the size, stainless steel. It's about the size of a credit card, and it has 2 steel rings on the back of it. So you slip your fingers through the hand that'll be holding the food, and you slip your 2 fingers downward into those rings. So now that stainless steel is up flush with your knuckles, against your knuckles. So as you're cutting, that is a way to not get your skin. It can't cut through stainless steel, and it's thin and lightweight. It's not a fast way to cut, but if you've got somebody that's especially pensive and nervous to be holding a knife, that offers them a lot of courage. We also have something that gets ordered a lot by agencies, and it's called a slicing guide. And it is basically like a 12-prong fork with 3-inch long prongs and a handle like a fork has, but it's a short plastic handle. And you can put that into the food. Let's say like you have a carrot in front of you. You push the slicing guide into the food, and then you go through each. So now you've got 12 stainless steel prongs, evenly spaced, poked into your lengthwise of your carrot. Now you can cut in every single space, or if you want a thicker carrot, you can cut in every other space or every third space. It's slow going, but it is a way to have consistent cutting. I'm trying to think what else is in there.
So the other one, it will be the butter slicer.
Oh, okay, yeah. So getting the right amount of butter, butter is often used in a cooking situation. So the butter slicer is kind of like you've probably seen hard-boiled egg slicers where they have the wires running across and you just close the tool up, and then it slices the egg into different pieces, or mushroom into equal size slices. The butter slicer works the same way, except it's shaped like a rectangle and it's made out of metal. And you open the stick of butter, make sure that you've counted for all the packaging, and you press down on that stick of butter, and it cuts it into 14, approximately 2 teaspoon butter pats, just like you get wrapped in foil if you went to a restaurant or something. But these are not wrapped, of course, they're separate. And I do these in my home all the time, and I'll do a pound of butter when I'm doing it. And so that way, when I need just a pat of butter for something, or a teaspoon of butter for something, it's all pre-cut for me. I just go in there, grab a pat. If I need only half of one teaspoon, I'll break it in half and put the other one back. So that's a very efficient way. And then, of course, it saves up on cleaning. You're not guessing. It's a real handy tool to have. Do you have any questions on the stuff I've talked about so far?
No, thank you. I never saw the butter cutter before. I've used some of the finger guard. I've used the one that you were talking about. Yeah, some nice things there. I never, I mean, I'll have to look to see if our vendor uses that or has that available. But yeah, that butter slicer is really nice, very nice. I never
Well,
had
if they
one
don't
in my
have it, I
hand.
know where you can.
Yeah, we have it in our store.
Well,
you know.
if they don't have it, I know where you can get it.
Sounds
So
good.
let me tell you about
Thank you so
another.
much.
Sure. Let me tell you about one more. It's kind of a tool, but mostly a strategy. If you're teaching people with vision loss, so a lot of us live in homes or share space with sighted individuals, and cutting becomes a problem. If somebody leaves a knife in the bottom of my sink or on a counter and I don't know it's there, I could quite easily cut myself. And there's a better way to handle that. So we have something called Sharps Basket. You could use whatever would work for you. And we send them in sets, and I think it's about 14 inches long, 2 inches deep, and 2 inches wide. So it's essentially a desk drawer organizer, like a elongated pencil organizer. And my husband can see and I can't. So I need to know where the sharps are at. So we have an agreement. If the sharp isn't in my hand or his hand, or it isn't put safely away, it's going to be in the sharps basket that is at the top of my work tray, my work area there. And that includes peelers, that includes like the mini box grater, any kind of something I could cut myself on. And then we also have one that's located all the time at the back of our kitchen sink. So let's say I'm, working with a protein like chicken or something, I'm seasoning it or cutting it or, trimming it. And now that knife is contaminated. I don't really want to take out time to clean it right now, but I can take it over to the sink and drop it into that sharps basket. And now all that potential bacteria is contained. And I know that it's not in the bottom of the sink, that I need to approach that sharps basket carefully. They're really, really good to have. And while I'm thinking about that, I want to give you another strategy that's not related to a tool, but it's a valuable one. Is when and what reminded me of it was the chicken. So if my fingers are messy, like with some type of bacteria that can grow rapidly at room temperature and make people sick, and I need to wash off my fingers now, right? And and I've got that knife dirty too. So if I'm using one hand to go along the counter to find my sink, to find my faucet, to find where to put that knife in it. I've just contaminated a whole lot of places that I'm going to have to go back and disinfect before I can continue to cook, because it's going to start going bad immediately. You got to take care of it. You can't leave it until, after you're done cooking. So what I do is the first thing I do when I run a couple of inches of soapy water in one sink. And I do that because now, in that same scenario where I'm holding the knife and I've got my other hand is messy, I now don't have to touch anything. I can just go over, I can use the back of my hands, because hopefully they don't have chicken juice on them, or my forearms, find out where the sink is, locate where I haven't touched anything, but I know where I'm at in space now. I'm standing in front of the sink and I can just plunge my hands into that water. And don't have to go back and disinfect anything. And so now my hands are clean, and I can now I can rinse them off, and I'm back to cooking again. And the reason I only run a couple of inches is because I'm a slow cook. I'm sure there are blind people out there that can cook very fast, but I'm not one of them. I have to be much more intentional. I can't just toss the cloth to the side and know that I'll be able to glance and see where it landed. I have to be very thoughtful about where I'm putting that stuff. So that also, it can get cold. The water can, if it takes too long. So because I only have a couple of inches, now I can turn on hot water, add a couple more inches of it to it. It's going to warm it up. It's going to revive the suds, and I'm back to work again. So that sink of soapy water is a real good tip. Plus, it helps you get started with cleanup. If I have, if I have a measuring cup that I used and I want to get it out of the way, I can just drop it into the sink, and it'll be in that sink of soapy water. And I've already started on cleanup. So, any questions on anything I've put out there so far?
Do you want to mention just the shark?
Oh, the shark. Okay, so this is a good tool for cutting too. So what a shark is, it's basically, because it's got teeth. That's why they call it a shark. But it looks like a stainless steel teaspoon. It has about the same capacity as a teaspoon. But what makes it different is it's got sharp, jagged edges all around the top of the spoon part of it. So they're not sharp enough to cut you. But if you're holding a strawberry, or if you're trying to get the stem out of something, or the eye out of potato, if you've got a bad spot, it's sharp enough to cut through the skin of the fruit, but not sharp enough to cut your hands. Because a lot of people get cuts, like if they're cutting through, let's say, a strawberry, the skin can be a little tough to get into. But once the skin is broke, if you're using a paring knife or the tip of the knife, the inside is much softer, and that knife's just going to cut through it like butter and come out the other side. But if you use something like the shark, all I'm going to do is put the teeth in near where the hole is, or the stem, and then I'm just going to turn it around, and it's going to remove the stem without me cutting it, and it's going to take much less of the delicious fruit out of it because it's so controlled. The shark is mostly going to contain the leafy stem. It can't hold that much, so it's not going to cut into the tomato or the fruit that you want. So the shark is a really good little tool to have around for a lot of reasons.
I like the idea about the sink, and I just wanted to add in, this is Shelley again. There's a lot of, when some of my clients that are blind when they're doing their dishes and they don't have a dishwasher, I always recommend that they let their dishes soak for at least 15 minutes or 20 minutes because it loosens up the food on the plates. It makes it easier for them. So I like that idea too, of just putting the dirties in the soapy water, have that ready.
Yeah. So another tip that I use at my house, because I've got a small kitchen, there's a spray by Dawn out there.
Yes, I've used that. It's like a power wash made by Dawn. Yes, I know what you're talking about.
We might have lost Deborah. Let me see. Let me just check out. Well, thank you, Shelley. If you need anything, we are here to help. There's a lot of tools in our website, and hopefully you find those helpful.
Thank you. Yes, I'm gonna look. I never heard of you guys before, and I was going down through the selections, and I was like, oh, I always can use tips for in the kitchen. Always, I order a lot of adaptive equipment kitchen, for the kitchen area for independent living skills. That's my focus is to help individuals with low vision and blindness increase independent living skills so that they don't have to leave their homes. A lot of my clients are low vision versus blindness, but I do get, I do have those folks that are, living alone, have blindness, very good at mobility, have organization in their kitchens, and throughout their homes. But any tips that I can give them is that's what I'm here for, I guess. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. And if you have any questions, feel free to contact us at the info at the Blind Kitchen. Deborah is really good at trying to solve problems and trying to find different ways to help people. So we're gonna go. I think we lost Deborah for a second. So I'm gonna share with you guys our 10 most popular items that we have at the Blind Kitchen. So I'm just gonna share the video. Stay with us. It's a little bit long. It's like 7 minutes.
A cupcake with bright frosting appears against a white background. It hops forward and gasps as it discovers 3 muffin pans that exactly look like braille cells. 7 more brightly colored cupcakes appear. At the whistled command of the original cupcake, hop into the various muffin holes to form the braille letters TBK. The muffin tins are replaced by the Blind Kitchen logo, green braille letters TBK on a white background. Fade to black.
Hello, and welcome to the Blind Kitchen. Have you ever wondered what a good gift for a blind person would be? Well, if you don't have vision loss yourself, how could you possibly know? Kudos to you for reaching out and researching it, and you have come to the right place. I am going to describe the top 10 best-selling culinary tools in the Blind Kitchen. You can be sure that they are quality and useful because the people that have made them bestsellers are people who have vision loss themselves, or they are agencies and organizations who work with people with vision loss. My description will be very brief, but for more details on what the tool is, what it does, how to use and care for it, and exactly why it's blind friendly, visit our website, theblindkitchen.com. I'm standing in front of a counter and the 10 tools are arranged in front of me. They're not in any particular order, but I'm going to describe what they are and give you a brief description of what they do. The first tool is our talking thermometer. It has a loud, clear voice and no vision is required because the temperature of the protein or the candy that you are making is actually going to be spoken to you by this tool. The next tool is an auto measure spout, and it automatically dispenses exactly 1 tablespoon of liquid into your pan or your bowl. So I have mine on bottles of liquid such as vinegar and olive oil. And so when I need 2 tablespoons of olive oil, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it, I'm going to turn it upside down over the pan, and it'll dispense 1 tablespoon and it'll magically stop, even if I still am holding it upside down. If I need that 2nd tablespoon, I turn the bottle upright again, and again, turn it upside down over the pan, and it will stop, even if I'm still holding it upside down. Very handy to have. The third tool is a butter slicer, and it is a stainless steel tool that you put down on top of a stick of butter, and then you push down on the butter, and it divides it into 14 even pieces. So that way, I then take it and I store them in my refrigerator, already pre-cut. That way, when I just need a pat or two of butter, I don't have to go get a knife, get the butter dish, cut it. I just reach into my refrigerator, grab 2 pats of butter, and I'm on my way. The next tool is a cut glove. And what the cut glove does is when I put it on my hand, it's made out of polyethylene threads, and I can run a sharp knife back and forth across my upturned palm, and it will not cut through these threads. I'll feel the pressure, but it won't cut through the threads. The next tool is really fun. It is a boil alert disc. And what it does is it alerts you to what is happening in your pan when you're boiling a liquid. So for example, if I'm boiling potatoes or pasta, I want the water to come to a boil, this tool, when the bubbles start coming up, will rattle. And if it's rattling really loud and really fast, then you know you've got a rapid boil going. But if you just want to simmer, you can do it and just go click, 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 and then you'll know that your pot is actually simmering, but it's not going at a violent boil. The next tool is a pair of heat gloves. They're made of cotton, but they offer excellent protection against heat because of the silicone designs found on them, both on the front and the back, so they're ambidextrous in nature. The silicone designs also allow for non-slip properties. The next tool is a stainless steel rolling pin. It is very adaptable because it has 4 choices of rings, so the cook can choose what height of dough they want, and the rings will guide it to make sure the dough is even all the way across. The next set is the wet measure spoons, and they not only have tactile dots that tell you exactly what measurement it is, they also are shaped like ladles, so you can efficiently transfer liquids. They also come with a funnel and a spouted pitcher so that there is no waste and the cook knows they get exactly the right amount. The next tool is a double spatula. It's made of stainless steel and actually has 2 rectangles, one smaller one at the top and the bigger one on the bottom. That way, when the blind cook slides the ladle underneath their black bean burger or their hamburger patty or pork chop, they can then press slightly down and the top piece will then help hold it in place so it can be turned and flipped with more confidence into the hot pan. And last but not least is a corn cob cleaner. This is a sturdy plastic tube, and what it does is it efficiently removes the corn kernels from a husked ear of corn. All of the action takes place inside this tube, often with only one motion. The blades are in the tube, and it's also cleaner because when you remove kernels from a cob of corn, it produces starchy, squirting fluids. All the corn, all the starchy liquid and the blades are contained within the tube, which make it safer and cleaner to use. So now you have 10 really tried and true tested gift ideas for the blind person in your life. Blind people are just like everyone else. We want to live independently and confidently, and providing tools such as this, you'll be helping your blind person do just that. Also, thank you for your curiosity and caring enough to research this subject. If you want to learn any more about any of these items or other items that exist in the Blind Kitchen, visit us at theblindkitchen.com. And until next time, happy cooking.
She smiles towards the camera, fade to black.
And we're back.
Okay. Anyone have any questions about any of those items?
Let me share or say that we have a 10% off when you talk about that, Deborah.
Oh, sure. So we appreciate that you came to the Blind Kitchen exhibition today. You have a lot of excellent choices out there. And we're offering a 10% discount to people that attended our session. We're giving out the coupon code, which is Blind Health Expo. If you type that into the coupon code at
Oh, I think we lost Deborah again, but she's saying it's like we have 10% off today and tomorrow if you guys go onto the website, theblindkitchen.com. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Okay, let me see if I can get Deborah back. Hi, Deborah, you back?
I'm back. I don't know what keeps happening. I'm not mentioning anything. Oh, shoot. Can you hear me, Edgar?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, good.
I was just saying that, like, we have the coupon code for today, and you have a newsletter as well if anyone is interested in more information. And we're also on social media, Facebook, Instagram. We have a YouTube channel. I'll put the links as well. If you have any support, will help spread the word. And you hear someone? Whatever.
I thought I heard a voice.
Yeah, I don't hear it. Does anyone have any questions? Suggestions? Okay, so let me see. What do you want to talk about next, Deborah?
Hold on. My voiceover is talking. There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Well, I'd like to talk a little bit because of the problems we've solved that are very common. One is I can't tell you how many times when I have had a towel that I put down very carefully in a spot so it's going to be there when I come back to get it. And 9 times out of 10, that towel is gone. I haven't touched it. And I usually find it when I step on it as I'm looking for it. So we have come up with a solution, and that is if you wear an apron, we have something that we do sell branded aprons and something we call towel clips, but you could actually use a safety pin to do this. And what you do is you're going to pin the towel to your apron, or if you want to hook it to your jeans if you don't wear an apron. And that way the towel always travels with you. There's no more stepping on it. Now, the towel clips do have an advantage in that they're like little alligator clips. So if I have that towel and then I need to exchange it out, all I have to do is squeeze the alligator clip and put in fresh, clean towel in there, and I'm good to go again. So having a towel like that available to you is really a good thing. Did you lose me again?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. No, you're good. I was just listening.
Okay.
All right. Let me see where we at. We can share another video. We can do the egg ring again. We got the wet measuring spout, boil alert. What do you think? Oh, you know
I
what?
kind of like.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Edgar.
Oh, I think the one we haven't done is the talking thermometer. So why don't we do that one? When you introduce a little bit.
Okay, so actually, we're out of stock on that right now. So, but talking thermometers do exist because, first of all, I strained to see for many, many years. I have retinitis pigmentosa, and so I lost my vision relatively slowly over time. And eye strain is exhausting. So if you could find a tool out there that would help you to not have to strain your eyes to be able to see that digital number or whatever, I'm a big fan. And the talking thermometer is one of them because one, if you have no vision at all, you don't want to be making your family and friends sick by feeding them undercooked poultry, for example. But if you have a talking thermometer, you can tell right away in a loud, clear voice what the internal temperature of that food is, because even people that can see cannot see into a chicken as a rule. So it's a good tool to have. Plus, if you're straining to see a digital thermometer, and that means your face is very close to the hot food, which generally is not a good idea safety-wise anyway. But also now your hair is near the food, your nose is near the food, your mouth is near the food. It's much more ideal to have a tool where you can retain your posture and get the information you have, and without the eye strain and the exhaustion that comes with that. Another tool we have that's similar
Deborah,
to that.
So what do you? We have almost close to the. So when you said introduction, what is the Blind Kitchen, and then we'll play the video as well.
Oh, are we at the top of the hour?
We're close to it, and we have new people joining in. So what is it called?
Oh, okay. So what the Blind Kitchen is, it's an online presence only. We aren't a restaurant and we aren't a storefront. You have to go to theblindkitchen.com. And what we do is we provide adaptive culinary tools, tips, and strategies for people with vision loss who want to cook safely, confidently, and independent in their own homes. Now, everything in the Blind Kitchen is accessible. What we have done is, I'll give you an example, like our avocado tool. I probably ordered 15 different ones, and some looked like torture devices. They were blatantly unsafe to use. And I want to use the one that lends itself to vision loss. And there's a couple of things about the Blind Kitchen that some of the tools have in common. First of all, most of them were not meant for blind or visually impaired people, but they work for us because here's some of the themes. One is, I said, if we were to have to lose our vision, we should have been given an extra hand, because I never have enough hands. My white cane's in one hand and that everything. So if I have any tools that would allow me to free up my hands, I'm going to go for it. So I'll tell you a couple of those. One is the bag holder, and it's basically a plastic device that has like two, I call them like bunny ears, like an antenna on the old time TV. But it basically, they form a V, and you can put a reclosable bag, hook under one side, hook under the other side. And now that bag is being held open. So you now have two hands again to be able to do what work you're doing, put the shredded cheese in there or whatever. So another tool that gives you an extra hand is the auto measure spout. And that is a tool that's a spout. It's about 3 inches tall, and it goes on top of a bottle. And it dispenses exactly 1 tablespoon of liquid. So again, I can do that. Something that would normally take me 3 hands to do, I can now do with 1 hand. Do you want to cue up that video, Edgar?
Yeah, let's share the welcome to the Blind Kitchen.
It'll give you a chance to see what it sounds like and how it works.
Oh, for the wet measure spout, you mean?
Auto measure spout.
Oh, I was going to do okay. Yeah,
the one that dispenses?
Yep. Let me find it. Hold on a second.
Thank you. So when you watch this video, you'll be able to hear what it sounds like and experience how neat and clever this device is. And again, I didn't invent these. I just found out about it and thought it was so blind friendly.
Okay, here we go.
When I pick up this olive oil bottle with the spout on it, it is going to pour 1 tablespoon of liquid into this bowl. But it's going to do it in a slow way. You're going to have to first tip it upside down, and you're going to wait a second while the cavity fills, and then it'll start to dispense. So you'll hear it delay a second. And then what I also want you to notice is that it stops automatically. I'm going to tip this upside down, I'm going to hold it upside down, and I'm not going to turn it back upwards. And you'll see it dispenses it, and stops itself automatically. So here we go. I'm going to turn it upside down. And there, voila, it's magic. It stopped. I am still holding this bottle completely upside down, and the liquid is no longer dispensing. So let's say I want a second tablespoon in this bowl. I'm going to pull the bottle right side up again, and again, I'm going to tip it upside down, and I want you to listen again. You'll notice it takes a second or two for the liquid to start going into the bowl, but then I'm not going to squeeze it, I'm not going to shake it, I'm just going to leave it upside down, and it's going to magically stop after that 1 tablespoon is in there. So here we go again. I'm still holding it upside down. It stopped. Real game changer.
All right, that's good.
Okay, any questions?
Any questions, suggestions, comments?
Okay, so I think it's a good idea to address the elephant in the room when it comes to cooking and vision loss. And actually, there are 3. One is fear of cutting yourself. The other is fear of burning yourself. And the third one is the fear of embarrassing yourself. Maybe that your food's not coming out attractive, or that you're making a mess out of your kitchen. Those are the 3 biggest fears. So one tool that we have in the Blind Kitchen is called the cut glove. And it is a relatively thin, stretchy glove, slightly stretchy, that you put onto the hand that is holding the food that is going to be cut. So your hand that's holding the knife is relatively safe. You've got your 3 fingers wrapped around the handle, and you've got your thumb and index finger pinching the back spine of the knife. So that's not the hand in danger. It's the one holding the food that's in danger. So I have done demonstrations where I hold my palm straight up, flat, towards this, it's flat up, and I run a very sharp knife back and forth across my palm. I'm not pressing hard. I don't need to, but if that was my skin, that knife would cut my skin. I can feel the pressure of the knife going back and forth, but I'm not going to cut myself. So let's say that I'm cutting a carrot, and I'm slicing. I'm keeping my fingers clawed and out of the way and moving them down and being careful. But all of a sudden, I feel pressure on the hand holding the food that I didn't expect to. The blade has come in contact with some part of my hand or my finger. All I'm going to do is stop when that happens. So if I were not wearing that cut glove, by the time my brain got that message that that knife had come in contact with my skin, it would be too late. I would already be cut. So this glove just gives you that extra layer of protection, that extra warning. And people with vision loss really don't like gloves and stuff that much because they interfere with our tactile. But this one is relatively thin. The place I would always use it on, where that glove was when I'm grading. And we have an extra large box grater, and we have a little mini one, and I can talk about that in a minute. But I don't know of any cook who has not left their knuckle skin in shredded cheese or potatoes or carrots. Box graters are weird. They're angled weird, and they have a lot of different kinds of blades on them. So I would always wear this glove. So if I'm going down and I don't realize how close I am getting to the grater, and all of a sudden I feel a snag, I'm just going to stop again. And I will not be getting any of my DNA into that evening's meal because of the cut glove. So that's a really good tool to have for cutting. Now, I'll talk a little bit about heat. So heat is a thing. And I just want to give you mainly a concept. We sell several long-handled wooden tools in the blind kitchen. And you might ask, why is our long-handled wooden tools preferable to like a stainless steel tool or something? And here's the reason. Wood does not conduct heat. So let's say I have a pan on my stove and I've got my long wooden spoon. I think it's 16 inches long. The reason this is so adaptive is because, number one, that spoon can't fall down in the pan. If most kitchens that aren't commercial kitchens don't have a pan big enough that a 16-inch thing could fall underneath, because that's very dangerous and hard to get a spoon out from underneath bubbling hot liquid. The other thing is if I'm nervous at all, or I get a little disoriented, don't know where I'm at, I can hover above the top of that pan and find the wooden spoon before I touch the hot metal of the pan. That can help orient me too. And the third reason for the long-handled wooden spoon is that it's going to make my job cleaner. Because wood doesn't conduct heat, I don't have to take it out of the pot. So if I'm making a marinara sauce, I can just leave that in while the marinara sauce cooks and not have to travel to my spoon rest where you can have all drippies and stuff like that. It just stays in the pan. So that helps keep us cleaner. So the other tools we have in the blind kitchen that resemble that, we have a pair of 17-inch long wooden tongs. So if you're using tongs, you need to turn something in the bottom, that it's long handled. It can stay in the pan and it's not going to fall down. And we have something else called a spider, which is other people call it a skimmer or a strainer. It has a long wooden handle and a 6-inch basket that you can help, pull ravioli out of a pan or hard-boiled eggs or whatever you want, but it's the long wooden handle that makes the difference. Does anybody have any questions about any of these?
What's the website to go to? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just asking, what is the website for this? I know that there is a YouTube channel and I am subscribed to that, but what's the website?
Yeah, well, thank you for subscribing. We really appreciate the support. It makes a difference in people being able to find us. So thank you. It's called theblindkitchen.com.
Okay.
And we're web-based only, and it's a very screen reader friendly and magnifier friendly. There's no pop-up ads, nothing to redirect. It's just a clean way to be able to navigate. And everything on the website is audio described. So there's not going to be a video where you just hear music.
Yeah.
And I added the link to the chat.
Which is never fun.
I added the link to the chat as well, so you can look at it.
Okay.
And we have a newsletter as well. If you want to get more information, if you want to leave your email address, we'll contact you as well.
Okay. Oops. Sorry. All right.
So the newsletter is a really good thing to get sometimes throughout the year. First of all, only our newsletter subscribers get a coupon code for, like we just did a 15% off site wide not very long ago. And if you're a newsletter recipient, and we only generally send it out once a month. And it's got the newest tool that we put on the shelves so that you're up to date. We're always adding new things. It has a recipe, and the recipes are carefully written with blindness in mind. So at each step of the end with teaching, because that's what I am. I'm blind, and I'm a cook, and I'm a teacher. And those recipes involve all of that. So not everything is so when you're going through, like in a normal recipe, it's going to say like 3 eggs, a cup of flour, and a cup of sugar. And when you get down to the instructions, it says mix the flour, sugar, and the eggs. And I have no idea. I don't memorize the ingredients. So I transfer those amounts. It'll say mix the 3 eggs, the 1 cup of flour, and the thing. And if there is specialized information about an ingredient, and I know some about it, I'll write an ingredient tip to say, if you want to make the peach cobbler, You could use canned peaches or frozen peaches or fresh peaches, but these are the pros and cons to each of them. And so I can put tips on ingredients. The other thing I put at each step in the recipe is the tools I use to achieve that step. So if you're looking at scalloped potatoes, and you get to the point where I'm saying now, clean and slice the potatoes, I will tell you the tool that I use for that, if there is a blind friendly one. And for that particular one, I'll just put that out there. It's that box grater. You want to get a box grater that has one side with a single blade on it. And that will slice your potatoes beautifully, evenly. They'll be the same width. And you don't have to use the mandolin or a short knife. You do want to use that cut glove, though, to keep swiping it, because eventually your finger is going to get close to it. But that would be the tool I'd use for that particular task. So the recipes are, and then I tell you why I do them in that specific order, so that when you go to make your next recipe, you can say, oh, I need to do the garnishes first, because you don't want to do the garnishes after you've seasoned your protein on there, because now that cutting board or work tray is what I use, but now it's contaminated. So I tell you why I'm doing things in a specific order to teach people who want to learn more about cooking. That's the culinary school coming out of me. I found it so valuable. I love sharing it with other people. So thank you for that question. Oh, and by the way, as long as I'm on to discount codes, for today and tomorrow, we have a coupon code that is Blind Health Expo. Imagine that. If you type that in, you'll get 10% off your total. I'm hearing Meredith. Hi, Meredith.
Yeah,
Thank you, Meredith. I look forward to communicating with you as well. So Meredith is with the Blinded Veterans of America. They do incredible work there. And they actually have, for people that are interested, they have a vet tech talk where they actually have people come in and talk to, and you can join the Zoom call and learn different things from their group as well. Are there any other questions?
Hey, Meredith, you want to say hi?
I had one. How do you handle like these flat top stoves and all these different fancy tech things for the kitchen? Touchscreen this, and I don't know.
Okay, well, there are about 12 right answers for labeling things. So the high tech can be our friend, but it's a double-edged sword. It can also be very difficult to navigate, although things are getting so much better for us. It's just things are getting so much more accessible. So as far as a glass top stove goes, like some people, they have real problems with how do they know if their pan is centered if they can't see. And we have a whole long video on it, but it tells basically there's techniques to be able to touch the top part of your pan, the rim of it. And
hey, Deborah,
if it's evenly hot all the way around, you're not going to burn your finger.
Yeah. Deborah, let's share the video. It has the short version of it.
Oh, good. Okay, great.
So it's only like a couple of minutes and it'll show that. Yeah.
Edgar keeps me honest. I couldn't do this without him.
Did you know you can touch the rim of a very hot pan with a fingertip, just tap, 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 and not get burned? That's because as soon as your hand loses contact with that steel, it is going to cool immediately. You can't hold it there for long, but just a tap. You can do it safely and easily, and you get a lot of information from that tap. You can't touch the hot water, even for a second. You can't touch hot grease or hot food, even for a second, because that food is going to continue to burn your finger after you pull it away. It won't cool immediately like just tapping the top of it will. So knowing that principle and that is possible, what you can do then is you touch your pan, tap the top of it, about every 2 inches. And I'm going to tell you why. If your pan is centered and completely covering the heat source, that lid or the top of rim is going to be equally hot all the way. But let's say I've stirred it or somehow moved it, and now I'm just checking, because I'm going to continually check my pot while I'm cooking. And all of a sudden, at 2 o'clock part of the pan is significantly hotter than, say, like the 7 o'clock position on the pan. I am going to know that the pan is no longer covering that heat source, because the 2 o'clock side is hotter because the heat is climbing up the side of it, and that's going to make it hotter. So I am going to very gently nudge the pan back a little bit at a time, and then I'm going to continue to check. Is it equally hot? No, it's still a little bit hot at 2 o'clock. Okay, I'm going to nudge it just a little bit more. And that way, once it's equally hot on all around the top of the pan, I'll know that the heat source is underneath it and not traveling up the side. So now I'm actually going to turn the stove on. I can tell it's the right burner. And I can tell pretty quickly whether or not I actually did center the pan or not. It doesn't take long. I don't have to wait for the water to boil to ascertain that information. I'm going to start right now. I'm just going to start tapping. I'm using my left hand to do the left side of the pan, because I don't want to be putting my right hand over where that steam is going to be coming up. Now I'm using my right hand to check the other side of it, and I'm touching. It is definitely hot, but it feels like it's equally hot in all places. So I think I probably did pretty good.
And we're back.
Okay. So that is a part of what is on the Blind Kitchen website too. There was no tools being talked about there at all. It was a strategy to help people to do that. So,
Deborah,
are there any questions?
Yeah, there's one question from Heather. Question is how to tell if my ground beef is completely cooked when I'm scrambling. And we have a video for that too.
We do have a video for that. Edgar, do you want to cue that up? So again, this one,
so that one is
selling. What, Edgar?
So because that was on online, buffering takes a while. So when you describe it, I'll send her the link directly so she can see it. Go ahead.
Okay. But that is a question that is often asked in my presentations. And so I'll give you a couple of quick tips. The first thing is choose the right pan. So when you're cooking things like small amounts of food, like the ground beef or ground chicken fall into, I consider the sloped sides of a pan an off-ramp, because those little bits of food are going to go right up and off the freeway there. But if you get a pan, they have them. They're called shallow saute pans, shallow. And they have, instead of having a sloped edges, they have walls. So it's going to go straight up down as though you, like a soup pot does. You know, you hit the edge, you hit the end. Now, for something like ground beef, you don't want to brown that in a soup pan, because the steam is going to affect how it cooks. And you're not wanting to steam this meat, you're wanting to cook. So the shallow, they're about 3 inches tall, the walls are. So that's the first thing. The second thing is you've got to make sure that the meat has got to be about the size of a golf ball, and then a little tiny crumble of meat. That little one's going to die before the big one can be cooked all the way through. So I use my fingers to break up the meat. Also, if you're doing ground poultry, like ground turkey or ground chicken, there's no fat in that, or very little. So you need to add oil and or butter to the pan before you do those, because they will stick and burn. So poultry is different than beef. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to take the ground beef or ground turkey, and I'm going to use my fingers at this point. I'm going to break it up into smaller pieces so that I know I can't use my wooden spoon and know that I've broken it up or not. I'm going to put that into the cold pan. So that I know that it's all broken up. And then I'm going to dip my fingers into that hot soapy water that I run at the beginning of the thing. And so now I know my meat is a consistent size. This is when I'm going to turn on the heat.
So,
and I'm going to turn the heat on. Yeah.
Oh, she's saying it's
Can you hear me?
yeah. So she's Heather is saying it's like that she knows how to make sure how the broken up and then the stylo pan, but she's asking how detecting when it's completely cooked. That's her issue.
Okay. Oh, okay. So there's a couple of things here. One is a talking thermometer is not going to help you because you're not going to be able to put the probe in. But the other thing is you should smell the raw meat before you put it into the pan every time, because cooked meat smells very different than raw meat. The other thing is I think people are, I agree, I don't want to poison my friends or family, but with ground beef, you don't have to worry about that because they serve medium rare steaks. It's not the same as serving medium rare chicken, not a good plan. But because those pieces are so small, you'll be able to tell the difference with the smell when it's done. And the more you cook, the more you'll get that. And often when we're cooking ground meats of any kind, we're going to cook them further. If you're making chili or you're making tacos, you're going to be adding sauce to it and cooking it in a sauce, and that's going to further cook it. So actually making people sick with too rare cooked ground poultry or beef is not very likely to happen because the pieces are so small. It's easy to cook them all the way through. And because with most of those applications, you're going to cook them further in a sauce or a liquid. Did that answer your question?
And I just want to mention as well that we had a video that explains a little bit further. So I added to the chat. And we're moving to Meredith. She's been waiting patiently. You're on the spot now.
Yeah. So what'd you say?
Time for Meredith.
Oh, good. I didn't know I was speaking. Hello, everybody. I am Meredith. I'm from the Blinded Veterans Association, and yes, Deb is a favorite of ours. She is. We have had her. We have as she said, something called Vet Tech, an educational series, and we bring on lots of different things like this, even more so than we used to do. And we are planning on working with Deb for our convention on a class. We'll be partnering with the American Council of the Blind. And so initially it was just going to be us, but now it's both of us. And we love to have Deb come on. And she is probably one of the most requested people to have on our calls. And so I like to pop in because I'm a sighted person and I learn lots of things from her, even, being a sighted person. And we've got a lot of people that have purchased products from the store and they rave about the products as well. So very, very user friendly for our veterans. And we have a varying degree. So we have a lot of blind, but also low vision as well. And so she is just a wealth of knowledge for us. And so I always like to hop on when I know Deb is going to be around because we love her so much.
Well, don't stop.
And so I've got definitely something planned for her and for our convention. But again, it's such a wealth of knowledge to have people like Deb around and to have her around so that we can bring her on and educate our veterans. Because again, initially this program was supposed to be all about tech, and it really evolved into independent living. And it makes a big difference when you have somebody that comes on who's visually impaired, teaching people when they're visually impaired versus somebody who's not. And so it makes a very big difference to our our folks as well. And, you know, you could be the best chef in the world, but, you know, teaching somebody who has a visual disability or an impairment is much different. And so it's been very beneficial to us. And so, hello, everybody. That's all I wanted to say. But actually, I learned about Deb from this seminar, this expo 2 years ago. And that's how we found Deb. And so we were able to contact her, and she's just been phenomenal for our group of people and always available. We've had people that have called and wanted to connect with her, and she's just always responsive and helpful and a wealth of knowledge. So that's really that's it. But just happy to be included and happy to be able to jump on.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you,
for
Meredith. I wanted to point out something to you and to everyone here in this room. So for Veterans Day, I found that there was a blinded veteran. He was blinded, I think it was in Afghanistan, and he was a professional chef before he went into the service. And while he was in the service, he served a brigadier general or something like that with cooking. I'll put it basically, he lost his vision with a roadside bomb, and he went back to cooking. He was on the Rachel Ray show. So there's a link on I think it's on the YouTube channel and the website. His name is Aaron Hale. And that might be you know him? Yeah.
I do know him very well. Yes. Yes.
Yep. So that's a cool resource.
Yeah, so I worked with him through BVA, but also through Fidelco, because he received one of the guide dogs when I was working there. And so I do know Aaron very well.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I was very impressed by his story.
Does he do the chocolate too, Aaron? Or is that might be somebody else, but I could have sworn that he and his wife do chocolate.
Yes, Aaron Hale and his wife do. Yeah, and Michaela, I think her name is. Yep, they do sweets. Yep.
Yep.
And I just added the link to our chat if anyone is interested on seeing more information. Hi, Dean. How are you?
Yeah. So.
Hey, I just can't believe that woman was giving Debbie such a good response there. Holy smokes. I mean, she's my sister, but man, she's not all that.
Hey.
She's
that and way more. What are you talking about?
She is.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, she is. And this is not a plant either. This is I just happened to hop on, but if you say her name, and as well as that, a lot of our sponsors, you know, when I mention, you know, hey, we do these things, they always say, oh, we have the best person for you to use. And I said, no, we already have somebody. Thank you. And they go, well, her name is Deb. And I go, I've already got her. Don't worry. And so she is pretty well known in the area.
Meredith, do you want to add?
You can tell your brother, you know, just like my brother, that.
Meredith, don't say it's like, do you want to
add that? Everything I just said, yes.
No, just like a website, so people are there with us right now can check out your organization. You can put it in the chat, so then people have it as well.
I'll put it in the chat right now. We have a calendar that advertises. We have a whole bunch of interest groups, gardening and a lot of other things. And so on our calendar is where we put all the events, and holding back a little bit because I want to do something nice for convention. So I want people to be hungry for Deb.
So
excellent.
I wish I could unplant Dean, but so Dean is my brother. Well, we are 2 of 12 children, and all our names begin with D. And Dean also has retinitis pigmentosa, as is my other brother Darren. So yeah, Dean's a big support for the Blind Kitchen, big time.
What are the name of your brothers?
Well, so it's Dawn, Daniel, Dean, Deborah, Drew, Deanna, Denise, Darren, Doreen, Dana, Dorothea, and Douglas.
That's good. That's good.
It's kind of silly.
I know.
Wow. And mom and dad were Donna and Donald.
Wow.
Hey, just so you know, I've been spying for the Blind Kitchen all day, all in and out, all these different rooms today.
Amazing.
For the Blind Kitchen and taking notes. And I got to say, I was bouncing around through there and I'd say, yeah, my sister is the Blind Kitchen. They're like, oh, we know her. We talked to her the other day. You know, I don't know how many times I heard that.
That's
so
wild.
It's pretty cool.
So one of the drawbacks of being a presenter as we're growing the business is we can't wander the halls. So we put Dean in to look and see how other people were doing presentations and stuff. So does anybody have any questions or comments?
Hi everyone, I just joined. This is Reem. I am just wanting to check it out and see what you all do here.
Oh, okay. Well, the Blind Kitchen is a online presence only. We sell adaptive tools for making cooking with vision loss safer and more attractive and more in making people more independent. But we also have, it's not only cooking tools, those are the bread and butter of our organization, but if you go to theblindkitchen.com, there are a whole lot of videos and blog posts so that you can learn to do different things that don't involve a tool. It may be a cooking strategy. So there's that how to ground meat. That's on the website and you can learn it. It doesn't involve a tool at all. So it also has stuff we have a recipe section. We have a section on how do you access and read recipes after you've lost your vision. And there's about 12 different ways to do that, depending on your budget, your comfort with technology. How do you label things? There's about 12 right ways to do that too. Again, some are very expensive, high tech, and some are very cheap, like a bump top or a rubber band. We have different strategies for, yeah?
So why don't you talk about the collections, how we set up and what we have?
Talk about the collections?
Yeah.
Okay. So when we first started this business, we thought we would be selling collections of things. So we divided all of these tools into things that they had in common. So the first collection is 15 items. It's called the Kitchen Basics Collection. And it's basically setting up a safe, clean work area. And it has to do a lot with measuring and portioning. So there's 15 tools that are related to that. And labeling things. The second collection we called the Cutting and Chopping Collection, and it included things like the sharps basket, the cut glove, the finger guard, the slicing guide, different tools that lend themselves very much to vision loss to help us to be able to cut and fabricate foods attractively and safely. Not always the quickest way. There's a caveat there, but things take more time with a lot of us, and I included in that. The third collection was the Stovetop Collection, and it contains 17 items, the tools that have to do with cooking methods that are commonly performed on top of a stove. So that's where you're going to find the long wooden spoon, the boil alert disc, the talking thermometer, the heat gloves, oven rack guards, things that help to allow you to cook safely on top of the stove. And then the fourth collection we had was called the Oven Collection. And it had 15 items with things that have to do with safely cooking in the oven. It has, for like broiling, there are skewers. There's quite a few pie related things that make it so much easier to make pies. So that's the Oven Collection. Then we have a pine maker collection that has 15 items specifically related to helping make attractive, consistent pies, because that can be a real tricky one. And then we also have a grilling and barbecue collection, which has blind-friendly tools. When I started the Blind Kitchen, like I'm going to go back to a cutting thing. Cutting avocados is the #1 ER visit for kitchen-related injury in the US. And it's because when you have like an avocado, once you get through that tough skin, you got to press pretty hard. Then the flesh, the inside of the avocado is soft. So it's going to cut it like butter, that sharp paring knife you're using. So I ordered like 15 different avocado slicers, cutters, whatever. And I chose on one. And that was one that's shaped like a triangle. And it's got jagged teeth on one end of it, not sharp enough to cut your fingers, but it is deep enough for you to get in under the stone easily without it harming your skin. And then one side's just slightly serrated, but that's all you need is a slight serration to get it to cut through that skin. So, and then the other side has a slight scoop to it, so you can scoop it out. So the other thing I really liked about this tool, and you'll see this in the Blind Kitchen too, is that it keeps my hand close to the action. I'm not on a handle of a paring knife where the blade is not anywhere near my fingertips, really, except the fingertips on the hand holding the avocado, of course. But this tool allows me to be much closer to where the action is. I don't have to touch the food, but the closer I am to the food, as a rule, the more confident I am and the more information I'm getting about what is happening with that food. So we had the grilling and barbecue has quite a few tools that make barbecuing easier. And then we have another tool, a collection that's a cooking instructor collection. And that has 26 tools that if you're teaching someone with vision loss how to cook, this is a good one for you to get to know what's out there. And then the last one is called the 12 Tool Sampler, and it has 12 different tools, some of which we've talked about today, at a very reasonable price so that you can get 12 tools in your hands really quickly that will help make your cooking experience with vision loss hopefully easier. So those are the collections. And as long as I'm talking about that, we'd like for you to sign up for the newsletter. We send out a couple times a year promo codes that you can get a discount on the site, but you only get them if you're a newsletter subscriber. But for the Blind Health Expo, to thank you all for coming in, if you use the coupon code Blind Health Expo, you'll get 10% off of your orders. You add them in your cart, it'll automatically calculate it once you put it in. And all items get shipped to you, no tax. I live in the state of Oregon, so there's no retail tax. Free shipping and handling with orders of over $25. So if something's on the website and it says $34.99, that's what it's going to cost you. Or if it says $4.99, that's what it's going to cost you. But it has to be a minimum purchase of $25 to get the free shipping and handling. So definitely use the Blind Health Expo code to be able to take advantage of that benefit. And also, we just appreciate anybody that supports us by following us on Facebook or YouTube or subscribe to the newsletter. It gives us more visibility so we can reach more people, because what they were talking about today, they were saying, oh, everybody's heard of the Blind Kitchen. It's just not true. I appreciate that very much, that there are people that have, but there's a lot of people out there still that don't know about us. We're kind of a hard population to reach as a rule. So if you would follow us and like us and subscribe to us, that will help us reach more people.
So we have just a comment for Sharonda Good, I think. This is so informative. Hear of you last year's and looking forward to hearing you again. Plan to definitely frequent and learn from the website. And thanks so much for your awesome work. Well, thank you, Serena.
Yeah, thank you. So the
And
other thing,
so
I'm gonna
hold on a second. We have a
what,
question
Edgar?
for
Okay.
Michon. I think I might pronouncing it wrong, but go ahead.
Sean.
Yeah, it was close. Go ahead.
About the shipment, because you said that with the $25 minimum, but if we're ordering a bulk and we're asking it to be like some items to be shipped to two different addresses, can we do that, or will we have to do two separate orders? Can you split up the shipment addresses, or is that too complicated?
No, I think we could do that. I'm just afraid of it getting mixed up. So if you decide to do that, you can include a note in there's a field in the order form for a note, and you can send these 3 items to this address or these to this address. Yeah, or you can give me a call or email at info@theblindkitchen.com. We can definitely work with you to make that happen.
Excellent. Do you have anyone else? Any question?
Edgar, I'm going to send you my email address, but if you guys have anything that you want in terms of like advertising or anything we could do to promote Deb, we can throw that in our newsletter as well too. So I'm just going to send you my email. We have a newsletter that goes out every week, and we'd be happy to put anything in there that, Deb's doing, or any kind of marketing that we can help with. We're happy to do that. So I'm going to chuck my email address in here so that you guys can send me that information, and we're happy to share it.
Oh, that would be great.
Thank you.
Yeah, that would be great. Anything helps, right? Right now we're promoting the blind Barbie. As you know, there's a Mattel just came out with a blind Barbie.
Mattel.
Was that?
Yep. Yes, we heard about that.
Yeah. So what we did, we invited to our studio, and then she brought her friends. So we have around 12 Barbies and 1 can, and we just promoting and trying to that. We set it up, and we're gonna be releasing, all that information, and basically trying to just share the news of inclusivity, right? Like how disabilities is being addressed by different different businesses, right? So in this case, Mattel and Barbie, right?
Yep. So the other thing, if you subscribe to the newsletter, it's relatively short. We only send it out once a month, except for the holidays, but it includes a recipe, and the recipes are all written in a very blind-friendly way and in a teaching way. And for every step of the recipe, I'll give you anything culinary school information I know about that particular ingredient or that particular cut, or what might make sense to what I think you would find interesting. But there also is, I tell the TBK tools I use to complete each step of the recipe. So if you say, oh, I don't want to use a mandolin and that's the only way you can make scalloped potatoes, it's just not true. You can use a big box grater and slice a potato like that. And if you put a cut glove on that hand, it makes the job quick, and they're perfectly cut. So there's blind friendly ways to prepare food. The other thing it will do is we're adding new tools about once a month to the website. So I'll tell you about the last tool we added in November, because November, you open so many cans for Thanksgiving, cream of mushroom soup and green beans and cranberry sauce. I mean, there's a lot of can opening going on. And most can openers leave you with that jagged round lid that's really dangerous and can cut you. Our can opener, it's called the safe can opener. And it actually, I cannot see or touch the blade. I have no idea how this tool works, but it works. And what it does, instead of having 2 handles that you squeeze together so it'll engage the blade on top of the can, there's a guide this has only 1 handle, and it has a 3-sided guide so that it's in place on the can. And then you turn it, and instead of cutting the top of the can, cutting downward, it's actually cutting the side of the can about 1/8 of an inch down. so as you go around it, now you're going to spin the wheel. It's got just like your traditional one, but this one's got a wheel, so it goes around, around, around. And once it's done, it lifts off the top straight up, and it's got smooth edges. So, but it's still thin steel, so you're going to be careful. You're not going to press hard, but there's no jaggedness to it at all. It's smooth, and so it's a much cleaner. The blade never comes in contact with the food like on the other ones that do, so they have to be washed, because you got to make sure you don't have any tomato sauce or tomato paste in there. And it also comes with a little a strainer. It's stainless steel. It's about an inch deep and about 3 inches around, and you just pop it on top of a can. And then if you're draining garbanzo beans or if you're draining corn, you just hold it over your sink or wherever you want the liquid to go. And that can strainer is the perfect size for a can. And it holds the food back so that you can get rid of the liquid, but no danger of losing it. So if you weren't on the newsletter and you came last year, you might not know that we've come out with that new tool. And so that's another reason to subscribe, so you can. And then we also put in a tip of the month, like just something that doesn't involve purchasing a tool or anything like that. Something like running the sink of soapy water. Just things that we found that don't involve a tool, but can make people's lives easier, especially when you're cooking with vision loss.
Do we have any questions? Anyone? You
Are
can
there
raise.
any other questions?
I was looking. If any kind of question, just raise your hand or just let us know. Deborah, so to give you a little break, we can play a video. We want to talk about, let's see, the egg ring again. What do you want?
Can I ask the question?
Go ahead.
Yes, I've not heard of the Blind Kitchen, and I heard her say something about newsletter and something. How do we get on the list? Is the website theblindkitchen.com?
Yeah, so if you send your email, we'll
there's a couple ways.
And I'm going to put the link in the chat. Go ahead, Deborah.
Okay, there's a couple of ways, but probably the easiest way for you today, if you can get your email address into the chat message, we'll add you automatically.
Okay.
And I added the email.
Yeah.
Or email
So
is.
Can I just?
And we're glad you heard about.
Can I
sorry.
just give it to you, because I wasn't able to attend this morning sessions because I had to go to a live conference here in my town, and I'm on my phone and I don't have my keyboard where I can type my stuff in.
Oh, of course. Edgar, can you take her email down, if you don't mind, giving it to the other 3 million people that are on this call?
Oh, I don't care.
That's okay. Oh, if you know, yeah, because yeah, I'm ready when you're ready.
You see my name there is Katrina F. Howard Reeves.
Yes.
So my email address is KFH, and the last part of my name, Reeves, REEVES, at gmail.com.
Hold on a second. Let me.
KFH Reeves.
KLF.
F as in Frank. K as in kitchen.
KF.
F as in foxtrot.
Mm-hmm.
H as in hamburger.
H, all right.
And Reeves.
Reeves,
R,
okay.
Yes, you see my name there.
Gmail,
at
right?
gmail.com. Mm-hmm.
I got it.
All right.
Okay, I like that. K is in kitchen and H is in hamburger.
Yes, and I cook. I live alone. I don't cook often, but I used to cook all the time for my 3 kids and my husband. My husband passed about 4 years ago. So now I'm all alone. My children are married and I sent them off, but they still come over here looking for food.
That's nice. Yeah.
But I wasn't blind
My
when they were
husband was
growing
that.
up. I wasn't blind when my children were growing up. I became blind in their adult years. But I got sick about 5 years ago. I was in the hospital for almost a year. So this is, well, I'll take blindness over death. That's what I tell them. So
that's a good attitude to have.
Yep. So, well, all right. I'm definitely going to check it out. So,
thank you. Appreciate
all
it.
right. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll definitely will contact you.
Thank you.
And several people have sent their emails as well. We'll definitely will send you guys.
So does anybody have any questions or challenges, or maybe even just share ideas that you have that maybe we don't know about yet?
Okay,
not. Can you hear me?
So
yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Not so much as a challenge, but I want to thank Meredith for allowing me to get on or telling me about this to get on. I just want to say it makes me become more of a advocate for us and reminding people what we can do instead of what we can't do. And I'm happy with the young lady that just said that she takes blindness over death, because a lot of people have a tendency to think that blindness is a death sentence. And you guys are showing us that it's not. We can still live our life and do the things that we're passionate about. So I just want to say thank you.
Well, thank you for that message. I couldn't agree more with you. The thing is, we just have to do things differently. And that's the trick, is figuring out what is the way we're going to do that thing we used to do when we were able to see. We're not going to be able to do it that way anymore. So there's creativity and doing things like you're doing, attending sessions like that. There are other people that have figured it out.
Yeah, and we're trying to create community, right? So there's a lot of people that have some information, and other people has other information, and together we can get to create a better place, hopefully, right? I mean, I have learned a lot. I don't cut myself anymore.
Edgar,
sometimes.
Michonne is actually one of our veterans, and so when we she helps, she's now a staff member of ours, and so she has also been a really big advocate, and every time you came on those vet techs, Michonne always joined on them. And so when I told you that, your brother's probably off now, so he's going to call me a liar. But when you were saying before, when I was saying there's a lot of people that talk about you, Michonne is one of them. So I just emailed him like, Michonne, you got to get on because Deb is on. And so, again, a very familiar name to us. And so Michonne is one of our veterans. So.
Oh, well, thanks for joining us.
Wow. Well, yeah, and thank you for your service as well.
Definitely. Should we do eggs? What do you want to do, Deborah?
Do what?
Eggs.
Oh, does anybody want to learn about how to fry egg on the stove? Yeah, go ahead and the egg ring one. That's an interesting one to get some concepts. So I'm going to start. Oh, sorry. Edgar.
Yeah. Introduce it. Go ahead.
Okay. So whenever you're cooking liquid foods on a stovetop, we are at a severe disadvantage if you can't see it, because that liquid's like pancake batter or an egg. It's going to go wherever it wants. There's no boundaries around it. But we have a product that has solved that problem, and it's called an egg ring. And it's about a 3-inch circle of silicone. It's about a half an inch high. And so it's just a circle of silicone. And then it's got a little handle that can be pushed upwards. So the handle points towards the ceiling. So that's what the tool looks like. And the reason it is so blind friendly is because when you put your liquid batter into the pan, or you put the egg, now it's contained in the area of that silicone ring. So I'll let Edgar, so that's the setup for this. I'm at the stove in this video. I'm going to cook the egg. You'll hear it cooking, and I'm cooking it in real time. So I don't have any vision. So that it lets you know it really can be done.
Excellent. So I'm going to share it now.
I'm going to put this egg ring in the pan. I'm going to be very careful to find the pan handle first, which is cool to the touch. And then I'm going to put the egg ring down right near it so that I know exactly where this egg will be located in this pan. Now, I have already buttered that egg ring, which it's important to do. And now I'm going to put a little bit of butter. So it's, if you use our butter slicer, it's about half of one of the butter pats that come out of it. Oh, and that sounds wonderful. That's exactly the sound I'm looking for. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to find my egg. Okay, it's right here. But the first thing I'm going to do is to take the little handle and just move it around a little bit in a little circle, just to make sure that butter gets spread. But that is the perfect sound we were wanting to hear. Now I'm going to take my egg, and again, using that 2-inch handle for perspective, I can touch the top of the silicone egg ring without burning myself. And so I know exactly where the center of that egg ring is, and I'm going to be able to drop my egg in. So the egg is in there. Can you hear it cooking? I'm going to set a timer for 3.5 minutes. Hey Siri, set a timer for 3.5 minutes. So now I'm going to go ahead and I am going to toast this bread. I have my English muffin here. I've got butter in this little dish, and I'm going to make sure it's covered. I'm using my thumbprint spreader, which I just love. You can look more on the website to see that. And I'm going to put this in the pan on the opposite side. I can tell that it's not hitting the egg ring. And that sounds like it's working very well too. So to my right here, I have the plate that I'm going to put it onto, and I have a spatula. It's very thin. If you can get the thinnest spatula you can get, you're going to get under that egg much easier. So my timer just went off. I'm going to turn off the heat, and I'm going to move the pan onto a burner over here that's much nearer my counter where I'll be able to plate this. So the first thing I'm going to do is check the English muffin and pull it out of here. Oh, it's nice and toasty, almost too toasty, but perfect. So the next thing I'm going to do is get the egg out. And here's how I'm going to do it. First, I'm going to locate the handle of the pan, which I know is going to be very near that 2-inch handle of the egg ring. Then I'm going to slide my fingers down, and I can put my fingers on the top of the egg ring so that I know exactly where this egg is centered. I'm going to slide my spatula underneath, and I know it's reached the other side. And again, I'm going to use that top of the egg ring. And by the way, this is the most difficult part, but you've got to practice and you'll get it. And then I'm going to check. I'm touching the spatula. I've got it lifted off the plate, and I'm touching the ring, and it is centered on the spatula. So now I'm going to take the ring off of it. I'm going to lift up, double check, make sure it's not overhanging. And now I'm going to come over to the English muffin and put it on to the top. I'm using my fingers, you bet I am. It is hot, but I'm just being careful to touch it. And I'm pulling that down. Now I'm going to bring the plate over for the final seasonings. This will only take a second.
And we're back.
Okay, any questions on the egg ring?
I think this is fabulous. I've
Thank you.
seen, I've
thank
seen
you.
these. Yeah, hi.
Hi, Katie.
I've seen the how are you guys doing? I know about you through Christine and CCLVI and all this stuff, but I've never seen you in action. That was marvelous. And the ring.
Thank you.
Fabulous. Seeing it in action. Wow. And I'm one of those people who said we have to have the blind kitchen on Christmas. It was last year. I says for holiday gifts. What am I going to give all of my friends who are low vision gifts? And that ring was one of my favorite things. Anyway, I popped in just to say hello.
And you, who you with?
Hello, thank you.
Who are you with, Katie?
I am with myself. I am 5-Star Eye Care.
Oh, okay, nice. I see.
Oh, but you mentioned CCLIV.
CC, Council of Citizens for Low Vision International.
So that's another real good resource for people with vision loss, with all kinds of interest groups and stuff like that. It's a really good group.
Fabulous group. And and I love all that you do on the auction. You donated stuff. So I just thank you so much for that. I'm just here to give you guys a shout out. My room is kind of quiet right now. So I just thought I would.
Oh yeah, thanks for joining. Yeah.
Other people know that I think that you're wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was my pleasure to donate to such a good organization.
Yeah. And Christine, I've got her hanging out over here too. And so she says hi.
Oh, tell her I said hello.
She heard you.
We haven't chatted for a while. I want her to finish that Oregon resource book.
Oh, she just heard you. So we're double dipping. I have 2 monitors going on right now. I've got you on one monitor, and I have my room on another monitor.
Mm.
And she has me on my monitor and hers in her room. So
technology. Yeah.
Yeah. And just to let people know the few people that I know directly or indirectly that I could say hi to, and then to meet new people.
Nice. It was nice to meet you. This was the first time I met you.
Well, I gotta pop off, but so it was great seeing you. If you guys ever need, you want a platform to speak on, I do summits and podcasts, Vision Rift podcast. I'm resurrecting it in 2025. If you want to be on it, let me know. 5-Star Eye Care. I'm the first person listed in this expo. Contact me if you want to be on a summit or a podcast. Okay.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, Deborah, we have 7 minutes. We have a few people here. I don't know if anyone has any questions.
I'd like to go where the group wants to go. If there's anybody that has any questions or observations or anything, and feel free to give me compliments.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello. Who's that?
Good. How are you doing?
Good.
You what?
Randy Meyer has left the meeting.
Oh, that's good.
Did you have a question or a comment?
She might be talking something else.
Oh, okay. So, does anyone have any other questions about the Blind Kitchen or other things they'd like to see the Blind Kitchen offer?
Debbie, this is Shelley again. What is the YouTube video site? You had mentioned it before. Does it have a name to it?
To what?
Edgar could probably better. What's the name of our YouTube site? How can they find our YouTube videos?
Oh, or YouTube. Okay, yeah. I'll put it in the chat. It's also it's just the Blind Kitchen. But I'll put it in the chat for the YouTube.
Yeah, I'm going to share this with my my coworkers. I think they'll appreciate it. I am one of 4 teachers that works for the Bureau of Blindness and Visual Services, and we're located in Blair County, near Altoona. And it's interesting because out of the 4 teachers, we all travel. I'm the only one that's sighted that can drive. So the other ones have eye conditions, low vision, they have drivers. But not only, like you said before, are they able to teach people, but they are, an example. They have low vision, and this is how they have adaptations in their own homes. So it does make a difference because they're like speaking from their experience. But I enjoyed your videos and all the information today. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for letting us know. And there is something to be said about, I mean, it's not always the truth. Not all basketball coaches are tall, but they still can be good coaches. But there is something to be said that if you perceive yourself to be like someone that can do something you can't do, it's going to increase your self-efficacy, your confidence that you can do it too, because you see someone else with your challenges being successful at it. So there's something to be said for that. You're right.
All right, we got 4 more minutes. So last time's running out. Any questions, comments, suggestions? Because Deborah has to go to the bathroom.
Well, let me. Too late. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. There's 2 pans I want to tell people about that are especially blind friendly, and I can't go into detail on them, but one is called the baking grid pan, and basically it cuts a 9x13 pan of food into pieces as it cooks. So it's got a metal grid inside it that you set down into the batter or into stuffing or into meatloaf, whatever you've got leveled out into the bottom of the pan. You put the grid in, and as it cooks, you no longer have to cut it into separate pieces. It's going to make 18 different pieces. And then there's another pan that we have that's very adaptive. It's called the locking lid pan. And it has a lid and it's got a pan, and the pan has 2 round handles on either side, and they rotate the top of them. There's a dial that rotates 80 degrees. And so when the lid is on there and you rotate those to the right position, that lid can't come off. It is locked onto the pan, and you can still let steam escape. There's ways to do it. But what's really nice about it is if you're draining pasta or draining potatoes, because the pan is so heavy because of the water, you can't do that one-handed. You can't use your other hand to look for you to make sure the strainer is in the right place, that it's still upright. You can do your best to set it up, but you can't use your vision, and you won't have a hand available to you to check that it's still in place. So what this pan does is it has drain holes actually in the lid, in the side of the lid. It's really quite genius. And then you're just going to pour it over the sink. You don't need a strainer. The lid's locked on. It has a way to strain it. And so your pasta or your potatoes are going to be safely trapped inside that pan, even though the liquid can get out and the steam is not coming up towards your face or near you. Both of those are really good adaptive pans for cooking with vision loss.
A really great tool, if everyone likes baking. So we have 1 more minute. Anyone else? Hey, Deborah, after the call, after I finish the Zoom call, let's hot open a call just to follow up.
Okay, you get to do all the talking.
Of course. We have a video for that. Well, you want to say?
So everyone, thank you so much for attending. Oh.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Edgar.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for choosing to attend the Blind Kitchen session. We appreciate it. Remember, the discount code Blind Health Expo will expire tomorrow at midnight, so you can get all your Christmas shopping done now. Also, thank you for choosing to attend this session. We appreciate it. You had a lot of good choices out there. And we
Definitely.
appreciate it that you came through.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Really enjoying all the feedback, and keep going. All right, Deborah, I'll call you in a minute. You need to go to the restroom?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Is it closed now, Edgar?